What's up, guys? We are live. So MD decided to finally show his face. Surprise! It's Kevin Ray Wilder. No, I'm just kidding.
I've been undercover this entire
He's been
time.
undercover.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we have good news, guys, and we have some bad news. So the bad news is the debate is not happening, and this is purely because of them. And the good news is that we're gonna go through all the emails between me and MD, and we're gonna show exactly what happened, why the debate didn't happen. I think it's gonna be pretty entertaining. Now, we're not gonna rag on MD personally. The thought briefly crossed my mind, but I'm not gonna do that. I don't want to get into some kind of weird internet war. I'm just going to completely stick to the facts surrounding the debate. That's it. Because at the end of the day, this was about ideas. This was not about personalities, right? So we're just going to focus on that, focus on why the debate didn't happen. And then what we're going to do is we're going to, one, answer questions, and two, we're going to open it up. So if anyone wants to debate on MD's behalf or on Fresh and Fit's debate behalf, you guys can come on and do it. So you can take their place. We're not going to go for too long, but yeah, we're going to open it up. We're going to make this a short and succinct live stream, and you guys are all familiar with Kevin, so yeah, let's jump in. So the story begins how long was it, about a month ago?
Yeah, it was about a month ago. So I made a post saying because actually, if you remember, Alex, you're like, yo, we should debate people again because it's fun to do that. One, it's fun to exercise that debate muscle and have a battle of the minds, but obviously doing it from a good faith place. So it's like, hey, anybody have anything that they want to debate, talk about, let's do that. So I actually made a post about it. And, I got a few, people in the comments saying oh, I'd like to debate you, fine, whatever. But then I got an email from MD, and MD was like, at first he was really cordial and nice. He was like, well, you know what? I'll read it really quickly. He said, hey, Kevin, I'd like to invite you. And this was on November 12th. Hey, Kevin, I'd like to invite you on the show tonight and tomorrow for a debate with Scribe about why looks are more important than game. It will be a fair platform, and if you'd like to speak with anyone else, we'll be more than happy to conversate with you. Of course, we all know that you've been defeated a multitude of times throughout the manosphere, but we can talk about that on air if that's cool with you. And he spelled cool with a K, by the way. I will analyze Q.
So yeah.
I will analyze your video and critique it to show you where you went wrong, and you can bring any amount of friends onto the show that you'd like as well. And then from there, we basically just set up logistically. I don't know. It's like a weird subtle jab. It's like you've been defeated multiple times. Obviously, it's like, all right, that was unnecessary. But
it's exactly what he did when we did the stream on his channel. He would always throw these little negs at us, which God only knows why. I was literally so respectful the whole time. I was trying to have a good faith debate. So what is happening? So basically what's happening is that MD backed out of the debate, and we're going to go through the story of why it happened. And then we're going to open up the platform for anyone who wants to come on. So Kevin hits me up and he says, hey, MD wants to debate. I'm like, okay, I was like, why not? Let's give it a shot. So we set up a call. Now, the weird thing about MD is he's paranoid about giving his phone number out, and you're going to see that in the emails. So for some reason with him, it has to be either through email or we have to do these private StreamYard links. God only knows why. We get on a call, and he's super respectful. He's nice. We have a nice conversation. And, I'm like, yeah, listen, we should just debate ideas, have a conversation. One of the big things he's saying, it's so good that we have different ideas, but we can talk like men. And I'm like, yeah, I completely agree with that. So this is what we agreed on. It was extremely straightforward. We were going to do one debate on his channel and one debate on one of our channels, either mine or Kevin. And he completely agreed to that. He said, yeah, can we do mine first? So in good faith, I agreed to that. Now, the reason I was insistent on doing the one on my channel is because MD has a really bad habit of doing all these cheap tactics to win in debates. So what I mean by that is when we're doing debate, what he does is every time I ask him a question that he doesn't know how to respond to, instead of answering the question, he just brings a random person on the stream who completely changes the topic. And let me actually show an example of this so you guys can get an idea of what I'm talking about. Let me share my screen. Chrome tab. This is going to be pretty funny. So just listen to the audio. Or it's good, but you can't say what two guys told approach. He did it right versus this guy Alex. So I've never seen his infield, and I have no idea how he does it. He did it wrong.
Okay, I just wanted to ask Mr. X, you got something?
Crickets, and then nobody has a response to what you said because they don't have an argument, and he's just oh shit, is this somebody here? Like, do they always do that, man? I debated them one time. If you want to see on my channel, I think it's like me. I said it, I think the title of the video is like debating 6 black pillars at once or something, because the same exact thing happened. Originally, there was this guy Nutshots who's like a friend of MD's. I guess he's not active on YouTube anymore, so I reposted his video. And I was just debating the black pill with him and that Caduceus guy. So it was like 2-on-1, but it was pretty fair. And then all of a sudden, they open the panel up, and then MD and all these other dudes show up. All of a sudden, it's me versus like 7 different black pillars. And it wasn't even MD's stream, and MD would just take charge and just be like, "Oh, is so and so? Is this you?" Like every single time that he's backed into a corner, So that's just how they argue. When they don't have an argument, they just. And this goes to show you too. It's like, all right, well, it's kind of sus that he only wants to have these debates when he has a home field advantage.
Yeah, I was just about to get to that. So one of the rules, I literally asked for one rule basically, and the rule was, hey, when we have a debate on your channel, can it just be on 2-on-2? Can we not bring random fucking dudes on the stream? Because he has a habit of doing that, and he agreed to that. And then what does he do? Literally the whole time just brings on random dudes, and it became like a 10-on-1 near the end. So he likes to stack ballots in his favor. So anyway, so that was kind of it. And I didn't even make a big deal out of it at all. I literally said at the end, I didn't even call this shit out. I was like, okay, cool, man. I'm really looking forward to doing the one on my channel. We're gonna have an interesting discussion, and you guys can watch that live stream. He was like, yeah, man, yeah, it should be good, blah, blah, blah. So that was the plan. Now, of course, what happens next? So let's jump into the emails. So we're gonna show you guys the receipts. So let's share my my inbox. Okay. All right, so we're going to go to debate part 2. Okay, so let me make sure. You guys can see that? Yep, that's good. Yo, man, it's Alex. Want to set up second part of debate. Kevin and I decided to do it on my channel. Does Sunday evening work for you and Scrap? So we had already agreed on doing it. This was just coordinating logistics. Okay. Sure, man. Sunday sounds good. For me, I will ask Scrap if that's okay for him. Awesome. Let me know what he says. Also, do you have WhatsApp or something easier to coordinate? Subscribe, let me know that after Sunday's show, he'll be busy until the 1st. If you want to come on this Saturday with just you and him, that'll be cool. Or maybe we can do the following Sunday. So that's going to be the repeated pattern. He's going to.
There's the cool with the K again.
Yeah, he's going to dodge going on our channel, insisting that we go on his, where he has the home field advantage and he can bring random people on the screen. So I say, is there anyone else you want on your team? Perhaps the plastic surgery student. I want to break down some of his arguments. If you prefer Scribe, we can wait until next Sunday. So I'm pretty chill. Like, I'm not like pushing for it at all, because I assume at this point he's still going to follow through. I say we can also do the debate tonight. That will work for me. You and Scribe want to come on. Okay. We're preparing for a show tonight. We may be able to hop on for a minute, but we're organizing content at the moment. Which channel are you streaming from tonight? Mine, let me know if you guys are game. I do need to prep ahead and also check with Kevin. We could perhaps do a bit later, like 11 EST or so. And trust me, guys, it's going to get more interesting. We're probably going to still be live around then. Do you want to come over by us around 9 p.m.? We can make it exclusive. So again, dodging the request to come on our channel, insisting that we go on his, right? I say, nah, bro, we agreed part 2 was going to be on mine or Kevin's channel. We want to have a legitimate debate without distractions and random people jumping on the stream. We can push it to 11:30, or we can do tomorrow evening. Again, I'm trying to work around his schedule. We're going to have to do it next week. I'll let you know that'll be better, but you want to rush it for today, and it's just too soon. Like, we want to rush it, dude. You're inviting us on your channel. Like, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about, since we also planned it like a week beforehand. I say next week is fine. No one's trying to rush anything. You invited me to come on today, so that's why I figured it would be a good day. Anyways, I'm cool next Saturday or Sunday, although Sunday would be a lot better. Let me know what works for you guys. I wait 3 days, and then I follow up. Let us know, please, so we can plan and promote. Like, yeah, I'm being super respectful. And then, bam, here it begins. Your co-excel partner has been striking videos where people analyze his pickup lines. He struck the video with a 45-year-old meth rehab-looking woman that you think is good-looking. And ain't really Alex bullshit. He's been striking other videos too. Many people on net openly talking about this, and by many people on the ed, he means just himself. Now, if you want to lie about this, then it'll be normal for discourse. We can talk privately, but please don't lie. It seems that you guys are trying to pull a fast one. Be honest, we can talk. So he's accusing us of trying to pull a fast one, right? So what he's referring to is that this was pretty fucking dumb, but a few days after our debate, this random channel popped up. It was like Black Pill Soap. It had like 50 subscribers, and basically they just cherry picked parts of the interview where my business partner was on the stream. They cut out all the parts where he actually showed the proof and showed the pictures and basically try to slander him and make it seem like he's full of shit. It was like super negative. So what he did was he reported that video without checking with me, but he has a tech job. Like, we had no idea it was in any way affiliated with MGTOW dictionary. Otherwise, I would have just contacted him directly. We thought it was literally a random troll channel because it had 50 subscribers, right? So how the fuck were we supposed to know that's affiliated with him? So, I'm pretty straight up. Calm down, dude. I talked to him. He only ever reported that one video on that weird channel with 100 subs, and that is due to his tech job. No one touched your channel. Secondly, I'm not sure why you guys are being so difficult to set up a second debate, as that was part of our deal. If you want to back out, then just say so. And lastly, emailing back and forth like this is extremely inefficient. I already said let's talk on WhatsApp where we can have a group chat. If you're super paranoid about your identity, which is already public, then just use Google Voice. So I'm not even trying to be mean to him. I'm just trying to explain to him that he can just use Google Voice if he's super paranoid about his number. And this is so funny to me because I've literally I talked to some of the bigger YouTubers. I talked to Bezos, Courtney Ryan, Ask Marnie. I have all their cell phone numbers. We text back and forth. So these popular YouTubers who have 1 million subscribers, it's not right away they give me their number, but once we've been talking, they have no problem. But someone who has 5,000 subscribers that barely anyone knows about, for him, his number is a big deal. Hey, if you think I'm worried about doxing, you're wrong. What else are you worried about then? Are you worried about people knowing you're a recovering drug addict who still uses? Interesting. I'm a recovering drug addict. Never been an addict. And I will happily take a drug test tomorrow. So if MD wants to bet $1,000 or $10,000 on this, I will happily do a drug test any time of the day. The only thing I will test positive for is weed. So I'd be happy to do that. I hope you get well soon, but you can't fix yourself by trying to break someone else. What the fuck is he talking about? We can talk on a private StreamYard link. Again, private StreamYard link. Let's just talk on the phone. Save the lies about Nitin to your friends. He struck a few videos, not just one. No, it was one. And we had no idea it was associated with your channel. And you probably didn't want us to know because it was a little troll fucking channel. If you put it on your video, I would have just, on your channel, I would just contacted you directly and said, hey, man, can you do me a favor? That video, blah, 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 wasn't cool. We've literally, I'm also like you, Kevin, I'm a free speech absolutist. I never fucking report shit ever. But that video was extremely out of line. And it's my business partner who isn't as public as me, who has a tech job. And again, so it's just so ridiculous. Plus also I had no idea that it was done. Like I said, if you're honest, we can talk about it, but you want to take shots, I can just roast the fuck out of you. Your choice. I can send a private link when you're ready, or if you're afraid to understand. So he's literally playing these weird fucking games. What the fuck is wrong with this guy? What in the world are you talking about? I've never been a drug addict, and you're being extremely disrespectful. Me and Kevin have been respectful to you the whole time. I understand if you're not afraid of being doxxed, why can't we talk on the phone like normal human beings? My intention was and still is to have a respectful debate, not to get into this internet weird war. So I'm showing a lot of restraint here because my initial reaction when I saw that email was fucking fire one off. I'm like, okay, I'm pretty good at controlling myself. I'm like, right, this guy probably has some issues. Let me just I keep it respectful. Granted, we can have respectful debate. All is forgiven. Literally in 5 minutes, he changes my Sunday will be on. Will it be the four of us? Okay, cool. Yes, the four of us. 9 p.m. EST works. No response. I wait 2 days. Let me know so we can plan and promote. No response. Are you guys still coming 5 hours ago? No response.
And then I emailed him a bunch, not a bunch, but I emailed him once or twice too, just because Alice couldn't get a hold of him and crickets, so.
Yeah, what the fuck? What the actual fuck? I'm flabbergasted. So, yeah, I think this would have been a good debate. And, dude, it's not – I'm tempted to say, oh, these fucking black pillars, but I debated Wheat Waffles yesterday, and he was, super chill and straightforward. We emailed. I got his number. We texted. We set it up. There was no games. We had a respectful debate, one-on-one. We disagree on a lot of shit, but, we was respectful. We didn't play these weird games. We didn't flake on each other. That's how it should be. Not this weird fucking shit where he's making up lies like you're a drug addict. Please, dude, please. I will give you $10,000 if you can show 1 ounce of proof. I'll make a public offer, not including weed, because I don't want him to say weed is a drug. Not including weed. If you can show any ounce of proof that I'm a drug addict or I've ever been a drug addict, I will give you $10,000 or to a charity of your choice. Go ahead. Let's fucking see it.
Well, as far as I know as well, those guys don't vibe with Wheat Waffles that much. I don't even think Wheat Waffles really knows who they are, but they both consider themselves Black Pill. But I think they don't consider Wheat Waffles as like part of their crew, you know, because he's way more reasonable. Like when you guys had your debate, he's like, yeah, game definitely exists. He just thinks it's like way less effective, but he at least acknowledges its existence, and he doesn't think that it's inherently manipulation like MD believes, and then Scribe believes like just game isn't real, right? So they actually don't consider him like part of their crew or whatever. Similar to how like in the red pill space, you know, you have like Anthony Dream Johnson on one side, you have Rollo Tomasi, you know, it's kind of like fractured in that sense. I think the black pill is the same way, as far as I know, or the black pill community. Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird, man, because I probably have the most out of that community. I have the most respect for Wheat Waffles because honestly, like, first of all, I think his beliefs are the most reasonable. But secondly, he goes out. He actually goes out. He talks to girls. He actually will share his leg count, which other one of them do. And he doesn't play these weird games. Like, he's just like, yeah, man, let's do a debate. Like, to me, like when I see like dudes doing the same thing that chicks do, like playing these weird games, and it's like what the fuck? Like, it's so fucking dumb. Like, we could just have like a nice, respectful debate, talk about ideas, blah blah blah. Like, what? Like, you're gonna accuse me of being a drug addict? Like, what the fuck? If I'm a drug addict, then this should be a very easy debate for you. You should be able to smoke me. So yeah, I found that pretty funny. So, you know, I don't know, but it is what it is. You know, I'm always open for debates. So what we're going to do is, if there's anyone in the comments who wants to come on, who basically is a black pillar or just disagrees with anything that we say, or just wants to basically share some stories, something that's relevant, let us know in the chat what you disagree with or what would you like to talk about. Just write it out, like put a paragraph in there, and we'll have you on. In the meantime, we'll answer some questions. And this is going to be a pretty short stream unless we get a lot of interest.
Scribe is an overweight incel. Is that true?
MD called Alex a meth addict on Hold the Truth stream the other day. Yeah, never done meth in my life. So yeah, the closest I've ever come is taking Ritalin, but that's not meth. And I don't.
Where do they even come up with these, man? They also came up with like, they're like, oh, we have proof. We have proof for sure that you and Coach Whitepill or Coach Lightfoot, whatever the fuck that means, Coach Lightfoot are butt buddies. Like, that's a terrible MD impersonation. I apologize. That's the best I can do of doing like a cringy New York accent. But yeah, I don't even know where these guys get this shit from, man.
Dude, they believe all these weird conspiracy theories. Like, why can't I just talk to him on the phone? Like it's so weird. He's like, I'm not. If he was just like, yeah, dude, I'm really paranoid about being doxxed. Okay, fine. Well, I'm not paranoid about being doxxed. Let's set up a private StreamYard link. Like, what the fuck? Like, makes no sense.
Well, I used to think that they were at the very least like good at detecting bullshit, but yeah, I think they just think everything's bullshit, you know? Because like at first I was like, all right, these guys have good points about Fresh and Fit, MLD, Rollo, Donovan. Yeah. But then like if you actually really look into what they're saying, it's more, it really is just a bunch of ad homs. Like, they don't actually attack their ideas. Like, if you ask me, or you ask you, for example, what your problem is with Rollo Tomasi, you can have a pretty good breakdown of like, all right, here are his 9 iron rules. Here's why these ones are stupid, right? Here's why when Donovan says, you know, women cheat, men have sex, all this other type of shit is fucking stupid. Yeah. But then these guys instead, they're just like, haha, Dirty Eddie, MLD touches kids, like this type of shit. It's really funny. Don't get me wrong; it's actually quite hilarious. But it's like, I think they just think anybody who gives any kind of dating advice or sells any kind of program is automatically just the enemy, right? And so they'll find anything that they can to make fun of them for. So basically, just inherently, just due to our existence, with you being a dating coach and me being involved with a dating coach, being business partners with a dating coach in Coach Whitepill, they just think that we're like inherently evil. We're inherently grifters. We're just these bad people. Never trust a dating coach, right? And I think that's one of the reasons too, because one of the reasons that they're so like zealous in their defense of like, oh, game doesn't exist, is because if they acknowledge that game exists, if they acknowledge that game sometimes isn't manipulation, it's to acknowledge that there are some dating coaches that are legit and others who aren't legit. So I think that's one of the reasons why they have such like a hard line stance on that. And there's no nuance to it, because then they can't keep up that narrative of like every single dating coach, just by virtue of being a dating coach, makes you like an awful person. So
yeah, it's preposterous. One of my pet peeves is when people are intellectually disgenuine, purposefully. So what I mean by that is like when we're doing the debate on their channel, like fucking every time, like we were on like making a point and we brought up something they couldn't answer, they would purposely bring on a random person and change the topic, like every time. And that's just like, come on, just at this point, just be like, yo, man, I don't really have an answer to that one. That's a good point. That's it. Simple as that.
Well, something I will point out is actually during the debate, MD was actually way more reasonable than Scribe. Now, behind the scenes, MD is like freaking bipolar. I mean, he's kind of bipolar on stream too, but like behind the scenes, I mean, you guys saw the emails. He's like straight up bipolar. But at the very least, he acknowledged that game existed. He just thought that like game was manipulation and that's it. And then Scribe was just like just logical fallacying all over the place. Like when I tried to push him and just basically say, hey, what would it take to convince you? Just tell me, like, is there anything we could possibly say for you to acknowledge that game exists? And he just danced around that question for a while. And then finally he admitted to something actually existing. Well, more specifically, like, oh, if you said this, I forgot what he specifically said. And then we were just like, well, Alex literally proved it earlier, if that's your basis, But yeah, it's I don't know. It's just a hilarious space. And I think it's interesting because these black pill guys, there's really not that many of them. There's really not. It's just that they're very, very loud. It's kind of like Twitter, Twitter, it's like, if you're on Twitter, you just assume that everyone's this super sensitive social justice warrior, like super far to the left, like left of freaking Stalin. But reality is there's really not that many of them. It's just that each one of them just is addicted to Twitter, and they're just like constantly on there and yelling at the top of their lungs. It's the same exact thing with the black pill guys. Yeah,
one of my favorite parts of that debate was when they had that random dude on who rated me a 5, which again, I take no offense to that, whatever, I don't care. But so I was like, okay, so then how, and there I was like, so you're a 5, so that means that at best you should be able to get an average chick once in a blue moon, if that. I was like, okay, then how do you explain the hundreds of hot girls that bang? And they're like, well, the only possible conclusion is that you're lying. I was like, okay, but I have like over 100 lay reports from start to finish. And they're like, yeah, but that means those must be fake. I was like, what would be an acceptable level of proof? And then they're like, well, if we saw you fucking the girl, but even that could be staged. So they couldn't give me an answer for what would be an acceptable amount of proof. Because if it's a video of me fucking a girl, that exists too. Like, I don't know what else I can do, like, besides fucking having MD hide in the closet. To even then, he's gonna be like, oh, this is like fucking Matrix reality. You're pulling a Matrix on me.
Well, they always shift their arguments. So, like, this is how you know somebody's bad faith, how they're being disingenuous. Like, my very first debate with them, when I first showed up, they just looked at my profile picture and they're like, oh, so you're, you say you're tall, you're a pretty good looking dude. Like, you probably do pretty well for yourself. And I was like, yeah, but there's also some times where like I failed. So I told them a story of when I failed. And then after that, in order to make this make sense within their black pill ideology, they're just like, oh, actually, you must be ugly then. Like, so at the very beginning, they're like, oh, we think Kevin's fairly good looking. And then after I tell them a story of me fucking up, they're just like, well, it's because you're ugly. It's like they literally just change their perception of how they view me to fit the narrative that looks is all that matters. And I see them doing this shit all the time. And you know what? We Waffles too. Look, I think he does better than worse for the manosphere. At least he's very open-minded, open to having dialogue. And he has his videos, ironically, for the most part, aren't too black-pilled. He does have some nihilism here and there, but that's besides the point. Even him, I've seen him kind of shift the way he says things sometimes to fit a certain narrative. So, for example, in your debate with Wheat Waffles, we could do a debate breakdown. I think the reason that he said that Indian PE, your business partner, on his after photo was at least an average is because he knew you were setting up. He knew that you were setting up the kind of story or the kind of narrative that, like, hey, this guy literally fucks, right? Like one of the streams we heard him like banging some girl in the background.
That was actually MD's stream.
Oh, that was MD's stream. That's so funny. So even Wheat Waffles, again, I think he largely does fine, but like if it wasn't in that context, there's no way he would have rated Indian PE a 5. He would have, in his after photo, he would have rated him like a 3 or something and been like, oh, it's over, bro. But he said that it was a 5 because he understood and he knew that what was coming up is this guy actually does well, right? So I see these guys shifting kind of the goalposts all the time just to make sure that, it fits into their black pill ideology. And then at that point, it begs the question is like, okay, well, is this black pill ideology fundamentally based in any kind of logic or reason? Or is it just a feelings fest, of like,
it's an ideology, just like the roll pill is. That's what it is.
Yep.
All right, so let me quickly go through these questions. I need to know what this kava stuff is you're drinking. Kava is awesome. It's a drink that's really popular in the South Pacific, so they drink it all the time in Fiji and those islands. That's how I learned about it. I traveled to Fiji when I was 20, and I fell in love with kava. So it's similar to alcohol, but it's non-alcoholic, and it has all the pros of alcohol without any of the negatives. That's like a very short version of the story. You get like the social inhibition, you're relaxed, you're happy, you're chatty, like with alcohol. But you don't get the sloppiness, the hangover. You can drive on it. You can fully function on it. If you take a breathalyzer test, you'll blow.
Dude, I've never heard about that. What causes that sort of? Is it placebo or is it?
No, it works. It works on the GABA receptors, just like alcohol does. It works on the same exact receptors. It just affects them differently.
Where can you get it from? Like Whole Foods?
Not Whole Foods, but you can order it online. I'll send you some links. You can order it online. Okay. You can get specialty stores.
Right on.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. All right, MD was trying to use you guys for subs. Sure, but he would have gotten the most benefit if he came on this channel. So when you do these collabs, usually when they go on your channel, that's like, so if I go, for example, if I go on Kevin's channel, that's going to be more advantageous for me than Kevin coming on my channel, right? Because I'm exposing myself to all his subs. So he's missing out on my 80,000 subs that he would have gotten. Also, he didn't use Playing with Fire in the title. So if you want to use me for subs, then just use Playing with Fire in the title so you can capitalize on the SEO. So if he's trying to use me for subs, then he's failing at it pretty badly, honestly.
Well, I think he understands that, like, if he comes on your channel, especially, everybody here obviously believes game exists. I mean, just look at the things that you teach. So I think he understands that it's not like he probably did a cost benefit analysis of like there's no way that people who are current viewers of yours are going to all of a sudden become fans of MD, right? Let's say he did win the debate, which obviously he wouldn't have based on the last debate and based on the fact that, hey, he's afraid to debate this time. But let's just say for all intents and purposes, he actually did win the debate. Unless he can prove to people that game doesn't work or isn't manipulation, they're not going to go over and subscribe to his channel, most likely. So
maybe not, but I do, even when it's someone who I don't agree with, I still plug them. Like Wheat Waffles, at the end, I made a pitch. I was like, hey, check out Wheat Waffles, check out his channel. I always do that for like my guests, like out of respect. So yeah, he probably wouldn't have been that many, but it still would have been better. At the very least, use Playing with Fire in the title if you're trying to capitalize on the SEO. No offense, but I don't think you guys understand the black pill. No offense taken. So if you want, you can come on and kind of tell us what we're missing.
I can explain the black pill better than any black pillar. One of the reasons why is none of them acknowledge the fact that it's tied up with nihilism. And for those of you who don't think it's nihilism, let me ask you this. Why is it called the black pill? Unless the implication is like, oh, like black people are the most attractive, then fine. But the reason that it's called the black pill is because black represents like darkness, right? So like the dark pill maybe is another way of saying it. Sometimes people are just like, oh, black, you mean racist? No, that's not what I mean, okay? There's a reason it's called the black pill because inherent within it, you already have a value judgment of saying that something is bad. As soon as you say uncomfortable truth rather than just the truth, you're already in a normative framework. If we're talking about philosophy, you're already making a value judgment saying something is bad, right? And let me ask you this as well, for you black pillars that don't think it's nihilism. How do you explain the commonly touted phrase, it's over? It's over.
Yeah.
The implication being it's pointless, therefore you shouldn't do anything, aka nihilism, right? it's like these guys don't know what nihilism means, but yeah, it is nihilism, and especially if it's genetic determinism, which a lot of these guys say. Well, basically, genetic determinism is basically like, okay, your life trajectory, what your life is your genetics. There's not much you can do about it. It's all nature, zero nurture, right? The implication there is you already, like, why even try if you're dealt a shit hand in terms of the genetics, right? If you're like on the losing end of the genetic lottery, why try? Why try? It's over, bro. That's nihilism. So the black pillars just either they don't understand that or they just don't even talk about it. But again, the proof is in the pudding, right? The fact that's called the black pill is the implication there already is that there's nihilism tied up in it, that there's dark negative emotions tied up in it. And if that's not enough, phrases like it's over, how can you explain your way out of that? Saying it's over and then saying it's not nihilism. Come on. So sorry. But if anybody wants to debate about that, just from a philosophical sense of the black pill,
we're open
to do that. That's actually what the part 2 of the debate was supposed to be about with MD, was him being like, oh, you guys don't understand the black pill. And guys, the last time I actually asked MD this on our first debate, I was like, hey, so if the black pill isn't nihilism, why is it called the black pill? And he gave the stupidest answer of all fucking time. I'm gonna like clip it out one day, but this is literally his answer. He's like, it's most people think that black equals bad, but it's not necessarily the case. Like sometimes the best part of a fruit is black. Sometimes white things are bad for you. White rice, for example, bad for you. Also, blackness, black is everything. The darkness of space. I was like, dude, what the fuck is this dude talking about? Like he had to do all these like mental gymnastics to explain his way around why it's called the black pill, because he knew that like people know inherently the black pill, there's already a value judgment on there that it's something negative, which is why they're using the term black, So anyway.
Okay. Someone said that thing about cold approach. Let me go back to that comment. So no, dude, it definitely works. I just banged a chick about a week ago from cold approach, and I think she's coming over tomorrow night. So you can definitely meet chicks from cold approach. Like again, you're not going to get all of them. You're not even going to get half. But definitely works in Miami. I've banged, I don't know how many girls from cold approach in Miami. So yeah.
I love this. This didn't that Al Johnson guy say he wants to come on?
Let me see. I'm just kind of going through these one at a time. They booted me off.
So you just prove you don't understand the black pill. Yeah, like I said, I understand it better than you, bro. Unless you look, it's not like I have education in conventional philosophy that's taught in schools, but I definitely do a lot of research and as much research as I can. And it's philosophically, there's already a value judgment implicit within the term black pill itself, which, what's implicit within it is nihilism, negative emotions, cynicism, apathy.
So someone says, I was a panel member for a few months trying to help men in the area, but they actually trashed me when they found out I bought courses for my psych research thesis. Yeah. That's like super.
I remember that guy. Yeah. He was he was on stream with me and Duke and Don when we were covering the Tate thing. So I remember seeing you on MD's stream like a while ago. Yeah.
I don't agree with personal attacks or doxing on both sides. I want to hear debates or games. So there has been no doxing or personal attacks on our part at all. I haven't personally attacked him. I mean, I might have cracked a few jokes, and I haven't doxed him. There's a lot of people in the comments who are saying his real name, blah, blah, blah. I haven't brought up a single one of those comments. So I'm also very anti-doxing. So yeah, There's none of that on my part at all. I'm disappointed. I want to see a debate. Me too, bro. I was looking forward to it.
Yeah, man. Don't blame us. We're here. We're ready to go. But this is supposed to happen last week. So we were already nice enough to be like, hey, okay, fine. We'll reschedule the next week. And they just don't freaking show up. Wonder why.
Black Pillar want to pick Alex's brain about the future of inceldom and the sustainability of online dating. Yeah, man. You can so can you write out a little bit what exactly you disagree with us on, or you just want to pick my brain? Just let me know.
Wait, there's another guy on here. He says, named Peter.
Okay, cool.
I'd like to debate. Bring me on.
Okay, cool. Let me just go through these one at a time. When we get to him, we will. I just don't want to miss any. comments. Did they took that meth idea from Alex Starbucks? Oh, maybe, because I had an old roommate who did meth, so I guess I'm guilty by association. Playing with fire, like, yep, I saw that. Again, it's not something that I'm gonna really bring up because again, I don't want to dox people. I'm anti-doxing. I'm anti-personal attacks. So
yeah, we all know who ND is, but
yeah,
just out of respect
known
for
about,
him, it's like
I've known about that for a while. And even despite all this, I'm still gonna not say anything. Like
even with Rolo, for example, right? Some people like they'll make fun of him and be like, George. It's like, dude, if he wants to be called Rolo, I'll call him Rolo.
Yeah,
like, I get
me
it.
too. Nor am I going to talk about his wife. Like, I'm going to keep it respectful.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. Yep.
Debate me. Okay. First of all, is this the LMS? Oh no, it's not Face LMS. It's a different guy.
No, it's LMS's biggest fan. Face and LMS's biggest fan.
Write out in the comments. We'll have you on. Write out in the comment what exactly you disagree with us on and what you would like to discuss. Because we've had a lot of situations, and I get it. Like, you want to chat with us. That's awesome. And maybe one day I'll do a stream where I just literally just talk to people where they say they want to debate, but then they just really agree with everything. So that's not like too interesting for the audience.
Yeah, we don't want another. Well, maybe we do for comedy's sake, but another Jack Dorsey where they're just like, Kevin, you're ugly. Look at you. Look at your beard.
Pants, you smell funny. And I'm going to give you a swirly.
My dad, your dad.
My dad will beat up your dad. Any thoughts on entrepreneurs and cars? Yeah, I'm not a fan. He was supposed to come on for a podcast and he backed out last minute. So I'm not a big fan.
Also, dude, he was I forget. I think it was during the whole Alvin Preach thing. Like he was talking a bunch of shit about me, and I think about you too. But he didn't dare say our names, right? Because no oxygen.
Yeah, they never ever do.
But yeah, his whole thing of like, yeah, women. Dude, he purposely makes his voice deeper on his videos. It's so cringe. Like you could tell he's like I can tell when somebody's trying to like purposely deepen their voice, but he's like, yeah, so women just wait at the finish line and fuck the winners. Like, dude, that's such an incel thing to say. Funny enough, a lot of these red pill guys are way more black pilled because they're very nihilistic.
Yeah, that's true.
Than they really are, So it's like, dude, there's a time and a place, of course, to talk about, and I actually want to talk about like the problem with modern day women on this channel. But it's like, in order for me to have that discussion, there's so much bullshit I need to like dispel from other people in the manosphere first, because I don't want to be associated with them. I don't want people to come across my channel and just be like, oh, this is just another one of those red pill incels that just bitch and whine and complain about women. It's like, is this the manosphere? If it's the manosphere, you talk more about men and how to be a man and how to be better as a man, and not just bitch and whine about women.
The bitchosphere.
I don't know what you call it. We call it like, yeah, the bitchosphere. That's literally what it should be called. One, because all you talk about is bitches, like in a nice sense, right? Like as in women. And you're just bitching. You're bitching about bitches, right? It's the bitchosphere. Fuck that. If the real manosphere is people actually trying to become better men, right? And all of these simps, all of these NPCs will like point out to like one video or like one time where they give self-improvement advice. It's like 10% of their content, if that, right? And usually it's coming from a place of like, modern women are so fucked up nowadays. You should just focus on yourself, bro. It's like, it's still contingent on the fact that modern women are fucked up and it's pointless. Therefore, you should self-improve and get the bag. It's like, hey, how about you do both? How about you get the bag, improve yourself, and in addition to that, develop relationships with women and quit bitching and whining like an incel.
Yeah, these guys who they don't really have a social circle. They don't really have hobbies. They live with their parents. They act like their only choice, like, look, I can either focus on my job, working 25 hours a week, or I can go to the gym, or I can pick up girls. I can't do all three at the same time. So a lot of these guys, it just comes down to that they're bad at multitasking, honestly.
The biggest cope is when people are like, oh, I'm not focusing on women right now. I'm just like focusing on myself, like on creating my empire. Like, dog. Sometimes that's legit. It's legit if you've had past success with women. So for me, for example, I just did No Nut November, right? And I'm moving out to Vegas in a few weeks. So until then, like I'm fully focused on like this stuff. I actually don't have time for girls right now because next time when I'm going to Vegas, I'm going to be doing a lot of socializing, obviously. But if I said that same thing and I never had past success with women, that would just be a massive cope. somebody says, Kevin, where are your infields? Dude, I'm not a pickup artist. So like here's my plan when I'm going to Vegas, a little sneak peek. I'm going to be doing a lot of like street interviews and stuff. I think that's the way to do it. But if like, what's the point of me doing infields if I'm not a pickup artist? You know, like
Yeah,
I never claimed to be.
I started doing infields when I hit 50K because I just got so tired of the people in the comments. I was also like, no, I really didn't want to do them. But I just got so annoyed when people kept asking me, bro, you don't have any infields. So at like 50K, I gave in and started doing it.
I think it's fine. And again, it's important to post. Like, you don't necessarily need to always post receipts, but you should have them. So like in my video.
No, you should definitely have receipts. Yeah.
Yeah. Like in my one video, 5 Lies of the Manosphere, I post like 5 minutes of receipts. And, you know, it's not like the receipts that Donovan posts or that Rolo claims about, where it's like, oh, here's my receipts from like 10 years ago. It's like they were all from the past year. Like a lot of them were just my text and like random things that I posted on my stories and shit, you know, where I didn't think that I was in Vegas. And that's like that's not even the half of them. So receipts are important, but it's like it's to a certain point, and what's the point of those receipts? And again, for me, I'm not a pickup artist. So it's like if I post an infield, I mean, I don't even know what, like, the pickup part is important, but like I said, I'm not a pickup artist. So it's not like you're going to hire me to be your pickup artist coach anyway, right? My specialty is looks maxing philosophy. So,
well, okay. So I'll just kind of get through. Yes, I want his opinion on Corey Wayne. Haha. So I have no problem with Corey Wayne at all. That being said, I'm not too familiar with his content, I'll be honest. So I'll put that as a disclaimer. From the little I've seen, he does not seem like the kind of guy that gets laid at all, just based on his energy, his vibe, and his demeanor. He seems very meek and beta, which, again, you know, I'm not trying to insult him. I have no problem with him. But
so Coach Whitepill has a good breakdown of his book. Basically, he doesn't like, look, I say myself, I'm not a pickup artist, but I do still do some pickup things, obviously, right? That's a good skill to learn, but that's not my specialty, right? It's kind of like if I'm a baseball player, but I'm a pitcher, and then you're just like, hey, where's your footage of you hitting home runs? It's like, I'm a pitcher, bro. I'm not going to be good at hitting home runs, you know? So, but Coach Whitebill has a really good breakdown of Corey Wayne. And yeah, he's just, let me just say his game works in terms of helping you pick up single moms. How about that? He even gives examples of that in his book. He seems like a cool guy, though. Like, actually, I think his relationship advice is actually quite good. I just think his dating advice is dog shit, very bad. But his relationship advice, once you're dating the girl, actually seems pretty legitimate from what I've seen.
Okay. You're probably more familiar with him than I am. I like MD, but I don't like that he invites guests, encourage, and promotes his followers to trash her. Yeah, it's very intellectually disgenuine. That's what he does. It's like very middle school type of shit, which, you know, I don't do on this channel. Is playing with fire red pill. I'm no pill. So I just have my sense. I don't stick to any ideologies. Like, I don't, it's the same. I'm the same way with politics. It's like Republican or Democrat. I don't give a shit about either one. I have a certain sense of beliefs. I think most of my beliefs are probably somewhere between red pill and pickup. But again, I don't hold to any ideology. I don't give a shit about these ideologies. I just have my set of beliefs based on experiences and that I've seen for myself and my clients. And that's it. I don't identify with any ideology because I don't give a shit about them. I don't give a shit about the red pill. I don't give a shit about the black pill. I don't give a shit about the PUAs. Yeah. So I have my own set of beliefs. And that's how I think everyone should be. Okay.
So we're gonna have any of the black pill bros on the debate or not?
Yeah. Did you see? I'm just going through the comments. I'm trying to go through these fast, but there's a lot.
Yeah.
Let me
There's
see.
one guy named Peter that wanted to. That looks money status guy. I think Al Johnson as well.
Did they post what they actually want to? Yes, we are. So we're accepting debates. Did they actually post what they want to discuss?
I don't think I saw that. No.
Because I just want to see. Someone asked. Kava tastes like ass. Have you had keratin? Yes, I have. I want to see, like, I'm just skipping through all this, like, there's a lot of, like, discussion back and forth. UT is working on myself. Okay. Wow, there's so much shit I'm going through. I'm like mass going through all this shit. Like to converse with you as Kevin, I'd like to have an opportunity to converse with you. You seem like an articulate dude. Okay. But so are you talking about like right now you want to debate, or you just want to like connect with Kevin and like just have a convo with him?
I think he said at first he said he wanted to debate. He said, I already did, yes, want to defend some of Wheat's positions and discuss the sociological implications of increasing male virginity. I mean, okay, we could talk about that, but we're going to have more agreement than disagreement with that. Like, of course, like the increasing male virginity is going to be a big issue. You know, you can already kind of see there's actually already an example of what's happening. So, for example, in Japan, right? Japan, the male virginity, I think the average age of male loses his virginity is like 26 or something insane like that.
That's insane.
Yeah, and it's like it has the highest suicide rate in the world, mostly from men. So like we already know that this type of stuff, indirectly, there's been a black pill in Japan for a while. People just don't have a name to it. They just kind of cope with anime and hentai porn. So, but yeah, I mean, hey, it's up to you, Alex. I mean, you can bring on whoever.
Yeah, I posted the link, so we'll go through these one at a time. So let's start off. Actually, we'll make it first come, first serve. So I posted the link in the comments. All we ask is that you don't show your dick. Yeah. Believe it or not, it's something that happens quite a lot. And to me, it's always boggles my mind. Okay, like I understand if me and you were hot chicks and this guy, like it's creepy and weird as fuck, but it makes sense why a guy would want to show his dick to hot chicks. What I don't understand is why a straight guy would want to show his dick to two other dudes in a stream full of dudes.
Well, it's not just two other dudes. Yeah, it's a stream full of
people.
So
fucking weird to me.
I think they want to do that because they want to sabotage the stream. That's the only reason I could think of. I mean, thankfully that hasn't happened to me yet.
I wish that was the case, bro. I think it's some of these guys legitimately think it's like alpha or something like that.
I mean, look, it would be alpha if you also show your face and say your name. It would be super cringe, but at the very least, you're showing like, hey, man, I don't give a fuck, right? I'll show my dick. I'll show my name. I don't give a fuck. But still, it's still weird, right?
It's so
just
fucking
because
weird.
It's alpha doesn't mean it's not weird as fuck.
No, there's nothing alpha about it. There's zero alpha about showing your dick to a bunch of dudes. I want to be very clear on that.
All right, let me put it this way.
Alex says it's alpha to show your dick to a bunch of guys.
Let me put it this way. Like, let's say that there's a bunch of dudes in prison and there's just like one like super giga chad who's not gay, but just wants to go around and fuck all the dudes around him to assert dominance. And all the other dudes have no option because the giga chad will just overpower him. It's like, okay, is that the alpha thing to do? Technically, he's the alpha because all of these submissive little betas have no choice but to have sex with him. But it's still kind of weird, right? Technically, maybe he's the alpha of the group because if you don't get butt fucked by him, then I don't know. I guess he'll kill you, but it's still weird, right?
Yeah, it's pretty fucking.
Those are one of those situations where alpha is not necessarily a good thing to strive for, and that's in that particular case.
If that's being alpha, then I want to be beta. I'll happily be the beta guy in jail. Yo, bro, you're being beta right now. You're not fucking showing your dick. I'm like, yep, dude, I'm a beta. I'm a little bitch. I'm a beta pill over here, blue pill. I'm good. Yeah. You guys do your gay little shit over here. I'm just gonna fucking count down the minutes until I get out of here. Okay, so let's see. We got 3 people on. Let's start with Black Pill Medicine, since he's been talking for a while.
Wait, hold on. So look, I like Black Pill Medicine, but we should have him on a little bit later. He's gonna be more in agreement with us than anything.
Oh, is he?
Yeah. I mean, no offense, Black Pill Medicine. I like your channel, I like your takes. I think I remember. I don't know if you still post YouTube videos, but I think you did back in the day. But I appreciated your takes on the Tate thing. But I think we want to make sure we have people on first that like want to debate us about stuff first.
Okay, Black Pill, we'll have you on second then. How does that sound? So we got 2 other people, Angry and Big D. Both not usernames that I'm excited to bring on.
Wait,
Angry,
Big D?
Big D. That's the one I really am hesitant to bring on. Big D, I'm going to need you to go ahead and write out in the comments saying that you're not going to show your dick. The Big D stands for like Big David or something like that.
Yeah.
Like big Dan, not Big Dick. And just kind of write out what you want to talk about, because that username has me real suspicious. Big D.
Really quickly, Hubert Humphrey, you should debate red pillars, please. Dude, we would love to debate them.
They never want to do it.
but they never want to do it. They don't want to have their ideas challenged, first of all, and which actually begs the question: are you really red pilled then? Because Rollo Tomassi says himself that the red pill isn't written in pen; it's written in pencil. It can be changed at any time. So how do you ground the red pill in anything? You ground the red pill in the sense that you're willing to have discussions, you're willing to change your mind and actually seek the truth. So we are holding them to that standard by challenging to a friendly debate, right? And yet they still don't want to do it. I wonder why. Maybe it's because they're not actually red pill.
Big D just dropped off, so okay, maybe he's like, oh fuck, they're on to
All
me.
right, so Angry is
Let's
that
bring
Peter
Angry.
guy.
Okay, let's bring Angry on.
What's his name? Please don't just start yelling as soon as you come.
Motherfucker!
I'm angry,
but I like all your content. You helped me increase my Tinder matches by 3x, but I fucking hate you.
But I'm still pissed.
What's up, Angry?
Hey, what's up?
What's up? Oh, okay. You don't sound too
Yeah,
angry.
he doesn't sound angry. So that's
No, I'm good. I'm just like chilling in my dad's guest house right now. Like the fireplace is on and shit. So, it's a calm time. Yeah. So anyway, I watched Alex's debate yesterday with Wheat Waffles, and I think he brought up some good points about like catfishing and basically increasing your value on Tinder and deceiving the girl. So I just think like if everyone's a 5 basically and they increase their value to a 6 or a 7, if that's the advice you're giving out to every guy, isn't that just going to increase the barrier to entry and make women more pissed off?
Okay, so that's a fair question. So first of all, let me just acquaint people with what you're talking about. So what he's referring to is yesterday I was having a debate with Wheat Waffles, and a point that Wheat Waffles brought up is he's like, hey man, in your pictures you look like a 7, but in real life you look like a 5.5, which I take no offense to that. I don't really care. And so well, I don't think I'm 5.5, but that's besides the point. The point he's making is that I look better in my pictures than I do in real life. So my response to him was, yeah, dude, that's the whole fucking point. I think that if you're a guy and you don't look at the very least slightly better in your photos than you do in real life, then you are limiting yourself, and that's poor game. And the reason for this is because chicks have been doing angles and lighting for decades. Like even fat girls know that with good lighting, good angles, you can make yourself look better. This is nothing new to girls at all. The problem is that the vast majority of guys have no idea about this. So the pattern I noticed time and time again when I was doing my coaching calls is when I would have a coaching guy who I look at his Tinder photos, he looked like a 6, but in real life, he's like a 7. I'd be like, dude, like these chicks think you're uglier than you really are. And that was like the majority of guys. They actually look worse in their photos than they do in real life because they're using bad lighting, bad angles, and just, bad fashion, like just bad things. So my whole thing is that you want to look better. Now, the other point that I made to Wheat Waffles is that it's about degrees of exaggeration. So, for example, if you are 5'11", you say 6 feet, you're going to be fine. Like 99.999 out of 100 out of 1,000 times, the girl's not going to bring it up at all, right? Now, if you're 5'6" and you say you're 6 feet, you're probably going to get caught. So it's degrees of exaggeration. So what I'm not for like hardcore catfishing and like using fake photos and just being and then you could say, oh, Alex, but then you fuck around with deep fakes. That's a story in of itself. That was for experiment. That's not really like my game. I'm not for extreme exaggeration. What I am for is playing the game well and using things like angles and lighting to your advantage. Because if you don't, other guys are gonna, get it. Like other guys are gonna take advantage of that. And keep in mind, I'm not like the president of Tinder. I don't focus on the macro, right? Because I have no control of the macro. Tinder doesn't consult me. The president of the US doesn't consult me about like social policies. I focus on the micro of helping my clients, helping the guys who follow my channel get the best outcomes. So I don't think about the macro. I focus on the micro. I help my clients, my subscribers have the best chance in the dating game without getting into trouble. Like I would never tell a guy who's 5'6" to say he's 6 feet because that could get him in a trouble in the sense, not like legal trouble, but in the sense that the chick is going to be like, what the fuck? Like you don't look like your photos. That's not going to be a good experience. But I would 100% of the time tell my client who's 5'11" to say he's 6 feet. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. But I mean, like if you're just like advising your clients or whatever to make the best profile they can, that's still not really addressing the elephant in the room. You know what I mean?
What's the elephant in the room?
So the elephant in the room is that Tinder is just becoming increasingly competitive, and I guess the results that you can attain from Tinder are dwindling. Does that make sense?
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know if you saw, but I have a
Yeah.
video on. I literally just did a video on this a week ago.
Mhm.
But I'm a firm believer in that you want to acknowledge the problem, but the problem I have with the black pill and red pill community is that they talk about the problem and the problem. This channel is focused on the solutions. Yes, I recognize that Tinder is competitive. I have no control over that. If I did, believe me, I would wave my magic wand and I would fix the problem. I have no control over that. I can't change that. So that's the problem that I can't change. What I can do is help guys play the game and offer them practical solutions. So to me, making video after video talking about the problem is, one, I don't think it's productive in any way, but two, I think it's doing my subscribers a disservice, because then they're going to approach it with a negative mindset and they're going to be like, oh, fuck this shit, right? Like, I want to be the channel that motivates people within reason. I don't want to give people false hopes, but I want to give people practical strategies, not just keep focusing on the problem.
So I think like you need to know the problem to find the correct solution, right? So like do you think every guy basically should enhance their profile? Like, what would be the consequence of that? You know what I mean? I think women would just become more frustrated with the app, and then the demographics would become even worse. So
right, but again, I'm not the president of Tinder. I'm not the president of the US. I'm focused on the micro. I'm not looking at it from the overall. Oh, like, how can it would be really dumb of me to be like, you know what? I want to change Tinder. I want to change the dating marketplace, because realistically, I have 80,000 subs. I have no impact on the overall dating marketplace. What I can do is improve the lives and success of people who check out my channel. But for me to try to change the dating marketplace would be like insanely stupid and naive of me.
okay, so like I think I'm sort of equating what you're saying right now to what Jordan Peterson says to men. Like, you shouldn't really concern yourself with society's problems until you clean your room. So it's like, in a sense, it's like you kind of have no right to complain or whatever until you maximize your prospects or whatever. So I don't know. My point is, though, that like some societal issues lead to your individual plight, right? So it's like, obviously you have some degree of influence, right? You have like 80K subs. So I just think like I think your advice is really good for the most part. On the micro level
is completely insignificant to the overall picture. 80K subs is a joke compared to the overall picture, how many people I would have to impact and change. Even if I could, look, dude, if I could talk to every single guy, I've often talked about this with my roommate. If I could connect with every single guy in Miami, be like, hey, dude, we're going to commit to 1 month. We're actually going to play hard to get. We're not going to give these chicks any validation. We're actually going to all just chill out for a month, play some fucking soccer. We're not going to pursue these girls aggressively to kind of flip their whole entitlement. I would love to do that. But even though I know a lot of people in Miami, I'm nowhere close to being able to make any kind of difference on it. And that's the thing, no one is. I'm the same way with politics. Like, I have certain political positions, things that I would like. I can vote. That's about the extent of it. I have no overall influence on politics in the United States. So I don't focus on the overall political issues. I just focus on my life. And it's the same way with this. I have no influence on the overall picture of dating. I just have influence on people who follow me. So I'm going to give them the best advice.
So, yeah, I mean, I guess Wheat Waffles approaches it in the same way. Like, I don't think there's many manosphere content creators that really look at the dating market from a macro perspective. So you have a point,
Well, to his credit, Rolo tries. He just like totally fails because he actually doesn't understand what he's talking about because he hasn't dated a girl since the 80s. I want to ask you though, Peter. Like,
I mean, sorry to interrupt. I think Rolo's like one of the only intelligent manospherians. Actually,
he's not really that.
Oh, what about me, bro? I got 2,000 on my IQ.
Well, like again, I'm like an incel virgin or whatever, and I watch your content, so obviously I like you.
No, well, let me ask you this, Peter. So, like, what do you? So you brought up the problem of Tinder and how it's getting more.
It's not just Tinder, obviously, but yeah.
Yeah. Just in general. I mean, what?
Yeah.
Do you have any solutions that you've been kind of? I'm not asking you like, hey, you better have a solution. I'm just curious. Like, what are your thoughts on it? I'm just curious.
I mean, I just think for average guys, like the best way to solve their issue is by social circle maxing. I'm sure you know what that is, but it's probably the most. But like, unfortunately, it's getting more difficult now because like even in my area, for example, there's a lot more men than women, and I guess there's a YouTuber, Incelmatics, and he discusses it from a macro point of view. And basically, like, it's after college, right? After you obtain your undergrad degree, you're not going to have as many opportunities to meet women. So it becomes more and more difficult. And for me, for example, like, I'm clinically autistic. I'm not low IQ or anything, but it's just I've never been able to make friends throughout my life. And at a certain point, it's like when you're 18, 19 and you don't have a social circle, it's like, you know, it's not going to be easy to just pick that up and, you know, out of nowhere. Like, you need to start young, at a young age. It's really beneficial for most guys.
Let me interject here a second, because, you know, actually I wrote a book on this last year. I wrote it in like a month, and I just haven't done the editing and stuff for it. But it is important, and eventually I will release it, because it's trying to cover like the whole incel problem. So here's the issue at hand. Okay, so
sure,
you know, this is something I appreciate Rollo on, in the sense of he helped to kind of create this idea that there is a sexual marketplace, right? And in the blue-pilled world and stuff that we're raised in, that sounds like objectification, whatever. It sounds like so like not fairy tale, not romantic, whatever. But the reality is this: like, everything's a marketplace, right? Supply and demand. So I appreciate the fact that he did that. So up until there's a few things going on. So you can actually trace it back possibly to the early 1900s, where people started to get less religious, because contraceptives did actually exist back then. But I think more importantly, basically around the 1960s, when the birth control pill was invented, that's when things started to change, right? Because the birth control pill was invented, I believe, in 1960. Originally, it was actually to try to help with menstrual cramps, but then they actually figured out also it helps to prevent pregnancy.
He talks about the birth control pill being as influential as the hydrogen bomb. So
maybe even more so.
Who?
Rollo. Yeah.
Maybe even more so.
I mean, a lot of people say that too. I mean, Jordan Peterson says that as well, and I would totally agree with that, right? Mm-hmm. So here's the thing, because we have to identify the problems and stuff first. So people will say like, okay, well, the birth control pill, some people say like, oh, it ruined society or whatever. I think it's inevitable, because, you know, in a way, science is inevitable, right? Being able to have control of your birth with science progressing basically linearly over time, it's basically inevitable. So it's like, why complain about it? And not just that, it's like, okay, if you look at the birth control pill as a negative thing, because what happened as a result of the birth control pill is, in a regulated sexual marketplace, let's say that you were a 90th percentile man, where nowadays you're a 90th percentile man, dude, you got every single girl like flinging their pussy at you, right? But back then, when in a monogamy normative society, more than likely the 90th percentile man is going to get married off with the 90th percentile woman, probably, right?
That's the 101 red pill theory, yeah.
Yeah. And so back then, right, let's say before the birth control pill, and also this is important, in a Christian normative society, you know, a guy who's in the 40th percentile of the sexual marketplace would probably get paired up with a girl in the 40th percentile of the sexual marketplace, because like, that's all that's left, right? It's like one-on-one. That's very, you know, the issue is, okay, you know, there's a few different things going on, because it's like, okay, well, what are we going to do now? One is the birth control pill, would it have been scientifically inevitable for this to happen no matter what, right? And I would argue that yes, it would. But the fact of the matter is, the birth control pill is here already. So like, what could you possibly do to go back to the regulated marketplace? Again, it was for a brief period of time. Throughout the vast span of human history, most of the women went to a small subset of the men, right? Except for when Christianity arose and monogamy became the norm. So
it's weird, because this Christian monogamy is actually socially progressive, if you think about it.
It's an actual social construction, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's just
so
now
we revert like back to our animal selves once we destroy these social institutions, right?
Exactly.
So it's some of our ideological concerns, for example, feminists, whatever they want to say, like I'll sleep with a guy that's 5'4", whatever, I won't discriminate. A lot of these ideological concerns are superseded by their animal instincts.
Yep. So that's why it's interesting when people are like, oh, back in the day, you know, this wasn't it. It's like, dude, that was an actual social construction at the time. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
So,
yeah. But I also think a lot of the male-female relationships back then were more cohesive.
Yeah, and you can definitely make an argument to that as well. But here's the issue.
Mhm.
Here's the issue. What's going to happen? I'm not necessarily taking a stance over this because I have to really think about it, and it's hard to actually have an answer for it. It's kind of like a rock and a hard place type situation. In order for us to go back to a one-on-one type of deal before the
I'm not even advocating for that, but yeah,
I know you're not.
Let's entertain it. Yeah.
Yeah, but in order for that to happen, you will have to significantly suppress women's rights because what you end up having to happen is it's either that or we go back to a very religious, very Christian-centric society. But then again, that begs the question. It's like, okay, we don't have a sample size of what happens in a Christian normative society in which also there's extremely effective birth control, right? Because actually there's another study that shows, I think in England, that like something like 10% of children like think their dad is somebody, but it's actually somebody else, right? And actually not just that, I think 30. It's some crazy statistic. I have to find it, but it's something like 20 to 30% of people, they actually aren't from the family that they think they're from. Like if they track their lineage, or let's say, for example, your last name's Johnson, right? You just assume that like some guy named Johnson 200 years ago is your ancestor, when in fact, there's actually some cheating going on and you're actually not part of that lineage. It's something insane in Europe. Like it was studies like 20, 30%. So that just goes to show you that even when Christianity actually was the norm, there was still a lot of this cheating and stuff going on. It's just that it was less obvious. Exactly. So I reckon to say, even if we brought like, Christian monogamy normative type things back into play, really tough to do, by the way, like the whole Nietzsche God is dead type shit, right? That's like,
well, I think Christianity's dead in the West, so it's not going to happen.
Yeah. I totally agree. So it's like the only other possible solution to be able to get it to be like a one-on-one type deal where like the bottom % of guys are also get to be, you have to start suppressing women's rights. You have to start doing enforced monogamy, that type of shit. So it's a really slippery slope, man.
I just think like when you're not suppressing women's rights, like in our current society, like I think men are more disenfranchised. Like we can clearly see this. I think especially among like the younger demographic, like women are a lot more educated. I think women are making more money than younger men. Obviously in the sexual marketplace, they have more power. So like I don't know how to address the issue, obviously, but it's not a good time for a lot of men. Right.
Let me make this point. I think is going to put this in perspective. Yeah. You ever hear the expression nowadays, the rich are getting richer, the poor getting poorer?
Yeah, of course.
The same thing is going on with pussy. So right now,
yes, and Tinder as well, most notably.
Pussy, Tinder, it all equates the same thing. Well, so the rich, it's never better to be a rich person now. You can make more money than you ever could have. However, the same thing with pussy. The guys, the top 0.1%.
Because data spreads a lot faster than land, right? And that's the main currency now.
It's because of technology. So you can you can have the guys who are at the top, they're getting more pussy now than they ever could have in history. Like if you're going to be a top 1%, it's better purely in terms of pussy. It's better to do it now than it was 50 years ago, right? At the same time,
but also it's better to be a pleb now than it was to be a king like 400 years ago, right? So anyhow.
In certain ways, not in terms of pussy, but obviously in terms of quality.
Economic, quality of life. Okay. Anyhow, I'll let you continue.
Right. So what I'm saying, there's limited resources. There's a limited amount of pussy in a way, and there's a limited amount of money, limited amount of resources. It's going to keep happening that way, unless there's going to be some major radical changes, which are realistically not going to happen. So the rich are going to keep getting richer. The top guys are going to keep getting more pussy, and the bottom are going to keep getting left out. Now, I personally don't really like talking about macro issues unless it's purely as a thought experiment, because it's something that we have no control over. So I focus on things that I can control rather than things I can't control. So my whole thing is I'm going to be part of the guy. I'm going to be part of that 1% who makes money. I'm going to be part of that whatever 10% who gets pussy. I'm going to play the game, and I'm going to win at the game. And that's the attitude that I think every guy should try to have, because you can't control society, but you can control yourself and your outcomes. Now, with me, I'm also going to instill those kind of ideas with my friends and my audience, right? Because those are the people who I have some kind of influence and control over. But
this sounds a lot like just libertarianism or just individualism.
Yeah, I'm very much.
I want to add something here to actually add like a little bit of a glimmer of hope. So first of all, let's be honest here. Most of the top 10% guys, maybe even the top 20%, those like alpha dudes that can get pussy no matter what, they probably like they're probably living in a blue pilled mindset, right? Like let's think of like the typical Chad quarterback, that ends up, and a lot of those guys end up getting married, right? Like you see, like if you watch like the SEC, for example, SEC football, a lot of these guys, like, all glory to God, whatever, they end up having, maybe they have a little bit of fun in college, but a lot of these guys end up, eventually settling
some
down.
of them, Kevin, but some of them, the ones who know how to play the game, they're just fucking like hundreds of girls every year.
No. I totally get that. But I'm saying the vast majority of like the alpha dudes that are like super good looking, super whatever, that the girls just like drool over. A lot of those guys are living still in that blue pill mindset, because let's be honest, most of the guys who end up going into the red pill and looking up this stuff, they do it because
they have a reason to do it in the first place. Absolutely.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's a good point.
And once they do that, then they develop the mindset of like, oh, once you're red pilled first, maybe you're like, oh, maybe monogamy is not all it's all cracked up to be. So it is kind of a glimmer of hope of like these Giga Chad guys who definitely exist out there. A lot of them still have that blue pilled mindset where they'll get like married. So for example, like Jason Momoa, right? Jason Momoa is like he's not, if there's like a Giga Chad, he's like a Terra Chad, all right? And he's like married to like a single mom. You know what I mean? So like,
that's funny.
So there is sort of a glimmer of hope in that sense of like learning game, being red pill aware, kind of is one of those equalizer things that at least gives you a chance. And here's another thing that might offer you a glimmer of hope, although it's a little bit more on the negative side. Yeah. Because things are so much tougher nowadays, there's a lot of dudes that just fucking check out. A lot of dudes that just check out, and that's a lot of guys who might have been your competition before. They're not your competition anymore. I don't say that. But
that competition probably wouldn't have had a chance anyway. So it's not like the normie competition is canceling itself.
Okay, so let's say this then. So let's bring it back down to percentiles. So let's say that you're like a 50th percentile guy.
A lot of this stuff is like arbitrary, and we're pulling it out of our ass. You know what I mean? And that's what Wheat Waffles does too. Like I actually think he's a smart guy, and he's very cogent, like he structures his videos very well, but a lot of the figures that he presents are just pulled out of his ass. So that's
I do appreciate when he gives practical looks maxing advice, though. I think that's where there's a lot of quality of this thing. Let me finish my point here.
For sure.
So when you're a 50th, let's just say, for example, if you're a 50th percentile guy in the sexual marketplace, whatever current market,
I don't know what that constitutes, but sure, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's fine. So I'll explain. So if you're a 50th percentile guy, and there's these other guys who are also within that 50th percentile range or whatever. Well, let's say between 40 and 60%. All right.
And is this like on genetic potential? Is this like what you currently have?
Just based on genetics. Just based on genetics, right? So just based on whatever genetics you have right now. Okay. So let's say there's a range between 40th and 60th percentile guys. All right. Let's say that there's only a very small subset of women that you guys are all going to end up competing over or competing for to even have a chance with. If half of those guys are giving up just by virtue of you at least trying, at the very least, you have more of a chance than if you didn't anyway. Because here's the thing, we're not going to lie to you guys. It's like there's a reason that these dating channels and stuff exist, and why not our channels, but like Alex said this in his debate with Wheat Waffles, like the biggest dating programs like make millions of dollars. You guys have probably never heard of because they just run like these weird ad campaigns, right?
Oh yeah.
But the reason that there's so much money in that niche is because guys are struggling. It's harder than ever. But
let me interject. Sorry,
I think
one more thing. Despite that fact, are you still going to like do something? Like that's where I talk about with the black pill, and I can't help but think that a lot of the black pill is nihilism, because a lot of them are just like, hey, it's over, give up. Like even despite the odds, like shouldn't you at least try your best, at least increase the odds that maybe something will happen, however slim it might be?
Well, it depends what you value in life, Kevin. It depends how much you value your time. It depends like what else you want to pursue. You know what I mean?
These guys aren't doing shit. I mean, like
also wait,
like I'm an incel, right? But I still have some stuff going for me. Like I'm a STEM student, for example. That's pretty much it.
But just by virtue of being in this space, doesn't that show? It's like if you want to see, I look at actions, not words, right? So if somebody's spending all of their time in black pill spaces in the manosphere talking about women, doesn't that show that that's something that they do care about?
Yeah. for sure.
So that's how I kind of base it. It's like, you have an argument for sure. If you're one of those guys, and there's some guys genuinely who I've met who actually really don't care. They don't have much.
But you have to be low T though to not care, I think.
That's true.
Okay,
That's true.
let me say this one thing.
And I'm actually low T myself, but I'm just saying, like, overall, I think MGTOW is cope because a lot of MGTOWs do care about getting into relationships, and I think their mental health. I think their mental health would be significantly elevated if they were in monogamous relationships. So again, a lot of this stuff is cope, right? And I think a lot of these black pillars are cope too because they don't understand the value of being neurotypical. Because, for example, I've been rated by Wheat Waffles as a 6.5. I'm 5'10", Mediterranean. So, I mean, in theory, right, I'd be able to actualize my potential. But, I mean, I never had a social circle when I was young. And obviously, I'm not neurotypical and I have very high inhibition. So I'll let Alex speak.
Yeah, let me, because we do got to move on very soon.
Yeah, for sure, dude.
People waiting.
I appreciate you guys giving me a chance.
Hang on, Angry. I do want to tell you something. So before you go, because I was thinking this the whole time. So you said you're 5'10", you're Mediterranean. Whatever was the name, radio 6.5. Do you live in America?
Yes.
Okay. Are you lower middle? Are you middle class? Below middle class?
Upper middle class. Yeah. I'm like chilling right now in my dad's guest house. So.
Okay. And how old are you?
It's funny. I've actually been on here before, and I'm not sure if you remember me, but again, and you were giving me advice, very good advice. 19.
19. Okay, so you're on. I do think you were on here before. I just forget because I do so many.
And again, I didn't want to talk about myself. That's kind of the thing. I just wanted to talk about more of the macro, and that's.
Yeah, fair enough. I do want to make this point because there might.
You can. Yeah, you say whatever for sure.
You are in the top 10% of potential. You're in a first world country, America, one of the best countries to be in. You're a U.S. citizen. You're 5'10". You're above average height. You're above average looks. You're very young. That's probably the biggest one of these factors.
The age pill is brutal for sure. Yeah, being young is important. Yeah,
it's very important. You are in the top 10% of potential. So you actually, let's say you're starting the game right now. The odds are in your favor. The one thing you mentioned that you have autism. Okay, that is a disadvantage. But you have a whole bunch of advantages. So I think that if I was in your shoes, I would almost forget about the macro and just purely focus on the micro. And how can I do all the things, take advantage of the gifts that I have? And again, there's some disadvantages, some advantages you have. But you do have a lot of advantages, and try to play the game to win. And I would not focus on let me see, if I can get the same results as Alex. That might not be realistic, but just getting some results, just maybe getting a girlfriend or getting a few booty calls. And it's not going to happen overnight. But I do think that, again, due to the fact that you're young, you're in a first world country like America. Because, dude, there's guys who are 5'3" living in India, poverty. They have like fucking 20 million relatives, who I think it's easy to forget in America, like all the advantages that we have. So that's kind of my take on that.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, but I feel like even if I had a girlfriend, I'd be pretty nihilistic because I genuinely care about this issue, And
do you have any?
And I've always been more of a thinker as well. Like I just like sitting by myself sometimes in my basement and just thinking about certain things.
Yeah,
I've always been very cerebral,
Yeah,
I'm kind
of that way too. But like, let me ask you, dude. Like, do you have like any close like guy friends?
In high school, I did, but unfortunately, we parted ways. Yeah, and that's the thing. You have to have that social circle from high school.
I don't know. You're not like a bad guy. Like I could potentially like smoke weed and like fucking bullshit with you if I like wasn't going out one night.
Yeah.
You're not like a bad guy to talk to. You're like fairly respectful and normal. So
fairly.
I'm just saying I don't know you well. That's the only point I'm making.
For sure.
But like I, for example, growing up, I relocated so many times. Like in middle school, we moved around 3 times, always had to make new friends. College, went to school, like a different city from where I grew up. Then right after that, moved to California, then moved to Texas, then lived in New Zealand, then moved to Miami. So I constantly had to remake my friends. So I will say there's only one person from high school that I still talk to, and he's my closest friend and my business partner. Other than that, it's completely new friends. So it is definitely, especially 19, dude.
I get it. But another thing is that the social circles or the hierarchies in like a college setting, for example, they stabilize very quickly. So if you're not like socializing really quickly, like off the bat, then it's going to be really tough. And that's just my experience. But I don't know. I can't speak to what you went through or anything like that.
I mean, I think a lot of it, if I were you, I would honestly do you live in a big city?
Yeah.
I would just post in the Playing with Fire community and see if there's other guys in your city who want to meet up and just like chat with friends and wing and like just meet. That's how I met a lot of my friends in LA through the pickup community and just befriend those guys and at least get some.
Yeah, for sure.
That's like some.
And I'm honestly the type of guy. Sorry. Yeah.
I was saying some of my closest friends are people who I met in the pickup scene. Honestly, we're still like really close friends. Like some of them are married by now, but we're still like best friends. Like some of the So that's a really easy way to make friends at the very least.
It is, but I mean, even if I had a girlfriend, again, I wouldn't be the type of guy to like relish the experience and go out partying and night clubbing or whatever and doing like night game. I've always been the cerebral introverted type, so
Well, no one's saying you have to do that. I never go clubbing. I've been clubbing in years. I'm also fairly introverted. So you can like, for example, just chill with a chick and whatnot.
Exactly. And I think I would be more geared for a monogamous relationship as well.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. But okay, anyway, so
thanks for having me on.
Final thoughts before.
Final thoughts, yeah. Here's some like life fuel. If there's any incels in the chat, I think like in terms of lookism. So there's something called distraction osteogenesis, and basically what that is like you can stretch your bones and you can gain new bone basically, new callus, and you can use that to grow taller basically, and
are you talking about like
it's called limb lengthening surgery.
Yeah,
but the cool thing is that these devices that we use are implantable and they're magnetic, and they're actually getting smaller and smaller. So eventually they're going to be miniaturized, and they're going to have sensors as well, so that you're going to be able to like see the muscle resistance and stuff. So you can eventually probably implant these devices in your jaw, right? If you have a recessed jaw or if you have recessed like cheekbones. So I think the looks issue eventually, if you have enough money, can be rectified. What can't be rectified is your not social circle per se, but just your, I don't want to say personality, but you. I guess
I would hard disagree with you on that one. The physical stuff, in my opinion, is much harder to rectify than the personality stuff. There's been a lot of studies done on neuroplasticity and shows that our brains are very malleable.
Maybe before 25, yeah, but some people in space are probably a lot older than that.
It definitely does. So it definitely does. With neuroplasticity, it becomes tougher as you age, for sure.
For sure. Like even your conscientiousness, your intelligence, a lot of this stuff is very heritable. And a lot of this is really, really difficult to change, right? So
I really wish I had some infield of me when I was 19, 20 and first started going out. I'm telling you guys, it's like I was so fucking awkward and so fucking like cringy around girls. And I would just get wasted to cope. So
yeah,
I don't know. I think that you can, with enough time and energy, you can largely alter a lot of your behaviors. I think I'll be very weary with.
I actually have.
You might be saying that as someone who has changed, because you might be falling prey to survivorship bias. But I think most people who try to undergo like a massive transformation will end up failing. But I don't think that should stop you from trying. I'm pretty
Peter, I actually have evidence of me being super awkward and cringe on video a lot. So go to my YouTube channel. When I first started posting YouTube videos like 9 years ago, when I was like 19, I guess. My personality is a lot more. I mean, hey, maybe you still think I'm cringe here, but at the very least, maybe you think I'm at least somewhat confident, right? I was like not confident at all back then. You can actually see very much the difference. So, especially since that's the age that you're at now,
19
regardless of what you think of me now, you can definitely see a progression in terms of, so for example, me coming online and debating ideas, that would have been fucking terrifying for 19.
Yeah, I would have had to be wasted. Dude,
and you could just tell by the way that I'm talking on the camera and stuff. So.
Alex,
like that you can definitely look at. Yeah, no, I'm just saying. Yeah,
I know you think 19 is young, but again, a lot of people in the STEM field are men, right? And once I get my STEM job, I'm going to be working with men, and I'm not going to have as many opportunities to meet women as I did in high school. So 19 is not. It is young, like you can turn your life around, but again, the best friends that you meet in life usually, I think, will come from like high school and childhood. But again, you could disagree with me. You probably had a different experience.
I mean, I can speak from my personal experience. I have like maybe 6 or 7 best friends. Only one of them is from high school. The rest I met much later on in life. Most of my high school friends are kind of lame actually now. They just didn't do shit with their lives.
I literally talked to 0 people from high school.
Yeah, I talked to one. He's my closest friend, but other than that, Actually, we weren't even that close friends in high school, but that's a story for another day. Anyway, I guess we got to agree to disagree on that one. But
yeah, but anyway, you're a cool dude, and I really love your content. It seems really good. So.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, so
thanks, man.
Chatting with you, Angry. We'll chat again at some point.
All right, sounds good. Have a good night,
bro.
Bye-bye. All right. Let's bring on Black Pill Medicine. Yeah, I mean, again, I really think that 19 is so young. Like you could do so much. Like I didn't learn about formal game until I was 21. 19 is right around 19 is when I lost my virginity. 19 is when I started going out, but I didn't know I was doing games. So I was getting wasted and doing the fucking dumbest shit. Like I would literally roll up to girls and just like read pickup lines that I like read about on the internet. Hey, roses are red, violets are blue. You're hot, so I want to fuck you. And she'd be like, cool, bro. I'd be like, what didn't it work? Drink more beer.
Hey guys, did you see the fight outside? Did you? You know, like the show The Pickup Artist with Mystery?
I never saw it.
Oh, man. Dude, you have to watch it. It's so funny.
I hate
that's just one of the guys in there. He just keeps using that line. He's like, hey, do you guys see the fight outside? Like, that's the only line that he had. It's so funny.
Okay, let's bring on Black Pill Medicine. This is funny. We got actually like a really big turnout. I'm going to have to flick him out somewhat of a date. It's okay. I already banged her. All right, what's up, Black Pill Medicine?
Hey, can I ask you guys an opinion about something? I got to leave in 3 minutes, but just want to get your opinion on something.
Yeah, sorry we kept you waiting.
No, that was his pickup line. It worked. It worked. False time constraint.
The false time constraint us. God damn it.
Well, my main questions were more or less into the ethics. So a lot of the concepts I would consider advanced concepts, right? Like
which specifically are you talking about? Can you which concepts?
So plate theory, for example, I would consider that to be an advanced concept. Because I believe if you get into that in a mindset where you only view women as objects or numbers, or you've had really negative experiences with women, so your way to cope is to view them not as fully human or to view them as an enemy and stuff like that, you can get to the point where you literally only see them as a number. You don't see them as an individual. So even because there's guys in the space, they'll talk like, oh, I didn't really like her, but I smashed her anyway, bro. And I'm like, well, that person probably has a connection with you. Like that person probably liked you, probably had. And I'm thinking as a father, I have 4 kids. That's how I shot myself in the foot with a past ex that I almost married. But I'm thinking from a father perspective, like if someone told me that, I would beat the shit out of that guy.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
so
you know what I mean? You talking about with your daughter or just randomly? Like
well, it pisses me off randomly, but if it was like my daughter and I found that out, so certain concepts, it's understandable. Abundance mindset, obviously, right? Like in anything in life, the more abundant you feel of something, the less you're going to not want it, but the less you're going to feel like you need it. And the less you feel you need something, then the less you're going to screw yourself over.
Okay, I think I have an idea what you're talking about. So let me kind of give you my thoughts on that. So 2 things. First of all, it's not purely one-sided. Women use guys for just dick all the time. Like they want to cheat on their boyfriend. They want to get back at their ex. So it's not one-sided. It happens on both sides. We can maybe say that men do it more than women, but it happens on both sides. I've seen it time and time again. Like sometimes chicks will be like, literally, I'll bang a chick and I'll be like, hey, when can we hang out again? And she'll be like, I actually have a boyfriend. I just, he cheated on me, so I want to blah, blah, blah. Like that's happened a good amount of times.
But I disagree with those things too. You know what I mean? So like, I'm not saying men are worse than women. I disagree with those aspects as well. Okay. And I have a son. And if I found that out, then I'd probably get my daughters to beat up that girl. Like that's what
dude, you gotta stop with the beating the shit. That you're just gonna catch a charge. Okay, so the second point that I want to make, this is probably the more important point. The reason, and again, I don't really talk about play theory. It's actually the first time I've heard that term, but it's similar to what I talk about. Think of it as leads, right? And that comes from sales. So let me explain kind of how that came to be. So with sales, you're talking to dozens and dozens, hundreds of customers, potential customers, and most of them are nice people. They're good people. They say they're interested. But if you start making an attachment to that person, and I understand there's a difference between sex and selling someone something, but if you start attaching yourself to that person, you're gonna burn out. You're gonna drive yourself crazy. It's sort of the same thing with game, because the reality is that the odds are fairly low. No matter how good looking you are, no matter how good your game is. Generally speaking, some of the best guys I know in the game, they maybe hook up with or go out with like 10% of the girls they're talking to, right? It is somewhat of a numbers game. Now, what separates an intermediate from an advanced guy, for intermediate, it might be 5%. For advanced guy, it might be 10%. But it's not going to be for the advanced guy at 60%, right? Unless he's only focused on like warm leads and stuff like that, social circle. So you have to separate, you have to detach the outcome from the process, because otherwise you're going to burn out. You're going to drive yourself crazy, because if you don't do that, you're going to get attached to a girl who you're talking to on Tinder, and then she's going to flake on you 9 out of 10 times. And then you're going to basically go insane. You're going to have like the emotional highs up and down. So you have to separate that. Now, it doesn't mean at the same time you have to dehumanize them. Those two are different things. I know some guys in the red pill community and the manosphere do that. They dehumanize it, and they're like, oh, these fucking bitches, just another one, blah, blah, blah. I don't think that's a good idea. I try not to dehumanize women and people in general, but I do very much agree with the idea of separating yourself from the outcome and just looking at it until you actually get to know that girl, until you actually either go on date with her or hook up with her, just looking at her as a lead. Now, once you like her and get to know her, then she earns your respect. Then you start treating her a little bit differently. Then she's an actual person in your mind. But if you look at it as in terms of like, like that from the beginning, you're just going to drive yourself crazy and you're going to burn out.
Maybe, yeah. You know what? I've never really experienced that sort of like burnout from a personal perspective. I've always been able to just make connections with anybody, really, even strangers. That's just who I am. So like I always view it from the perspective of, okay, if this person's not fit for my life or what have you, how do I let them down gently or acknowledge that they're an existing human being, rather than just ghost or do things. And again, it's both men and women, right? Like, it's the modern dating aspects that I highly disagree with, that I think are on both sides, and that play into the issues that both sexes have. And then I just sit back and go, well, you do it to yourself.
Right? I think there's definitely something to that, and someone like Rollo Tomasi, his rebuttal to that would be like, oh, adaptation, right? It's so funny because they're just like, oh, well, you're teaching guys how to cause the societal problems that you keep complaining about, and then your justification is adaptation. Therefore, you stand for nothing, and you have no morals and ethics, whatever. So let me tell you a bit about my stance on this. So, personally for me, because I used to be a big fan of Rollo, for example, and I used to follow plate theory, and you do it enough times, it sounds, look, maybe it's just a personal thing for me, it sounds way better than it actually is, all right? Okay. Because like dealing with 4 different girls that you're dating at the same time is a fucking headache. And hey, maybe it's because like some people on the internet say I'm a simp. I tend to like one of them a lot more than the others, and then the other ones I like forget the text and all these other types of things. And then eventually they start to so one or two things happens. Either they actually call you out on it, and then you have to, like, if you're an honest man, you're going to tell them what's up. I think usually you set the expectations from the get-go. I think somebody said that in the comments, and I agree with that, of like, you don't want to straight up say first, like on your first date, hey, I'm not looking for anything monogamous, right? I'm not looking for monogamy. That's the type of shit that like Myron Gaines did with that Anna Quinn girl. I'm not looking to be platonic with you. You don't do that. That's just kill seduction, right? Instead, what you want to do is it's through action, right? So if you and the girl, all you guys ever do is have sex, and then she just expects a relationship, at the very least you have plausible deniability. If you're just like, look, we never talked about that. I thought this was just sex and that's it. It's actually on her if she just has that expectation. At the same time, if you if you say the types of shit that would lead a girl to believe that it's something serious when it's not, and all you want is pussy and that's it, you're a massive fucking piece of shit for doing that. So like, I never encourage that type of shit. So one of the biggest things that I try to preach to people is like, look, try your best not to lie, right? At the very least, like, don't lie to yourself, because that's where a lot of problems come from, where people can't be honest with themselves, and try your best not to lie to others. And Alex had a great point when he was talking to I think it was with his debate with Wee Waffles, of like, there's white lies and then there's like really bad lies, right? So don't tell those really bad lies of like, oh, you're the only one for me, baby. And at the same time, you're banging like 3 chicks on the side. Like, no, don't say that. That's actually a reflection of you not having sufficient enough game to have a rotation without actually lying. Like, oh, you have to, in order for you to be dating multiple girls at once, you have to lie to all of them, right? I would actually say that that's a symptom of you not having sufficient enough game. You know what I mean? I don't know what Alex's take is on that.
No, I will say this. I generally almost never talk about anything ethical on this channel because I think ethics are so personal and everyone has different ethics. And the last thing I want to do is shove my set of values and ethics down people's throat. And I really hate when other YouTubers do that, when they preach, when they're virtue single. So that's not to say that I'm not ethical, and I actually have a pretty strong set of values. But you guys probably don't really know what they are. You can probably guess, but you probably don't know exactly what they are because I never talk about it.
Well, yeah, I can get from your videos, especially.
Yeah, you can kind of get a feel for it, but
yeah.
So that's kind of what I would say on that. I'm very much at the end of the day a pragmatist in a lot of ways. I don't know if whoever follows Game of Thrones, well, this analogy will make sense to maybe 25% of the audience. Game of Thrones, there's like different characters, and there's a guy Ned Stark who's like a very honorable man. He's like very honest and honorable. And then there's this guy, the Lannisters. There's Tyrion, there's Tywin Lannister, and they're very much pragmatists. They do what works, right? And guess what happens? And this is so reflective of real life. The super honest guy, he winds up getting beheaded. Now, they might not get beheaded literally in real life, but they get beheaded figuratively. So I think you should be a pragmatist, and you should play the game to win. But at the same time, you should have some values and ethics that you hold yourself to. So there's certain things that I will do and I will not do. There's certain things where I draw the line. I do think that's a very much like a personal decision for each person. I think that you can't like really teach ethics. It's just something that.
Okay. So my next question, as someone who runs a company, though, what would you do if it found out? So some dating coaches, they don't just get exposed, but they get exposed by the media, and then they find out some of their students catch a charge, like you said, right? So remember when I was talking, I was saying like what I would do, speaking sort of figuratively, and you're like, well, you don't want to catch a charge, so to speak. So that kind of related to your ethics, So what would you do if a student turned out that a student caught a few charges? What would you?
Well, if they caught a charge, it would be purely through their own stupidity because I don't teach anything illegal in any way.
So you feel like you have a product out there, but if people use your product and they don't use it in the way you intend, you're not fully accountable for it. So it's similar to most businesses, like modern business.
Well, you would have to really butcher my product. It would be like the equivalent of like a hammer company feeling responsible if one idiot buys the hammer and uses it to kill people. Like that person was probably going to do it either way.
That's true. Yeah.
I think there's things that you can hold yourself responsible for. Like maybe if someone uses a bio recommend to get banned from Tinder, okay, maybe like I'm a little responsible for that. Like that is something I could be held responsible for. But if someone uses my product to like rape women, which it is so not intended to, it's all about consent, then like that person was going to do it anyway. And it's just a coincidence that it was my product. Because again, I don't encourage anything illegal at all. One, from a legal perspective, that would be really bad for me as a business owner, and two, from just like an ethical standpoint. So yeah, I wouldn't really hold myself accountable if someone did something like that. Because again, it's just like someone like fucking buys, I don't know, fucking like like Apple, they sell computers, but someone could buy that computer and use it to do, theft, identity theft. Right?
Yeah, that's
not
true.
really responsible for that because it's just like a shitty person.
I think my main issue with the whole dating products and stuff like that is that it's kind of because we're dealing with people, so it's people to people for the most part rather than person to thing, so to speak. I feel like me personally, there should be some sort of ethical standards or accountability. But then again, I have a psychology background, right? So a part of the psychology when I become a psychologist is I have to be accountable for whatever happens, right? So if I have a client and they go out and do something, I then have to write a report, and then I have to go into court and I have to testify and I have to do all these other things to show that whatever I said wasn't an influence for them doing it. It was something else. You know what I mean? So I think maybe that's why I don't say we clash, but we kind of differ in terms of.
Let me say something really quickly, because actually I cover ethics a ton. I mean, the entire point of my channel is actually specifically virtue ethics. So
me and Kevin are largely different in that.
Yeah, we're very, very different in that. So with me, I don't know how much you know about philosophy, but there's different types of ethics. So there's virtue ethics, there's normative ethics. So virtue ethics is something that like Aristotle and Nietzsche talked about, of like just trying to, it's more than saying like what should you do in specific situations. It's focusing
I know virtue ethics.
Yeah. So it's focusing just for the audience. It's focusing on the person on making the person as strong as possible and as virtuous as possible, and thereby that person is more likely to make the right decisions just by the fact that they are a virtuous person. Then on top of that, there's normative ethics of like, okay, what should you do? Like what ought you to do in certain situations? I actually try to stay away from that for the most part. The main part that I focus on is virtue ethics, trying to become the best high quality man as possible. So I use texts like Nicomachean Ethics by Aristotle to try to get to the golden mean and whatnot. That's a heavy focus of my channel. And I do believe that it does heavily relate to, because let's be honest, I think in the manosphere, look, there are some things where people are just like, hey, I just want to know the right thing to text. I want to know the right thing to say. I just, whatever. I just want to increase my Tinder matches, whatever. That's really good and important stuff. But the thing that I try to focus on is, okay, from the dating context, it's like, all right, well, do you like why? I'm more interested in like why you want the girls in the first place. Why do you want to have a harem of women? Right? Is the goal to get girls, or is the goal to be content and happy from a Aristotelian standpoint to achieve eudaimonia, right? And so that's what I try to do. And I think nowadays, especially with dating being so much more difficult than it used to be, women are kind of like your success with women, it's almost like a good proxy for how you're doing in life, right? Yeah. Because it's like, it's really tough for you to attract women in a deregulated sexual marketplace by doing a bunch of, I wouldn't say, okay, you can do like dark triad stuff to do that, but I think in general, you can, shit, I'm losing my train of thought here. Basically, in general, women are a mirror in the sense of like, okay, how are you doing in life? If that makes sense, right? And that's why I think inherently a lot of us men kind of understand that, which is why when we're not doing well with women, we tend not to be doing well in other places in life. It's kind of like a chicken or the egg type thing, right? This is where I sympathize with the Black Pillars on of saying like, look, confidence comes from competence. I kind of half agree with that, because it's like, if you're killing it in your dating life and you think and girls love you and you get that positive feedback and you're like, oh my God, I'm the shit. Girls think I'm hot. Girls think I'm awesome. Therefore, that confidence is going to carry over to other things in life. But I'd say the opposite might also be true as well, of like, hey, if you're killing it in business, you're killing it in fitness, you're killing all these other things, you get positive feedback from people because you're doing that. That can also lead to confidence and being like, hey, man, I'm the shit in these other areas, so I could probably figure this shit out with girls as well. So I think it's a comprehensive thing, and that's all tied into virtue ethics. So that's actually mainly my domain, I guess. So anyway,
I think we kind of is there anything else? Because I think we kind of covered the topic, right? Or is there anything else you want to bring up?
Yeah. No, that's pretty much that was my main thing with any stuff. Like I said, I have your program. I think it's really good. I recommend anyone. Thanks, I recommend anyone getting it.
Thank you.
It's harder in small towns because you got to have super game. Yeah. And then plus I got 4 kids and stuff, so I kind of priced myself out of the market unless I become a millionaire, so to speak. But
make it harder.
Yeah, but for those, eventually what I want to do is I do want to get some products on, maybe do some experiments too, if you guys are interested, if you have theories or whatever. So.
Like what, Tinder experiments, or what kind of experiments?
No, more like dating. So part of my thesis is I want to see if there's any value in bringing women in the situation. So just a little bit of my background. My mom's a former sex trafficking survivor. She was a child sex trafficking survivor. Oh, sure. Yeah, and so I deal a lot with sex workers and people in that area. And I work with organizations in that area and stuff like that. So part of my thesis was to see if we could bring those people who want to get out of that game, so to speak, and then combine that with dating strategies, give men real physical experience with consenting women in either like mock dating settings, and see if that improves their confidence levels in the dating world compared to just teaching them dating skills like this. And if that's the case, then maybe we can make it so that it becomes something later on that can be sort of therapeutic program.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds interesting. It's probably outside my
yeah, you focus more on like the online stuff.
But it's an interesting idea. I definitely encourage you to do that.
Yeah.
But okay, cool.
Very interesting, man. Just email me kind of your thoughts on that. KevinRayWater@gmail.com. We'll have a discussion.
Right. Yeah. Cool. Sounds good.
Cool.
Have a good night.
Thank you, Black Pill Medicine. Have a good one.
Take care.
I just want to quickly answer this question because I found it interesting. Alex, would you consider Fresh and Fit pragmatic? In other words, the ends justify the means using the Lannister strategy? Yes and no. The reason I say no is because they bitch a lot about certain things. They really are focused a lot on the problem, and a lot they do talk about solutions, but not to the degree that I would expect for a pure pragmatist. That's one thing. The second thing is there's different kinds of pragmatism. You can look, like, you can make more money if you lie or you market the shit out of your stuff, but I don't do that because I guess I'm a pragmatist with limits. Like, I'm still not gonna do things that aren't ethical. So maybe in a certain sense they are more pragmatic than me, and in a certain sense they're not. I guess it's a little bit of a roundabout answer.
Well, this is why, so this is why ethics and stuff comes into play a lot, because especially with pragmatism, it's I'm going off of the William James definition. He wrote this book called The Will to Believe, and he's kind of like known as like the father of pragmatism. And it's very important, if you're taking a pragmatic approach, or pragmatic philosophy approach, that you are, you have pretty grounded grounded morals and ethics. It's tough to be pragmatic when you have no morals and ethics and you just do whatever the hell you want, because then you're just going to pragmatically fuck people over, right? You're going to do whatever is expedient to get what you want. And that's actually one of the issues that I have with Fresh and Fit. When people say like, oh, all you do is attack their character and whatnot. That's, first of all, it's not all I do, but it's a very important point of what they're doing. So for example, somebody can give somebody an advice to a psychopath, and somebody can give the same advice to a good person, right? The two different people, depending on who they are going to apply that advice differently, and that will end up one succeeding. The result that you get with women might be different based on that. But at the same time, there's bigger societal implications as well. So, let's not deny the fact that Fresh and Fit have quite a big audience, a lot of influence over young men, more specifically over young men who come from fatherless homes, who don't have a big brother, right? Which is why they, they don't use their brains, and they like simp for these guys no matter what they do, because a lot of them, my speculation is that they're like father figures almost, So I think it's very, very relevant to question somebody's ethics, which is why I go after Fresh for being a freaking liar, which is why I go after Myron for, trying to leverage his podcast for sex, because, the advice that they give is going to be different based on the people that they are, right? So if you're an incompetent dude and you're giving, you read The Rational Male, which again, I don't suggest to anybody to read, to be honest, but let's just say you read like Mystery Method, for example, right? Like, you're going to apply that advice differently depending on who you are and what your character is. That's why, again, I focus so much on virtue ethics and actually the character and the moral goodness of the individual. I think it's very, very important. And it's important for you to take advice with people who have the same ethics and the same ethics as you do, right? If you're taking advice from somebody who you think is a piece of shit, like, aren't you going to be skeptical that maybe their advice won't apply to your life as much? So I love that. Myron is so high value that he needs this podcast to get laid.
All right, so let's bring on, we got quite a few guys. Let's bring on Yemi. David, I'm still waiting to hear from you, so just write in the comments what exactly you would like to debate about, because my apologies if you already wrote that out, but I don't recall seeing you. So let's bring on Yemi. What's up now?
Hello, guys. Can you see me?
Yeah,
man, what's up?
Yeah, guys, I'm a big fan of both your channels. I've been following for a while now, especially Kevin. You give.
Why especially Kevin? Why not especially Alex?
Both of you.
I'm just looking around.
Because I'll be honest with you, I'm like a Fresh and Fit fan, but I'm semi. I agree with their topics. Sometimes I agree, sometimes I'm not. So I'm back and forth between you and Kevin. So that's why I'm more with Kevin, because you're part of the manosphere yourself, Alex, but you're not heavily into it where Kevin is. Kevin's more in tune with the manosphere, the whole manosphere. That's why I follow Kevin more than yourself. So recently, when I saw your video, is it Ask Nelly?
Yeah,
that's when I got into your channel.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Taking notes and
Well, one of my finest guests. But all right, Yemi.
Your
So
arch
what do you?
nemesis.
basically the two things I want to discuss is four factors of attraction, which in my opinion are looks, money, status, and game, and also my view, or well as your views on female hypergamy. I believe it comes to it depends on a woman's age and her position in life. I believe in terms of importance, if a woman just wants to hook up, has sex, nothing long term serious, then in my opinion is about status, then looks, then game, and then money laughs. However, if a woman gets older and she has children and wants a man who can provide for her, then I think money is more important than looks and starting with is more long term thinking. That's just my a view about the four elements of attraction and what matters to women depending on what she wants in life.
Okay, so let me just address that. You kind of have to repeat your first question because I kind of missed that. You're from England, right?
Yeah, UK. Yeah,
you have such a strong British accent. I'm like understanding every other word.
I like it. It sounds cool.
Yeah, no, it's cool. I just like some things I missed. But the second thing, it really heavily depends on the chick. Some chicks are big clout chasers. Some chicks don't care about clout at all. Some chicks, they want a real pretty boy. Some chicks, as long as you're above a certain height, they're cool with it. It just heavily depends on the girl. I do think that as the girl gets older, financial stability and stability in general does play more of an of a role. But I think it's hard to say like, for this chick, money's more important. For this chick, status. This group of girls, it's just so individual. And for some chicks, they care a little bit about money, care a little bit about status, but they largely focus on connection and personality. Versus some chicks, they're just massive gold diggers and they only care about your resources. So it just varies so much based on the girl.
Yeah, I can see a point of view. For me, from studying history about men and female interactions, could you not say that aren't most women hypergamous by nature? Doesn't every woman want to be with a king? No woman was really be with a pauper. Think about it. Kings back in the day, they all had mistresses. Yeah, they have married, have one queen, but they all had their halls, the mistresses on the side. Is it every woman hypergamous? Think about it. How many wouldn't sleep with their dream celebrity? Think about it. If they had the opportunity to sleep with Brad Pitt, Tom Cruise, Trey Songz, Chris Brown, wouldn't most women, 97% of women take that chance to sleep with the man of their dreams?
I would disagree. I would sort of disagree with that. I don't think 99% of women would cheat on if they're happy in a relationship because like a more high value guy comes along, quote unquote high value. I think some women are inherently a lot more hypergamous than others. As human beings, we all are inherently selfish and we want the best things for ourselves. So, for example, when I'm walking around with Natty and I see a chick who has a fatter ass than her, I might have an instinct to go and try to bang that girl, but I'm not going to do that. So, if I'm, you're with your girlfriend and she sees a guy who's a lot better looking than you, she might have that instinct to want to, get banged by him. But a lot of chicks will resist that urge and they'll be like, so is that hypergamy? I don't know. We all want to do better for ourselves, but some of us will act on that. Some of us won't.
Sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry, man. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, so I was saying I don't see hypergamy as a universal rule. I do see it as more of like we all want the best for ourselves, and some women are way more likely to trade up, and those are going to be the more chicks who are obsessed with money. And some chicks, if they're happy in a relationship, they won't trade up if a better option comes along because they're content where they are. They're happy. They have a connection, which means more to them than a guy who's better looking or a guy who has more money. So I just think it so heavily depends on the girl. Just like some chicks will fuck 100 guys in their lifetime and some chicks will only fuck 5 guys, right? It's so hard to say. Like it's just so heavily dependent on the person.
You don't think hypergamy is natural human behavior, or at least a female behavior, hypergamy?
I agree with that. Can I chime in here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So here's the thing with hypergamy. So in a vacuum, so let's do a thought experiment of like there's one single woman and there's a room full of dudes and she gets to do like speed dating with all of them. You're right. If she would probably choose whoever has, if there's some Brad Pitt guy there that's like super good looking, charismatic, high status, has a lot of money, she's probably gonna choose her or choose him. But here's the issue: is like, okay, have you heard of the sunk cost fallacy before?
No.
Okay, so the fallacy of sunk cost, it's not always necessarily a fallacy, but it's basically like when people go to a casino and then they're just like they're betting a lot of money, and let's say you lose $100, and you're just like, well, shit, I need to keep betting to get my $100 back, and then eventually you're losing $1,000, and then after $1,000, you just like, oh, well, I have to keep betting so I don't lose $1,000, and then you lose like $2,000. It would have been better if you just stopped betting after you lost $100, right? So a similar thing happens sometimes in a lot of times with relationships is you're already with some guy, and let's say that you've been with this guy for like 3-4 years, you've already been married, you have a few kids, right? Basically, the pain of leaving him because you invested so much time and energy. And let's be honest too, one of the reasons, and this is by their hypergamous nature, women care about their own status, right? So what's going to happen to a woman's status if she leaves a guy for a rich dude? The entire town's going to be like, yo, look at this hoe, right? So even if that pain itself is enough to prevent her from leaving her family for him, that happens a lot, right? And look, there's still going to be some women that still leave the dude for the Brad Pitt guy or whatever. But first of all, those types of dudes are very few and far in between. And let's be honest, if a woman's willing to leave her family for a guy like that, do you think she'd be willing to do that unless that high status guy promises monogamy to her? Because more than likely, that super high status dude is probably just going to be like, yo, you can be like my fifth girl.
If the woman's smart, if the woman's basically, I believe a woman will leave a man, even though they've been together for 20 plus years, if that high value man shows commitment and loyalty.
But this is one of the issues that
but not necessarily. Not every chick will. That's where I fundamentally disagree with the red pill community, where they basically make it seem like any chick, if there's a high value man who's willing to be monogamous with her, she will trade up. And it's not every chick. It's not even every other chick. Like, I think there's some percentage of girls who will do that. But I think there's a significant, I can't put a number on it, but I would argue that's probably a little bit north of 50% or maybe around 50%. It really depends on the country and whatever the culture. But a sizable percentage of girls who, if their needs are being met, they're happy in that relationship, they will not trade up because they're happy with what they have. And it's the same thing with men. Like, some men, look, you've been married for 20 years and an 18, 19-year-old wants to bang you. Some guys will jump right on that and they will fuck the shit out of her and they're willing to risk their marriage. But some guys, they won't do it. They're like, hey, listen, this chick is hotter. You know, she has bigger tits, but I've been married to my wife for 20 years. I'm happy. We have a family together. I'm not going to fuck it up.
I think men are generally, it might sound sexy. I think men are more loyalty is more of a masculine trait. I believe loyalty. I think
well, hold on. I mean, that's another argument, but let me say this. So Alex, what he was just talking about there is you kind of logic your way out of it, right? So you're kind of thinking, okay, there's this girl, my body's saying, hey, go fuck that girl, right? But your logical mind intervenes and says, hey, wait a second. The first order consequence of that is like, yeah, you get your rocks off, you get to fuck a hot girl, that's amazing. But then your logical mind reminds you the second, third, fourth order consequence of that is your girl's going to dump your ass. And if you already have kids, then you're going to lose access to your kids, so you don't do it. No. One of the issues that I have with the idea of hypergamy, again, I believe it exists for sure. I mean, who can argue that people want to have something better than they currently have? The issue that I have is the way that the red pill, especially Rollo, again, because I don't think Rollo is actually red pill, but the way Rollo puts it, he basically acts as if like these women are like these mindless, like heat-seeking missiles for hypergamy, where it's basically like, oh, money, resources, like go that way. It's like, dude, although women are way more emotional than they are logical, which men too are too, by the way, but men are a bit more logical in general than women are. Women still have those logical faculties as well. They still put the smart ones, at least, they still have that kind of thing in their mind of like, look, I'm really attracted to this guy. I want to monkey branch, but what is the second, third, fourth order consequence of me doing that? Now, in general, men are more likely to think that way than women do, but women also do as well. That's one of the reasons why I think so much of what Rollo does is inherently misogynistic, because he just acts as if like women are just these vessels for hypergamy, where it's like this freaking hypergamy demon is just like that's within all women is dictating all of their actions, as if they have like zero capability for any kind of logic or reason. And again, I think inherently men in general have more of a proclivity for logic and reason than women do, but women still have it as well. So that's why they will still make these judgments and be like, look, any smart women, like I said, like they, similar to how a guy would have a temptation to go bang that hot chick, but chooses not to because he logically thinks that is a bad idea. Women still have that same capability as well.
Yeah, like they're not these like mindless creatures. Like I think some of the red pill makes them out to be like, oh, you have to protect her from herself. Like it's almost like my dog, you know, like I have to watch him, make sure he doesn't fucking eat shit off the ground. I think if we're gonna call it hypergamy for girls, then we should call it hot pergamy for guys, because guys are very tempted
Hot
to fuck
pergamy, I
the
love
hot
that.
chick, but some guys do and some guys don't. And you know,
Yeah,
so
financial hypergamy you could say for women, and then sexual hypergamy for men. I agree. Yeah,
I
definitely.
like
for
hot
both ways.
pergamy. I think that's a nice little play
Hot
on words.
pergamy.
Hot
Yeah.
pergamy. But yeah, we're all, I see him talking about it's like it's only happens on the woman's side, and like men never will like trade up. Like no, men do too. It's like some resist, some don't. It comes down to, I mean, you minimize your chances of getting hypergamied by meeting the woman's needs who's in your relationship. Like, look, if a woman feels she's neglected, her sexual needs, her emotional needs, her intellectual needs are not being met, there's a way higher likelihood that she's gonna trade up, right? Because her needs are not being met. Most of the time when a woman cheats and that happens, a lot of it, not most of the time, but a lot of it is because some of her needs are not being met. Maybe the guy's aware of it, maybe he's not. But quite often the girl's like, yeah, I felt neglected. He wasn't blah, 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 blah. I'm not saying that's the guy's fault, but that is what happens. So, like, for example, me, I'm in, an open relationship right now, but, whatever. Anyway, that's a whole thing in of itself. So one of the things I know
That's an interesting question.
that my girl, just let me finish this quick point. One of the things I do to make sure that my girl doesn't fucking trade up, because I'm not the best option, I think I'm awesome, but there's probably gonna be better options than me, is I make sure her needs are being met, sexual, emotional, and intellectual, right? And if that is the case, and she's a good girl who's honest, loyal, and trustworthy, then the odds of me being hypergamied are very low. So that's kind of like my take on that.
Okay. What about the reason why I stress hypergamy as women go is, from what I've seen, if woman, especially woman's attractive and she makes more money than a man, if that woman marries that man, a lot of time is women divorce that man because a major need, because I believe women care about financial protection, especially long term. Is I can see with that singer Adele, Britney Spears, Kelly Clarkson, Mary J. Blige, is all these powerful women, they're married to men. However, because the man wasn't the breadwinner in the relationship, and the man could provide with them financially, I believe it's one of the reasons why the relationship failed.
I think it really depends on.
Well, there's many reasons relationships fail.
Yeah. So, there's a common thing that I'm sure black pill medicine would back me up on this, but humans are more motivated by avoiding pain than they are seeking pleasure. So if you have some sort of lack in your life, right, you're naturally going to seek that out somewhere else. So for example, with those high status, high income women, dude, they already have tons of money. They already have tons of status. So like, okay, maybe their innate female hypergamy wants them to actually, seek out a man that's higher status than them, but also like there's another part of their hypergamy that wants to seek out a guy that's like super attractive, right? So, if they already have the status thing handled, right? Because they're already high status, they already have the financial thing handled, and they're very safe and secure in that standpoint. Well, then what else could a guy possibly provide them? Well, they want the hot guy that's going to fuck the shit out of them, right? So, because that's the one thing that they don't have and they have access to. So, it's interesting with that because there's a mix, and this is why this is interesting because, humans, although we all have a similar nature that we've been naturally selected for over time, there's still a lot of variability in it. And a lot of it comes down to your values, right? So if you are lacking in a certain thing, chances are you're going to be valuing the thing that you're lacking in. So again, those female celebrities, they're not lacking in status, they're not lacking in money, but what they're lacking in is good dick, right? So they're just going to want like the hot dude.
Yeah, J-Lo, so hit me up.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, dude, J-Lo's a perfect example. Look at the types of dudes that she's been fucking.
Oh.
A-Rod, right? I mean, okay, granted, A-Rod already has probably arguably has more status and money than J-Lo. But
J-Lo, we live in the same city, and I have a cute dog, and I will fuck you really well. I'm down with it.
She's like the ultimate MILF.
Yeah,
but A-Rod is objectively.
Channel.
Yeah, but A-Rod is like objectively like a freaking giga Chad, He's like a baseball Chad, and he's like super good looking and super athletic, right? So for her, would it make more sense for her to go after an A-Rod or like a Jeff Bezos? Because, well, maybe Jeff Bezos is different because he like rules the world. But let's say, okay, Mark Zuckerberg. Okay, Mark Zuckerberg has tons of status, tons of money. Not a good looking guy at all.
Well, he's an
Definitely
alien.
not. Yeah, he's basically an alien, not the type of dude that can. I'm speculating here. He's probably not the type of dude that could rock J-Lo's world in bed, right? A-Rod, on the other hand, probably can. You know what I mean? So it's more so kind of like thresholds. Like if you have a certain threshold that's met and you have a certain lack in something, more than likely you're going to seek out to fill that hole. No pun intended.
Ideally.
Countdown until me and Kevin are both banned from Facebook. 3, 2, 1. Mark is like, oh, you think I'm bad in bed? Fuck you guys. Cancel.
You never know. Ideal is a woman, especially nowadays, ideally, a dream man is a good-looking, handsome man who's alpha, rich, as well as famous, which is very rare. Very few men can meet those thresholds. All for either you're lacking in looks, status, money, or gain. Most men can't meet all those four thresholds. That's why a lot of women, especially nowadays in the West, are the dating market is not as it's very different nowadays. A lot of women are dying alone. A lot of men are becoming incels because of there's a lot because of social media. Social media is I think that made a lot of men and women deluded in terms of the dating market expectations. Women want this, men want that, and in life we're not perfect beings. We can't be perfect.
It's interesting too. Like
black pill medicine.
Really quickly before that, like part of the black pill guys, part of the issue is like a lot of them. So this is where porn and porn addiction comes in. I think porn, especially with a lot of these more kind of incel guys, they watch so much porn that they have different expectations of what they can expect from women. So like they're already sexually gratifying themselves to porn all the time, right? So if they meet any regular woman that doesn't live up to their porn fantasy standards, then they're not even going to think that they're just to be like, oh, I'm not attracted to her, I can't date her. So meanwhile, these guys who are like in the bottom 20% of the bottom 20th percentile, I should say, of the sexual marketplace, they don't want to date the bottom 20% women. They don't. They feel like they're entitled to top 20% women because I agree.
In my opinion, black pillars are just male feminists. They're average looking men, but they want above average looking women, even though they're not above average men.
Well, I wouldn't say black pillars are, unless you're counting MGTOW as an extension of black pill. I think the MGTOW more specifically is more like the male feminists, I should say. Yeah, I think the black pill guys are a little bit more nihilistic. I will say this, okay? So somebody brought this to my attention. I think it's Daniel in the chat. I think it was him. I never thought of this, but this is something interesting to think about. Could you possibly say that there's something inherently misogynistic about thinking that all women care about is looks and that's it, right? Because basically you're robbing them of their humanity. Again, similar to how I have a problem with the Rolo pill guys saying that like women they just have this hypergamy demon that like leads, that dictates all of their life actions. I think it's possibly a similar thing with the black pill guys of saying like, oh, all women care about is looks. Like, think about somebody who, if you have like a high IQ, do you think all you care about is looks? Probably not. So it's almost kind of like you can make the argument that it's inherently misogynistic to be like, oh, all women care about is looks. Like that's all they're capable of is just like whatever your facial structure is, that's what they're going to spend the rest of their life with. And they don't think anything beyond that. It's something to think about. I haven't thought about it that way, but
I agree. You have to have looks are important, but also game is start as well. Because think about that actor Channing Tatum is a typical looking child, but why is he divorced? Why is he man?
What did you say?
Channing Tatum, the actor.
Oh, Channing Tatum. Okay.
Look at him. He's a good-looking child, but how can his wife left him?
Could be any number of reasons. I just want to make 2 points real quick before we move on. The first point is one thing I think that's kind of sad about the black pill community is they don't even go for what they want. They go for what they think they should want. So I remember when I was having a debate with when we were doing the debate on MD's channel, I think it was after you left, Kevin. He was like, bro, like, but have you ever been with like a tall white girl? I was like, well, actually, I have, but I'm not really that big on tall white girls. I prefer like petite, curvy Latinas. He's like, oh, bro, you're just saying that because you're coping. Like, really, the top of the line cream is like the tall white girls. I'm like, no, like I'm not actually sexually attracted to tall white chicks. I prefer my chicks under 5'6", and I like my tits C or bigger and my ass fat or fatter. Like, And they're like, they literally think that I'm coping because they think that you should be attracted to tall white girls. So they're not even going for what they're attracted. They're going for what they think they should be attracted in, which is very sad. The second
They worship white women.
Yeah,
That's really how it is. They worship them. It's weird.
I know.
try a big booty Latina and then tell me how much you like. Like, come to Miami, fuck up. Well, you probably can because you have to.
They're an incel.
Fuck like a big booty Latina who fucks you like a porn star with her big tits and her big ass bouncing and jumping over the place while she calls you Poppy, and then tell me how you want the tall white chick. Okay. Yeah. No. Second point.
Tall white chick with no ass. Yeah.
Yeah. Second point is. I think the money part is overrated that the red pill community talks about. Like Fresh and Fit says, become high value. But when you get right down to it, largely they're focused on career and money, which I think is gym too. But like, I think they overblow the money part. I don't think money is as important as the red pill community makes it out to be. I think it is important for gold diggers, but for the average woman, I think it's good. I think you get to diminishing returns with money. So if you're broke, right, and you go from being broke to being decent, right? So maybe you go from making $25,000 a year to making $60,000 a year, right? Yeah, you get an edge because you can have a nicer place, nicer part of town. You can have a car, whereas you've never had a car. You can actually afford to take the girl on a date. But if you go from like $60,000 a year to going to $120,000 a year, unless it gives you more freedom and you can work from home, we're assuming the same level of freedom, you don't get like a big boost in like the chicks you can get. Unless you get into like the crazy level where you're a multimillionaire and you're connected in like the elite circles. But like going from $100,000 a year to $200,000 a year, even though you're doubling your income, you're not going to double your success with women. You might actually probably have no effect on your success with women. But if you double your fitness, for example, or you double your status, that's going to have much more of an impact. So I do think they very much overblow the financial part. I do think that there is a point where you should try to get to. It's like if you're poor, that's very unattractive. But once you get past a certain point, you get into diminishing returns, unless you get into the ultra rich level. The only exception to this is if you're going for gold diggers, in which case every level up will make a difference. But you shouldn't go for those girls in the first place unless it's just for a one night stand. So that's kind of my take on that.
Okay.
I agree, man. Yeah.
My issue is not it's more with heard of a guy, is a dating coach, Mr. Lucario, Stevie Dean, those type of people, those dating coaches. You've heard of Mr. Lucario.
I've heard of him. I'm really not familiar with him, so I can't.
I've had some video. I largely agree with him. Actually, I think he's one of the few legit dating coaches, which is why I find it really suspect because he actually he actually says the opposite things that they say on Fresh and Fit, for example. But Lucario and I actually had a few video debates back and forth. We didn't actually have a direct debate. We had a few video responses back and forth. But I think he's one of the few legit dating coaches.
I should check him out more. I'm really not familiar with him. But okay, I want to just kind of move on because we have a few people waiting. Do you have any final thoughts, man? And Yenny, anything you want to? Anything you want to add?
I was very disappointed because I was really fascinated by you debating.
I know, man. Me too.
Hey, we're disappointed too, man. I mean, we wanted to.
Yeah,
We wanted to have like a fair debate.
I'm down. I triple emailed him. We moved it. I went out of my way. There's no way this guy's busier than I am. Okay, like I refuse to believe a guy who has like 5,000 subs like hides his face. I don't want to like insult him, but like is so busy he can't come on for a debate ever. Let's not
50-50 because the way he talks a good game, but is he really? Because he sees himself like an alpha male. He's probably been with like 80 women, X, 80
women is not even that much. Like for 50. Like 80 by 50, I'm hit 80 when I was like 23, 24.
Yeah, if he's 50 and single, yeah, that's not a ton. And also, look, even if that's not a ton, like I don't think he's had that many either.
Yeah, but I will say this.
We're talking about, like, come on, bro.
I will say this, MD, if you're watching this or if someone passes the message on to him, I'm still totally down to have that respectful debate. So like it's not like this is over. Like, dude, if you want to come on and have a debate, like no bullshit, I'm fucking down. Like, let's do it. I'm not gonna hold it against you. I'm not even gonna really make a big deal out of the fact that you backed out the first time. We can just pick up where we started, and that's it. Because I think it's interesting debate. I think discuss ideas. The drug test thing, dude, present proof that I've been addicted to meth or done meth ever once in my life. I will give you $10,000 or to the charity of your choice. And if you want to bet the money, I'll happily go and do a drug test tomorrow. I will test for negative, everything except weed. So Yeah, so I'm totally down.
You can't cling on to that. That's
such a bad argument.
No, it's a deliberate red herring, straw
red
man debate, straw man argument to try to, try to steer away from the fact that he's afraid to debate. He's like, oh, well, I don't want to debate you because you're a drug addict. Right? I wouldn't even acknowledge it if I were you, man. But
it's so funny because I don't even drink. Like I barely drink. I literally drink like fucking kavas, which is so funny.
I've drank every time I've on stream lately. I mean, I'm not an alcoholic, but I only drink maybe like 2 beers a stream. But if he ever had a legit person to actually go after, be like, I think he could say I'm an alcoholic. He's like, oh, he's drinking beer on stream all the time. But yeah, I think it's really telling. Like, actions speak louder than words. I think it's really telling. Like, how much does MD actually believe in the things he says if he's not willing to come on and have a discussion about it in a fair setting? The only way he's willing to have a discussion on it is if it's on his channel, in which he can mute either me or Alex when we start to back up the corner, or he can bring his friends on, or he can use his excuse of like, hey, James Little, is that you? Like when he gets beaten in an argument, just like how Alex pulled up that clip a while ago. I think it's really telling when somebody says that, because it's like, okay, do they actually believe in what they believe in? Because Alex and I believe in what we believe in strong enough that we are willing to go into a setting like his and still actually.
Well, I know it's going to be bullshit and biased.
I know it's going to be yeah. And that's the reason that we made sure that he agreed that we can do it on his channel and then also on our channel to make it fair, right? But now he doesn't want to do that. It's very telling because he doesn't actually believe his own shit. He doesn't.
And it's impossible. Every time you have a debate with him and his friends, those are how many attacks. He calls Alex, you're gay, your girlfriend's ugly, and Kevin, you and called white pill are gay lovers. It's always personal attacks. It's never a peaceful intellectual debate. It's always personal attacks.
They're not even like good personal attacks. Like if he wants to say like, oh, Alex, your nose is broken or something like that, you have an ugly nose. Okay, fine, I can see that. But like, Alex, you're a meth head. Like what? Like, it's like saying, Alex, you're an alien from Jupiter who fucks other aliens. Okay.
Yeah, no,
dude, Alex, you're clearly secretly a lizard person. Come on,
you're clearly
you're clearly a reptilian,
and you're actually like partially dog. That's why you have a dog, because you're also
wait. So you're part Jewish. Who else is part Jewish? Mark Zuckerberg. Mark Zuckerberg is clearly a reptile, so therefore you're a reptile.
Yeah, but anyway, so let's take T.O. because we
PWF exposed.
Yeah. So
anyways, guys, nice talking to you guys. Pleasure speaking to you. Maybe next time.
Likewise, bro.
Likewise, yeah, me. Thank you for coming on. Cool. All right, let's take are you in a rush at all, Kevin? Or I should have asked you initially.
No, I'm not.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't want to go for too long, but let's. I do want to like people who've been waiting. I do want to give them a chance. So we got Theo, who's been waiting for a while. Okay.
Let me.
This is funny. Look at Alex's dog's face. It's laughing. Well, yeah, he's laughing.
Yeah.
Look at him. He looks so happy. I love my dog. He's just like so happy all the time. Like if I was to go over there and start playing with him, he would just literally be jumping with joy. Like I wish I was able to just get happy at like such a tiny thing.
The legendary dogs that you have in all of your infields.
Yeah.
You take it everywhere.
You know what's funny? What people don't really realize about that is that so he's a Siberian Husky. Siberian Huskies need to be walked ideally for hours every day. They're very, very active dogs. Unfortunately, I'm too busy to take my dog for like 2-hour-long walks, right? I have to kind of jip him and take him for like 5-10 minute walks, except when I'm shooting infield where I'm going to be walking around for 2 hours. So why the fuck would I leave him and then have to go out my way, do a 2-hour walk again to get his exercise if I can kill 2 birds with 1 stone?
No, I think that's great. I think it's good incentive too. For me personally, again, I'm not a pickup artist, but like going out and specifically day gaming, like that sounds very, I don't know. That sounds like it's hard for me to like get myself to do that. Right. But if I have a dog that I need to walk every day, like you said, it's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. You're already going out of your house. You can build that habit of day gaming whenever you're out with your dog. So I think that's genius, man. Honestly. Yeah. Maybe I'll get a dog just to,
well, it's
incentivize myself to go
for society. Like my dog was a rescue. Like I rescued. Like again, I'm not trying to like virtue signal, but like it's a good thing if more people adopt dogs, even if their motivation is to get laid. But then they're going to form an attachment. As long as you're serious, you're not going to get rid of your dog. That is a good thing. Like we need to take more dogs out of shelters. I'm like a big dude. Like I don't often donate charity, but when I do, it's like either veterans or dogs. Like I'm a really big dog person. I think. Anyway, so that's a whole different aside. You said you want to go to the bathroom or something? Or
Yeah, because I have I still have the lingering sinus infection. I need to like fucking blow.
all
my
right, cool.
nose
Let
and
me
stuff,
start off. I'll bring Theo on and then just come back when you're.
Yeah.
Let me just do that. All right, what's up, Theo? Theo, you're up, buddy. Theo. All right, we're missing Theo. Let me try adding his other channel. Theo.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Oh, okay, what's up, man?
Yo, what's going on?
Hey, yeah, I just wanted to hop on and kind of talk about FNF, really.
Okay, cool. So, yeah, give me a rundown of what exactly you want to specifically focus
Yeah,
on.
I remember you saying in the past, like, you agree with like 50 to 60%, or maybe it was less than that.
Something like that, like 50, 60. Hard to put a number on it, but something like that. Depends what we're talking about. When it comes down to fitness, I largely agree. Finances, I also probably 70, 80, 90% agree. When it comes to game, it's probably like around 50% or something like that.
Okay. Yeah, I'm probably more closer to like the 80, 90. And the reason what I said in the chat was like I think they're just like overall as far as like the manosphere, like women dating, like anything that comes with all of that, I feel like they're like a net positive versus like a net negative. They're actually good for if a young man was like struggling in any of these areas, I wouldn't have an issue with like directing them toward that channel towards them, and I think they can be helpful. Now I don't agree with like every single thing they do. Obviously they've had a lot of like controversy and a lot of like scandals and stuff like that recently, but as far as like the overall message, I think it's definitely like a net positive versus like a negative.
Yeah, I think it's pretty hard to measure that. So it comes down to opinion. I don't know if
Right.
I think they're a net positive or net negative. I wouldn't argue for either one of those because I simply don't know. It just depends on how you measure it. I think it's open to interpretation. I think that I don't think they should be canceled or anything like that. I think they should have a right to say what they want to say.
Right.
Even like behind the scenes. Oh wait, let me kind of bring Kevin back. When they were getting ready to do the Sugar Baby essay, whatever thing, I actually went out my way and messaged Myra and told him why that could actually potentially get him canceled, even though we're not like on good terms, because I still don't want to see them get canceled. I didn't have to do that. There was no like motivation for me. So I'm definitely don't think they should be canceled or anything like that. In terms of whether they're net positive, net negative, again, just depends on perspective. I do think they do some shady shit. I do think that they lie about.
Like, what do you mean? What do you mean by shady?
I mean, where do I even start? I mean, depends how far back we want to go. Like one of the things, for example, could be how, Myron talks about, we got this course. It's going to help you, blah, 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 get chicks. You're going to learn real game. But then they get caught time after time using status, using money, using things that the course doesn't actually teach to get chicks. So basically doing the opposite of what they're saying. And there's been like multiple examples of that. I mean, like another one, for example, was with the whole what's her name? That chick, the tall white chick. What the fuck is her name?
Goose
You talking
Day.
about that? You talking
No,
about
not Goose Day.
Anna Quinn situation, or
No, not Anna Quinn. She was on their show. Oh God, I interviewed her. I did a channel with her. I don't know why the fuck it's slipping my mind. Let me see if I can just find her real quick because we're talking.
I think I know what are you talking about? The girl that came on like a few times and
she came on twice. Let me just find her because we were talking earlier, so I can make this point.
What are we talking about? Sorry.
We're talking about Fresh and Fit and
What aspect
they're
of it?
net positive and a net negative. Pearly thinks. So yeah, like just an example was they constantly say, "Oh, bring your guys. If you have a boyfriend, bring him on, blah blah blah." And then Pearly comes on with her boyfriend, and they fucking like yell at her off stage for bringing her boyfriend. So I just see a lot of this kind of hypocrisy on their end.
I didn't know they did that. That's funny.
Yeah, dude, that was like that really rubbed me the wrong way because I'm friendly with Pearl.
I wouldn't be able to speak with like the course because I haven't bought it and I don't like I really can't really defend that because I don't know the specifics of the course. As far as the Pearl situation, I mean you can take them for at their word or not. It's up to you depending on like how charitable you want to be to them. but apparently I think that was like right after the situation with the one guy that broke in or something like that.
Allende.
And
Who
they
didn't
were
even really
kinda-
break in. I mean, I guess depends how you define broke in. But they like made it seem like, oh, yeah, he kicked down the door, and then the next day there's a video that's posted where he just opens the door. So like it's just like one lie after the other.
I mean, yeah, I mean semantics, I guess, but he definitely entered the premises or was trying to at least without their consent. So it would be classified under like breaking and entering. But that's beside the point. But as far as that goes, I think.
Well, actually,
there
hang
may
on.
be-
Let me just bring one point on this, Tio. So he never actually, because I'm actually pretty friendly with Allende. If you see the
Yeah.
painting I have of my dog, he actually painted that. He's a pretty good artist, and so I've talked to him, fairly often, and he never caught any charges for that. So he was never charged for breaking and entering or anything like that. So legally, it was not breaking and entering.
I mean, just because he wasn't charged with it doesn't mean he didn't do anything illegal. I think it
Sure, that could be true. The
Yeah.
point I'm making
Wait,
now,
didn't Fresh and Fits post a picture of like the CSI or something came over after? So didn't they investigate it, or was that a hoax?
I think
Well,
the
just because something's
I don't think
investigated
CSI
doesn't
came
mean
over. I
that
think
that
police
isn't
came over. But the
yeah.
point is that the police didn't see in anything criminal enough. And again, Allende does have a little bit of stuff in his background, so he would have been a really good target for the police because he does have like a background. But they didn't see anything enough to actually charge him. Which again, I don't want to argue semantics. I'm not justifying
Right, exactly.
what he did. He
The
shouldn't have done that.
only reason I brought that up is because, like I said, if you want to be charitable or not, or if you want to take them, they maybe were on edge and maybe a little bit miscommunication there. But I mean, it's really two
Sure.
sides to that story. I mean,
I think that you can. Look, if it was an isolated situation, I wouldn't even bring it up. But when you see a pattern of this, it's like a pattern over and over and over. The same thing we saw with MD Dictionary, right? It's not just him, rescheduling once. It's a pattern of him trying to get out doing that debate. And it's like the same thing. You see a pattern of them saying one thing and then doing the other thing, like of them saying, yeah, just bring your boyfriend, guys, bring your boyfriend. And then like yelling at a chick who literally does just that, especially when the guy she brought has 20 million followers on TikTok and isn't like a random dude. He's like actually a pretty.
I mean, did they know that?
Yeah, they knew that. She told them. She told them
Okay.
many times. I mean, there's so many things like with Fresh. Like let's take the latest thing with Fresh saying, "Oh yeah, this chick is different. She's not like those Miami gold digger chicks. She likes me for me. Blah blah blah. We met. Blah blah blah. And then you find out they met on seeking arrangement. Oh, I never paid her any money. I didn't give her a dollar. But then you find out that he paid for her electric bill. So it's just like, again, the series of like, it's just the pattern you see over and over again of them just getting caught in these stupid lies, these lies that don't even make sense. Like Fresh is just like, dude, yeah, whatever. I pay for electric bill because to me, like $100 is nothing. It is what it is. Okay, whatever. This is what he wants to do. That's fine.
Yeah.
But like,
I think
it's
it's
like these lie after lie after
Yeah.
lie. You see this pattern, and it's like at a certain point, it's like, okay, clearly this is not just a coincidence.
I think it's simple
Yeah.
as this. I think it's simple as this. When you're trying to see whether they have a net positive or net negative, you have to ask yourself this question. Does somebody, regardless of their content, if they're scamming people, or is it a net negative or net positive?
Well, I wouldn't have any evidence or anything about whether they scammed or not. I mean, they
No,
said
I'm
they
not talking
haven't
about
scammed
Fresh
me.
and Fit. No, I'm sure if you're here to defend them, I'm sure you're going to disagree that they're scammers. But let me just ask you, Fresh and Fit regardless, right? Let's say
Right.
somebody's providing info that you perceive as good. I personally don't think it's good, but that's besides the point. But then you find out that they're also scamming people. If they're also scamming people, does that negate the positive things that they say? Should you
Well,
take
I
the
mean,
positive things that they say with a grain of salt?
Gotcha. I think you should take everything with a grain of salt, but scam is such a loaded word. You would have to be like way more specific as far as like.
Okay, a scam
what
in
they're-
terms of charging people money for something that you claim to do, but you don't.
I mean, yeah, if like bluntly, yes, but I mean, of course, I mean, if let's say I bought Alex's course and I didn't get results, it doesn't mean Alex's course isn't good.
That's not what I'm saying.
Oh,
Alex
that-
follows his advice in his course.
Well, actually,
right?
I want to quickly.
Well,
address
I'm
that
just
because-
saying, it's like you can have varied results based on
But
like
that's
who-
not my argument. My argument is if you supposedly espouse a certain set of values and do certain things in order to get girls, right? And then you sell a course based on that, and then you find out that they don't follow those things at all to get those girls. and you're making money off of those courses, and you're making money off of super chats, and people give you super chat money based on that advice, and then you find out that you're not actually doing that, I would call that a scam.
I think it's insane that dudes give him $500 super chat just so they could like talk shit to a girl. It's like, I can't even talk shit to a girl in real life. I need to talk shit behind a stream. I do want to quickly address. So did you really buy my course, Theo?
No, I was just starting.
Oh, okay. Because if you did buy my course, you're not getting results. I do want to help you and address that. I would never leave a customer stranded if they actually bought my course. Okay, I just want to clear that up.
I think you provide like a lot of good content for free on your YouTube channel. So no, I think as far as you being in space is like is a good thing.
I think it's hard to measure. Like again, I think I think there's something good things that they do. Like I think there's some good things that Fresh and Fit do. And I think there's some bad things that they do. And I wouldn't be able to accurately tell you whether the net is negative or positive.
Look,
but I can say there's a lot of significant amount of bad things they do that they deserve to be called out on because they lie about it.
Yeah.
If they were honest about it, then there would be no need for.
I think here's the positive from the show. The positive from the show is to be very wary of Miami hoes. That's about it. If they want to use,
I could have told you that.
Yeah, if they want to use their show to be like, look, guys, Miami hoes, you got to be careful. They might trick you on seeking arrangements, saying that hey, they like you for you, but when in fact they actually just want you. But they're only going to show up actually if you invite them on your yacht. That's the type of Miami. If they make content like that of being like, hey, avoid Miami girls for these reasons, then that's fine. No, the issue is they only bring on these thoughts. And then they say, hey, because these Miami girls that we bring on who only would come on this podcast to be berated by our audience and us in order to increase their OnlyFans and their Instagram followers, because these girls are like this, then all girls must be like this. And therefore, we're going to give you prescriptions based on these thoughts that are on the show that are not at all representative of most girls in the entire world. That's the issue that I have with them.
Yeah, I think there is some truth to that. I think they do probably have like a Miami bias, but I've used to watch the show a lot more in the past versus now, but they brought on plenty of women not from the Miami area, plenty of women that aren't in the stereotypical thought. Obviously, the majority of the women they bring on are probably going to be like that, but they brought on different types of females from different types of backgrounds. And now, I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong. I do think they probably do have a Miami bias as far as like I think the women on Miami are probably like a little bit different versus the rest of the U.S. But I think it's probably not as like reductive as what you just said.
But it's not even just Miami.
It's not just Miami.
Yeah, because if you look at like I live in Miami, I live down the street from them. If you look at there's a difference between the kind of chicks I bring on, not 180-degree difference, but there's a noticeable difference between the chicks on my channel and the chicks on their channel, right? Like they do tend to steer more to like the gold digger, trashy types of chicks, which again I've had a few of those chicks out, but I generally try to stay away from more of like normal, the average, cute girl or whatever.
Well, there's a reason that I went like Miami. Whenever I say Miami girls, I do this, like quote unquote, because obviously there's going to be some classy, normal, cool girls in Miami. The issue is the city doesn't matter. When I say Miami girls, they could be from wherever. But think about it from the girl standpoint, right? Why do the girls go on the show? Because look, let's be honest. Let's not lie to ourselves here that the girls go on the show and then they have this like amazing, great, positive experience.
No, most of the girls are like, "Fuck, why did I go on the show?"
Exactly. It's Myron berating them and stuff. So I'm imagining most of these girls know something about Fresh and Fit before they go in. So they probably do a cost benefit analysis of like, what's the cost benefit analysis of me going on the show? One, I'm going to have these dudes yelling at me the whole time and these tens of thousands of incels online calling me like and saying that I'm lying when I say that, oh, I have a boyfriend and I've never cheated. Oh, cap, right? What would make it worth it for her to do that? Maybe gaining Instagram followers, maybe having these incel dudes who are secretly simps, pay for her OnlyFans, right? So if that's the case, then what are the types of girls that are going on Fresh and Fit? There are the girls that have OnlyFans, the girls that have Instagrams, the girls that want to gain clout. As I don't think every single girl is a clout chaser, right? So they only bring on those clout chaser type women, and then they say, hey, look, guys, this is what women are like nowadays. When in fact, that's just a very small sample size of a certain type of woman who wants to gain clout for her Instagram and her OnlyFans. Now, that being the case, are there some things that they look? A broken clock is right twice a day, right? Sometimes they're right in their prescriptions in their descriptions, I should say, of female nature, but that's not because they have like this vast wealth of knowledge, right? They actually don't have any kind of original ideas. All of their ideas come from Rollo and Donovan Sharp. They just regurgitate everything that Rollo and Donovan Sharp says. So if we agree that Rollo and Donovan Sharp are illegitimate, then half the shit that Fresh and Fit talks about is illegitimate.
I want to add one point. One other issue I have with Fresh and Fit is they're very intellectually disgenuine with a lot of things, which is my issue with a lot of people. And in the sense where they're like, okay, when they say they don't do debates, but they actually love debates, but they only like debating drunk girls. Yeah. They don't want to debate like normal, sober, intelligent dudes. And when they do these debates with chicks, what I find very intellectually disgenuine is that they stack all the odds in their favor. They don't tell the girl the topic beforehand. Myron has his little notepad. They take the girl's cell phone away, but they had to keep their cell phones, which is such a big advantage. If me and you are having debate, I can fact check you live on air. You can't fact check me. I have a big edge in that debate. That's not a fair debate. So I see them doing these like intellectually these genuine things to sneakily stack the odds in their favor, and that's like another pet peeve.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I would classify that as intellectually disingenuous. As far as the topics being let to know, the girls knowing the topics beforehand, I think Myron even says he doesn't know some of the when they're doing the video reactions. I think sometimes he doesn't even he's reacting live as well. As far as the cell phones, I mean, we all know there's like 6 to 8, 10 girls sometimes, and one person is talking. It's going to probably decrease the quality of the show if like people are on their phones. It's probably not going to be.
Yeah, but they let the dudes. So, they had that rapper on. He was on the phone the whole time. The whole time he's on the phone. They don't say a single word.
I mean, usually I didn't see that episode. Usually when I watch the podcast, the guests they have on, the male guests, they usually aren't on their phone. And if they are, it's usually to check it briefly into if they have to leave early or something like that. But yeah,
that guy, I forget his name, but he was literally on the phone the whole episode. They didn't say one word.
I mean, yeah, that's one guy, but I think the cell phone thing, I'm not really sure you could say that'd be intellectually disingenuous, just because, I mean, if you have like, people talking and then like 4 or 5 girls are on the phone, it's just going to ruin the quality of the show, in my opinion.
Right, but again, it would be like if you and I decide to have a debate, Theo, and I wouldn't really even call this debate. It's more of like a discussion. And you only get to talk for 20 seconds at a time, and I can talk for as long as I want. I'm stacking the odds in my favor. And even if you have a better point than me, and someone said it was Kodak Black, yeah. And even if you are smarter than me, you have a better point than me, you're more articulate than me, it'll probably either be a tie or I'm going to win because I stack the odds in my favor. And it's the same thing I see them doing. Like, again,
is it supposed to be equal though? I mean, it's their show. They're the host of the show. I mean, it's their platform. I mean,
it doesn't have to be equal, but if you make it not equal, then you're being intellectually disgenuine because you are worried that you won't win based on your own merit, and you need to stack the odds in your favor. The same exact thing that MD did when we went on his channel. He's worried that he can't win the debate on his own merit, so he's going to stack the odds in his favor by muting me and Kevin all the time, and by bringing on random.
I don't think they mute anybody usually, unless it's
no. I know they don't. I'm just saying. I'm just making an analogy. Okay. The fact that they just do a different version of that. Yes, because it's live, so they can't like Myron would have to take his hand and put it over the girl's mouth. There's no way. I mean, I guess they could cut the mic, but then it would still go through other people's mics. So
interestingly enough, this is how
I just kind of disagree with that framing. Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, this is how they do it on their show. So it's funny because it would actually work in person. It would be better if it's the opposite because you can't mute somebody in real life. So if you're one person, right? Because let's be honest, Fresh can't argue for shit. So it's just Myron that's doing the debating. So if you have Myron debating 10 different girls, but you want all the 10 different girls to have an opinion, as soon as a girl has an opinion, be like, that's interesting. Next, like an actual good opinion, right? That goes against his thing. He might push back a little bit, but eventually be like, okay, what's your thought? And then as soon as he moves to the next girl and the girl is like, hey, wait a second, I'm not done finishing my point. He's like, oh, are you getting disrespectful? Frank Castle, right? So there's plenty of ways that he stacks the odds in that, right? If I were to have a way for me to not actually contend with somebody and their thoughts, the way that I would do it is I would have a whole panel of people. And as soon as they start to bring up a good point that I don't want to address, then I move on to the next person. And then when that person objects, then you start to say, oh, you're being disrespectful. Let me Frank Castle you. So yeah, that's how they do it on their show.
Let me just very quickly address, hang on one second. Let me just quickly address this comment by You're So Gay, lovely username. Where do people come up with these usernames? I understand. If you actually want to talk about men going that way, then I'll call you. I don't think you have my cell phone number. Otherwise, 90%, I think he means come on the stream. Otherwise, 9% of talking points aren't men going that way, especially not if you're talking about women. Video titles not applicable. Yes. So you're correct. This started as this is supposed to be a debate with MGTOW dictionary, and then he backed off. We showed that, and then we opened it up. And then we kind of went on and talked about other things. I'm not going to just limit. I'm not going to be like, Theo, you're only allowed to talk about black pill things. We opened it up. So if you want to come on and you want to debate this, you're so gay. I don't even know how. I feel so weird saying that username. If you want to debate this, you're so gay, then you can come on. Just write out what exactly you would like to discuss. But you're technically correct that the title is not appropriate. I was going to change it after the live stream.
Well, funny enough, MGTOW dictionary actually doesn't identify with MGTOW. It's just freaking weird. I guess he used to, so that's his thing. I think that's why he tried to rename himself Smash TV, which is a really weird name to change it to.
Where did they come up with this shit?
Actually, beforehand, the other guy before who's like, oh well, MD probably has like a body count of like 80. Dude, he's MGTOW. MGTOW is basically an admission that you don't get laid. So MGTOW is literally the opposite. So MGTOW MD probably has a single digit body count, let's be honest.
Even a body count of 80 is really not impressive at the age of 50 at all.
At 50, yeah. No, I agree. But I'm saying even with that being the case, he identifies as MGTOW.
Wait, isn't the average sexual partners for dudes like 7 or something over a lifetime?
Yeah, but the majority of guys end up being in a monogamous relationship once I think the average age of getting married is like 29.
I have no idea who this guy is.
So
I'm talking about being like a thought leader in this community and like understanding women. It's like okay, the average salary in the U.S. is probably $50,000, but someone who makes $150,000, even though they're well above average, isn't qualified to talk about like being a successful entrepreneur, right? It's that sort of thing.
Yep.
Gotcha. Okay. I know people are probably waiting, so I just want to kind of just set one last point.
Mm-hmm.
As far as I think it was I'm not gonna lie, Kevin, bro. Like I was like I seen you kind of come after Fresh and Fit, and I was watching them like a heavy like a few months ago. I just kind of stopped doing that, but I kind of watch them off and on now. So I was I'm gonna be honest, I wasn't really a fan of yours. I thought you were a hater, but then I kind of respect that you were calling out some certain things, so I kind of respect that. And then I watched your debate with what's the guy's name, Wheat Waffles, and I actually think you did a really good job. So like
Thanks, man.
Yeah, for sure. But I just wanted to bring up one last point. I think you were doing a stream with what's the guy's name you always do a stream with?
Coach Whitepool?
Yeah, Coach Whitepool, and then. You guys said something about that the Fresh and Fit shouldn't be considered male improvement, and then if they should just drop the male improvement tag and just say entertainment or whatever. That's like probably one of my only contentions as far as like I do believe now. Like I said, we've talked about all the scandals and stuff like that, and I don't agree with everything they do and everything they say and all the controversy and stuff, but I think they could be classified as male improvement because I do think they improve male lives when it comes to like women and dating.
I think they could be. It wouldn't be like too fucking crazy. I don't think it's the most accurate title. I think the most accurate title for them is entertainment. For sure, it could be like just like I could be classified as a male self-improvement channel, but I'm more realistically more appropriate title for me is dating. So it could be, but I don't think it's the most appropriate title for them.
Yeah, again, it's like look. What's the entire point of people watching the show? Let's not pretend it's the male self-improvement part. Because like, look, when they do the streams with just Fresh and Myron, and they're like talking about like, increase your fitness or your credit score is really important, guys. It gets like 20,000 views, and then they have a video of like dumb bimbo slut gets out of line and then gets Frank Castle and that gets like 300,000 views. So
I'll personally admit it. Like I watch those, like those are the only Fresh and Fit videos I watch, and I don't know why, but there's like we have this human like we like drama, and like when I see dumb bimbo gets kicked out, I will
go to that part, watch it,
and that's it.
Here's why I think Fresh and Fit is just an absolute cancer. Okay, so that very thing, there's something that Nietzsche talked about called slave morality or herd morality, which is innate within all of us, right? Which is basically kind of like that cope morality of like, if there's some part of us that is pissed off at a woman, and let's be honest, all of us guys, at some point we've had some woman fuck us over in our lives, especially the more women that you've dated, that's probably going to happen. So what Fresh and Fit is doing is they are appealing to that slave morality within all of us, which is very, very powerful, which is the reason why titles like a YouTube title, you're going to get way more clicks. Let's do something outside of the manosphere, like politics. You're going to get way more clicks if you say, hey, the 10 reasons why the Democrats are ruining the world. That's going to get way more clicks than like the 10 top values of conservative values, right? It's because it's innately targeting that side of our I guess our psyche, right? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And so Fresh and it's okay. Like that's part of human nature. If you're a good marketer, which I believe Fresh and Fit definitely are, you're going to appeal to that side. The issue is they've gone overboard with that. And it comes at the expense of the discourse within the manosphere and people outside of the manosphere. They see like, oh, this is the number one male self-improvement podcast in the world. And by numbers, they are. And then they look at it and they're just like, oh, it's just these fucking incel dudes kicking girls out and screaming at them. Right? Like, that's why people subscribe to the channel. They don't subscribe for the self-improvement stuff. Let's not kid ourselves here. So that's why I think they should definitely get rid of that.
I will give Myron some credit. He's gotten a lot better at that. He's not like so fucking emotionally unstable like he used to be near the beginning. I will give him credit for that. But yeah, I still think I agree with Kevin's points.
Gotcha. All right, man. It was cool hopping on with you guys, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, dude. Thank you for coming on, man. We
Thanks,
appreciate
man.
the
Appreciate
discussion.
it. Have a good night.
Yeah.
For sure. You too. All right.
Take care, man. It's funny because like Fresh and Fit fans are down to talk, but Fresh and Fit, like they won't. Like they just fucking won't do it. And let's just quickly address what you were telling me the other day when you that Rolo addressed me in his stream and said that he wouldn't be able to. He's like, oh, I wouldn't be able to have a real debate with Alex from Playing with Fire. Like, dude, like, are you familiar with my channel? Like, I have a track record of having respectful debates with people from all kinds of different like ideals. Like, if you come on my channel, you will have an honest chance. Like, I will not pull any cheap shit. I'll let you talk. I won't interrupt you. I'll be respectful, and then I'll tell people check out your channel. We'll have a real discussion. I might disagree with your ideas. So it comes down to the fact that Rolo and Fresh and Fit, it's not that. It's that they don't like having their ideas challenged. That's what it is. It's not.
That's how you expose a, I don't always like to use these terms, but that's how you expose an actual beta male. You push them in a corner and you see how they react. And so that Rolo exposed himself when he did that. When he did that to you, when he did that to me. So it's so funny, man. He gave literally the opposite reasons of not wanting to debate. So with me, he said that he didn't want to debate me because I had nebulous reasons for debating. And then what was it? With you, what was his reason with you? He basically just said like
2 reasons. He said one is because I'm friends with John Anthony. So like, I don't know what the fuck that has to do with anything. Like, yeah, he's a good buddy of mine, but he has no influence over how I run my streams. Like his style, like he would not do the debates with Wee Waffles the way I did. Like, right. He was even texting me. He's like, dude, why are you wasting your time? Like, oh, that's what I like to do. I like to have debates. So he has no influence on how I do my channel, even though he's my friend. So that makes no sense. And the second thing is because I'm purposely misrepresenting his work. No, I'm not. First of all, your work is very confusing because you contradict yourself all the fucking time. So I'm literally doing my best at understanding your work. But if you feel like there's something I get wrong, then come on and correct me.
Oh, yes. Now I remember. So with me, he said, oh, you need to give me an actual thing, an actual reason to debate me, which I did, by the way. But then also with you gave him very specific things about the 99 rules, and then he still didn't want to. So it's like he's always finding ways to
he's always finding excuses.
Yeah. And if you guys want to know why he does that, watch his debate on my channel with Lauren Southern, where he just gets destroyed. He gets just obliterated. I've never seen somebody lose a debate that badly. Honestly,
I didn't watch that one. I should check it. I should check it out. But,
I should probably have somebody make like a highlights thing of it.
That would be great
because the video itself is like us reacting to it. It's like 5 hours. So I understand that's kind of tough to watch through, but it's so funny watching all the Rolo stands cope in the comments. Like, I don't think that Lauren won this debate at all. And then they can't say why. They literally can't point out any reason, right? When during the entire video, we're pointing out how Rolo is getting destroyed. But it's so funny, man. Actually, the Rolo stands, Duke and I talk about this all the time. The Rolo stands are way more belligerent than a lot of the Fresh and Fit fans.
That is true. Actually, that's funny. That is true. But they never want to come on and debate. They take their leader stance. They always just talk shit in the comments. At least the Fresh and Fit fans will come on. The Rolo fans. No, I don't think I've ever debated a Rolo fan. Honestly,
well, I think it's because the Fresh and Fit fans, the NPCs tend to be a lot younger, so they kind of have that like. They're more willing to like rush into battle mindlessly, you know, even though and I think the Rolo stands, they tend to be a bit older, maybe a little bit wiser. So they're just like, hey, you know, Alex and Kevin like debate a lot. So I probably can't represent Rolo's positions the best. So therefore I'm not going to do it.
But even if like you objectively lose a debate, it's not like we're going to be like, ha ha, you lost. Like we're just going to still
we never do that.
And we're going to thank you for coming on. And if you're not like a YouTuber, then you really have nothing to lose.
I only do the haha you lost when the person that's debating me is ridiculous, right? Yeah, like if they're being disrespectful and being like a freaking retard, then like I'll make fun of the fact that they're being a retard.
You know what I've noticed, which is the people who come on my channel are on average are more respectful than the ones who come and debate you. I don't know why, but you draw out like
I know why.
Pissed off. Why do you think it is?
It's because I.
You're more aggressive.
My background's in marketing, right? So I know how to make like thumbnails that will like rile people up, thumbnails and titles. So they'll see. So this is what typically happens. I can see in my analytics. There's a lot of like stands that will just look at the thumbnail and the title. They'll go in, type a mean comment. They won't even listen to a word I have to say, and then they'll dislike it. They'll dislike the video, type in a mean troll comment, and just dip out of there. So that's why. So a lot of these guys have created a straw man of my positions, just assuming that I'm a hater. It's funny because Myron, you know, they indirectly talk about me as well. They're afraid to say my name though. With you, that like they've already said their name in the podcast, so they have no problem saying it, I guess. But they're afraid to say my name.
It's like Voldemort or something.
Yeah, I'm literally the Voldemort.
He who must not be named.
Yeah. I'm literally the Voldemort of the Manosphere. It's fucking hilarious. But then they say, like, Myron always says this, like when they're like indirectly talking about me, they're like, you know, dumb people talk about other people, intelligent people talk about ideas. I'm like, okay, I'm talking about you and how your ideas are stupid. So like, actually, if you really think that I'm dumb, you should have no problem debating me, Myron. Right? If you genuinely think I'm a dumb person, because, hey, half the time you're owning these dumb girls on your show, right? So I should just be one of those other guys that you own in a debate.
Yeah, no, I think one last thing I want to add on that is that in terms of the cloud argument, I think we can all agree that if I debated Rolo or I debated Fresh and Fit, that video would be super popular on the internet. Like that would be the equivalent of like a Jake Paul fight. Like that video would get a shitload of views. Like everyone would want to see that. Like that would be extreme entertainment. Whether you like me or you like him or not, that would be just good content.
My debate with Donovan, and Donovan really doesn't even get that many views on his channel anymore.
Yeah, no one gives a shit about Donovan.
Yeah, but even so, Donovan's debate with me, because people know that I'm like the Fresh and Fit, like, you know, hater, I guess, right? That on his channel, that got like 40,000 views, I think, you know, and Donovan usually only gets like, I don't know,
that's like 39,999 more than he's used to getting.
Yeah, dude, it's so funny. Like his channel, like I think I get, I wouldn't say I get as many views as him, but I get like maybe half the amount, you know. And it's just like he's largely irrelevant. And the only times he gets views is when he has like the most like outrageous titles ever. Like a 40-year-old woman like finds out that, you know, I don't know, 40-year-old man finds out that all of his kids aren't his because his wife's a hoe. You know, that's
I almost like even hate talking about cloud because it feels so middle school to me. Like, you're more popular than Jenny, but Jenny's more popular than Ryan. Like, I like hate this argument when people talk about. I know we don't really do it often, but like when they talk about it. Anyway, so let's. I think there was.
It's not an argument at all. It's stupid.
Yeah, I think there was. Okay, Theo has already been on. I think there was looks, money, status. I know we've put you off, so if you want to come on, you're welcome. And then anyone else, we'll do one last guess because we've gone for almost 3 hours. My initial intention was to keep this under 2 hours, but fuck it.
Can you type in the can you bring up the mistrunchable thing? FNF reinforces, let me just read it real quick. FNF reinforces negative biases against women at large, imply that you acknowledge that. But the regular shows talking about stocks, investments, etc., can have merit.
Yeah, I agree with
I'm
that.
gonna take. I don't agree with that, and here's why.
Oh, okay.
What the heck gives them? So apparently, so Duke used to work in finance. Apparently, one of the they encourage mortgage fraud on their show. And
Okay,
when you're giving financial advice online, you have to be very, very careful, because if you give the wrong financial advice and you don't follow, I don't know if it's the SEC, it might be the SEC. If you don't follow those guidelines, you can get sued out your ass, right? So,
Kevin,
like,
let me
giving
just comment
financial
on that
advice.
real quick,
Yeah,
because
go
just to correct you. So I think what you're referring to, there was an episode where Batman Kevo was on their show and he was talking about, and they didn't correct him or stop him. But I don't believe, and I could be wrong about this, but I don't believe they've ever actually given advice on mortgage fraud. I think it was Batman Kevo, and they just didn't say anything. So it's not 100% better, but I do think that's a little bit better. So I just wanted to like.
Okay. All right, fair enough. But even so, you still, just from a legal standpoint, they're actually culpable for that if they have somebody on the show with that, as far as I'm concerned. So just for their sake, again, I'm anti-cancel culture. I don't want Fresh and Fit to be canceled. I want them to just, be held up to scrutiny based on the values they espouse of being red pill. By definition, if you're red pill, you're open to having a discussion, because the red pill isn't written in pen, it's written in pencil. So you are obligated to have conversations with other people in order to actually figure out the truth. But yeah, I mean, with them, for their own sake, they should probably like delete that specific video, because all it takes is for some, I don't know, SEC or whatever guy to like find that, or somebody to report it, and they're fucked. They're totally fucked. You get sued so hard for that shit, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, I will say one last thing on that. So this might be, so I very much agree with you in terms of, if you want to be red pill, you should discuss your ideas. I would probably actually disagree based on the financial stuff, because I do think they're talking to an audience that largely is not well financially off, who doesn't know anything about investing or credit cards. So just bringing investment to good attention, even if it's very basic strategies, to these guys can be helpful. I have heard a lot of stories from Fresh Fit fans who are like, dude, I didn't know shit about credit cards. Now, actually, I'm not like a complete financial retard. So I think that's good. And that goes back to my point that there's some good things that they do. No one's disputing that.
But even that, dude, even giving credit card advice, unless you are I think it's a registered financial advisor, they're very strict with these laws on this. They have to be very careful. So, for example, somebody like Dave Ramsey, right? He's actually has those credentials for that, and it's not like, and especially if you're making money off of like credit card, whatever, you have to be very, very careful. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't know too much about the laws about that. But anyway, so if we have any last people, I think Looks Money, whatever status, want to come on. Or I think it was also, there was one more person who was saying that Hubert Humphrey, I think you were saying you want to come on. So yeah, we have time for one more quick one. Nasty, I'm not going to say your full name for obvious reasons. Yeah, my place came fully furnished, so I didn't buy my furniture. It came like this. I would imagine these sofas cost about like $1,000 or $2,000 each, but I don't know. I've never. Most of the places I've lived in the last half a decade have been fully furnished. That's what I look for in an apartment, because I hate dealing with furniture. So yeah. Totally
awesome,
off topic, but okay, we got David. Okay, is this? Let me just add him on, and then we'll just kind of wing it. Okay. Yo, what's up?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah. Hey, man. So yeah, give us a rundown, because I'm not familiar with the comment.
Hey,
if you made a comment, but give us a rundown what
second.
exactly you want to discuss.
I'm getting this feedback. Can you say something?
Yeah, man. Hey, I don't hear anything on our end, so it might be on your end.
Yeah, 1 second.
Nasty. Okay. This is so off topic, but Nasty. I don't know. I don't think it's significant. I pay $6,000 a month, which is actually a pretty good deal for Miami, because I live right on the water, and it's a 2.5 bedroom apartment. I think not furnished, it might have been like $5,500, maybe $5,600. So I don't think I'm paying significantly more. But yeah, Miami is pricey, man.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you just fine.
Okay, so basically what I was going to say is that you guys talk about the black pill, I just looked into that fairly recently. And it's essentially just genetic determinism, saying that, hey, if you have certain genetic traits, for example, let's say you're very below average in height, that's going to be an extreme disadvantage in terms of dating, correct?
Yeah.
Dating options.
It's that, and then one more thing. It's also, more importantly, it's genetic determinism because they make the claim that you can't do anything about it. Thus, the
well, you can't do anything about your height. That's part of the thing. If it's something you could just go to the gym, or you could just get a haircut, or buy new clothes, or change with relative ease, that's not black pill, from my understanding.
Yep.
So, okay, David. So we did a debate with B Waffles actually yesterday, and he outlined, I don't know if you saw that, but when we started the debate, he outlined what are the 4 tenets of the black pill community. He laid it out, which I thought was interesting because I haven't seen many people do that. So, okay, so there's a few things that he mentioned. One is that it largely comes down to, now it depends on the black pillar in question. Like, for example, MD Dictionary believes that in pure, biologic determinism. So your results are going to be completely dictated based on your genetics. All the self-improvement stuff you do isn't really going to work. All the game you learn isn't going to make a difference. It's purely a result of your genetics. What's his name? Wheat Waffles takes a more nuanced position. He believes it's largely genetic determinism. So your game will make a minimal difference. Your self-improvement stuff will make a minimal difference, but it's largely genetic determinism. What I believe is partial genetic determinism. I think that partially your results will be dictated by your genetics, and also in a large part they'll be determined by the stuff that you do, by the actions you take to improve your SMV, your lifestyle, blah blah, and the game you learn. And I think there's pretty good science to support the fact that gene expression, like some people, for example, have the cancer gene but they don't get cancer, right? Gene expression will vary based on your your surroundings and your circumstances and the stuff you do. So yeah, so that's kind of where it is. That's the first thing. The second thing is the black pillars, again, like MD, they literally don't think game exists. They think there's no such thing as game. Wheat Waffles think that there's game, but it makes a small role. And I think that game definitely exists and makes a big role, but rule looks also matter. So that's like large part of it.
So, okay, so then it gets to the point where it's like you just have to agree to disagree. You think that game makes this big difference, which I completely disagree with, and I'll explain kind of the context. I don't think that game doesn't exist. That's absurd. Of course, if you have, it's mostly.
MD would disagree with you on that, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, well, there's going to be all sorts of weirdos and autists and people with weird beliefs that believe in, these absurd extremes, and they haven't ever gotten laid. So it's like, why are you listening to these teenagers and 20-year-olds trying to explain how the world of gender dynamics works when they're either virgins or they have very little experience?
Well, again,
is that a fair argument?
50 years old.
It is a fair argument.
20-year-old?
Hold on, it is a fair argument, but the issue is who are you trying to influence when you're posting these debates online? We're trying to influence the guys that are on the verge of going down that black pill rabbit hole, to be like, look, there's an alternative to this, and here's why they're wrong. So I'm not the people who are already black pilled. I'm not trying to change their minds. They've already made their decision. I'm trying to influence the people that might go black pilled.
Let me just very quickly address this. Kevin Knox have low experience in world travel. Absolutely not true. Me and Kevin are both very well traveled. Kevin just got back from traveling all around Asia. I've traveled all around South America, largely Europe. So we're both fairly well.
I think that guy's a troll. I think they're just like, oh, let me get get Alex to post this thing.
I just wanted to comment on that because I thought it was so ridiculous. But okay, anyway, so back to this. So David, so list out your arguments for why you think that. What do you think it is? Like 90% biologic determinism?
Okay, I'll do it real simple. So the way it's discussed is like way too oversimplified. Like it's 90%, it's 100%. It doesn't. You're grossly oversimplifying it. One, it varies by the woman's age. A girl that's 18 is going to how she weighs the variables of attraction. We all agree that, you know, unless you're one of these autists that say, oh, it's all about X, it's all about money, it's all about looks. You agree that the four main variables of attraction are going to be looks, money, status, and then, you know, your behavior, your personality, game, as you guys say. Are we in agreement of that or no?
Largely, yeah. I mean, the one thing I want to comment on.
What else is there other than those four things? I mean,
penis, length, and size.
Well, that's part of maybe looks, right?
Oh, that's funny because Weed Waffles actually says that that's actually a huge point. I don't think it is, because by the time the girl sees your penis size, she's already chosen to fuck you. I think unless you have a micro penis, which I'm really sorry, that sucks. You got the band end of the.
Well, you know.
But as long as you have a micro cock, I don't think penis is actually a huge factor.
It could determine whether the girl wants to see you again, but the initial time having sex, yeah. But also, look, it's also, I think most guys just don't understand how female anatomy works, right? Like, there is such thing as like a vaginal orgasm, but like technically that's actually debatable whether that even exists. There's like actually no physiological way to have like a vaginal orgasm through the vaginal canal, which is where dick length would be very, very important.
Well, there is
but a clitoral.
But, you know,
hold on. But you know where the G spot is? The G spot is right behind on the internal side of where the clitoris is. So like you hitting the G spot, unless you have a micro penis, like I said, doesn't have anything to do with like how like you don't need to have like a 10-inch dick. You don't need to have a 10-inch dick to hit the G spot. That's what I'm saying.
Some girls have very large, and believe me, I've spoken with a lot of girls about this. They have some girls, not all, some are very shallow and small down there, but some of them have very deep, large vaginal cavities, and they like the feeling of being full. Some girls like being filled, like they're being filled up and stretched out.
Not to be crass, but do you really want to constantly be hooking up with a girl that has a huge vagina?
Well, it's not. Well, you're
imagine on Tinder. She's
It's just like, oh, well, what about the girls with the huge pussies? Is like,
no, some girls
want to see them again. I'm sorry if that sounds like way too crass, but like.
No, that's not true. It's saying that, oh, just because you have a large pussy means 20 dudes banged you yesterday. No, that's not the case. Some girls are just genetically like that, especially taller girls.
I get that. I didn't say that. I think it's entirely genetic. But if you're interested in is hooking up, and like, let's be honest, like a girl who's tighter feels better.
Okay, so I agree. It's not a huge deal, but it is a variable that's distinct. We're looking at distinct variables, okay? Variables that are not directly correlated. Because some people say your looks is your status. I've heard that, which is incredibly stupid. There are plenty. Look at every rapper
that is a black
that exists.
That is a position that's common in the black pill community. That looks.
Yeah, I've heard that. I've looked at the stuff for the last couple months, and yeah, that's incredibly dumb. If you look at every rapper, they're ugly as sin, but they have a lot of status. Anyway,
David, just from this conversation that we've had so far, if I had to classify, I would say you're a red pill. You're not a black pill. Just based
no. I'm going to explain. No, I'm going to explain. That's because you guys haven't let me get to the point I was saying.
All right, my bad. We'll just let you talk. So yeah, let's get off the dick topic. I know that was kind of my responsibility.
No, you asked if there was other variables, and I just said that's a variable.
Okay, go ahead. So we'll let you talk, and then I'll rebuttal. Go ahead.
So just quick, yes or no? We agree the four main variables are looks, money, status, game, as you guys put it.
Sure.
Okay. All right. So we're on the same page. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
So I would say if we look at dating 20 years ago, just to play it safe, and let's view them as like four stocks. Okay. You guys are familiar with the stock market, I assume.
Somewhat.
So let's pretend they're four stocks: ticker symbol looks, ticker symbol game, ticker symbol status, ticker symbol money. Okay. How would you say those stocks performed over the last 20 years? Do you think that the value of game stayed the same or went up? Do you think the value of looks? I would say, if I were to just, wing it, I would say the value of looks, or that stock went up 500%. I would say the value of status went up 1,000%. The value of money, and the thing about money, people they're very ignorant because they don't have any money. So they don't know how it could be used to enhance your dating options. It's very It's very there's different ways you could use money to give yourself an advantage. But
Can you list them, please?
well, one, you can have amazing logistics. There's plenty of times I got laid because I have a place right on the beach, and I would meet a girl at the beach, and it would be a seamless transition back to my place, and I would get laid. So,
can you name a few others?
You can do things with your social media if you have a lot of money that you can't do, and social media really robust. Like if you have a large following and all that stuff on social media, that could be used as status. You can transfer money to status in a lot of different ways. I'm not going to list them all.
Okay, hold on. I have a problem with your stock analogy really quickly.
Okay,
so the reason I have
wait
a
a minute. I haven't even finished.
Okay, let's just let him finish. Go ahead.
So, because you were asking about how money I could convert that to an advantage in dating. You can convert the money into status. You can convert it to logistics. You could convert it to better style, to improving your looks, to getting, cosmetic surgery if you need it. A lot of red pillers don't like to talk about cosmetic surgery. And then they turn around and they go get liposuction and they get hair transplants and they get a nose job and they do all this stuff. And then until they get caught, looks don't matter. So anyway, so the stock for, what were we at? The stock for looks went up 500%. Money went up, 200%. I would say the stock for game in the last 20 years plummeted, plummeted at least 80%. Okay, so the stock for looks, the importance of looks went way up. The importance of status went up. I would say the importance of status went up even more than the importance of looks.
What do you base on?
There's a few things. Hold on.
I'm basing that on social media. I'm basing it on dating apps. I'm basing it on the ridiculous number of options that the average looking woman has, that some average mediocre dude that she's not attracted to going up to her, inopportuning her and and trying to spit game on her. That, you think that's going to compare to all the dudes sliding in her DM? All the dudes
let me ask you this question. So how do you base the stock for money, for example? How do you base that went up by, what did you say, 80% or something?
Well, also, here's why it doesn't work.
I think I said 100%.
Can I please interject
here?
Okay,
100%.
Please interject here. Can I interject? This is really important, all right?
Sure.
Your analogy doesn't make sense because you acknowledge that there's only 4 different aspects, and we agree, and you agree, and this is just facts. The stock market is a zero-sum game. So it's not possible for...
No, it's not.
The stock market's not a zero-sum game.
No, it's not. The value of the overall stock market, you could literally buy an ETF that tracks every stock in the market. It has gone up over time. More money funnels into it. The Federal Reserve prints out money.
Yeah.
Flows into the economy and people.
Yeah, exactly. But it's still a zero-sum game in the sense that there are people who win, there are people who lose. And that the price of the, the actual monetary value, again, is a bit complicated. I'm not an economist or anything, but
it's not a zero-sum game.
It is.
You're just wrong on that. No, it's not. Zero-sum game is someone has to win, someone has to lose. A stock.
Yeah, that's how the stock market works.
Who lost? If the stock just keeps going up, Amazon stock, who loses if it just keeps going up? You make a profit.
I can clarify this.
Hold on, one second. Hold on, one more thing. Here's the reason that it doesn't. You're just throwing numbers out there. You're saying, the status thing went up 500%.
And I'm explaining.
Hold on. Let me talk. You're a guest on here. Let us talk first. Do not interrupt us. The status thing went up 500%. The money thing went up 500%. The looks went up 500%. And then also game went down 80%. If it's a zero-sum game, the math doesn't add up at all. So unless you're making the argument that all these things skyrocketed and then game completely tanked to the point where it's irrelevant, then that's fine. Is that your argument? Where basically game, in order for all those things to go up a ton, and like we said, it's the reason we can say it's a zero-sum game is because there's not these other aspects. There's only these 4 things. We all agree to that. So those 3 things skyrocketed. Therefore, the only possible way, because it's a zero-sum game, is that the game aspect needs to have plummeted, right?
No, that's the thing. That's what I'm saying. Your logic is flawed. It's not zero-sum. Just because one goes up, that doesn't mean the other has to go down. That is not true.
In a place where there's only 4 different options.
Okay. Okay,
There's only
fine.
4 different
Let's-
options. If all those go up, then the
Let's
other
just,
one
no,
has
let's
to go
just, let's
down.
just use your analogy. Fine. Let's just say that it's zero sum. I don't think for one, the stock market is
Yeah,
zero sum.
bring up what Coach Whitefield says. Someone has to buy and sell the stock. It's a zero-sum game, dude.
Okay,
No,
let me
what are you
just
talking
very
about?
quickly weigh in
Because
on
you
this.
were first talking about the stock market.
Let me just
The
get
stock
hang on,
market's a
hang on, guys.
zero-sum
Let me
game.
just say this one thing because I think it's going to clarify. So I think that in a way you're both right. I think that if you are buying stocks individually, it is a zero-sum game. If you're investing in the SP 500 overall, it's not a zero-sum game because he's right. The SP 500 has over time gone up. So if you're investing in the SP 500, it's not a zero-sum game. If you're buying stocks individually, it is a zero-sum game. But that's completely besides the point. I just want to quickly mention that. The second point, but again, I don't want to interrupt too much, but I really want to figure out how are you making the calculation that money went up by 100%. Like, I want you to walk me through that calculation.
Okay, so sure, no problem. But first, before I talk about the money, do we agree that the importance of looks went up? I just throw out numbers. I'll say 200%, 500%. But do we agree that the importance of that went up significantly? The importance of status, particularly your, social media, your online presence, has gone up massively in the last, say, 20 years.
I don't think
not massively.
It's an interesting question. I don't think the value of looks has gone up. I think maybe status, you can make the argument because back in the day, like 20 years ago, status was literally, there was only like actors on TV and then there was maybe local status. Now there's more types of status that is available. And I do think cloud chasing, because now there's a lot of influencers. So girls can make money through status, which wasn't a thing 20 years ago. So I would agree that status has gone up because now you can make money through influence and through status, which you couldn't 20 years ago. So inherently that has gone up. I think looks, just everyone people want good looking people. I don't see how the status of money has gone up. I do think the rich have gone richer and the poor have gone poorer, but I don't see how that's like significantly skyrocketed. Maybe you could argue that because people are more connected now and they're realizing that, oh, I don't have to work a 9 to 5. I can be an entrepreneur and I can travel, and thus because of that, money is more important and blah blah blah. So I guess you could argue that money has went up, but I wouldn't argue that looks has like gone down or up significantly. Nor would I argue that money has gone up and down significantly. Status is the only one I would grant you due to our change in terms of the economy, in terms of what you could and could not do with status and cloud.
Okay,
people
perfect.
have always valued looks, always. So.
Okay, perfect. No. So I'm not. When I mean value, I mean your ability to convert it into dates, into getting laid, into all that stuff. If you had, let's pretend you had male model looks, let's say 1% looks 20 years ago. What could you do with that? You would have to go out and actually start approaching people. You simply couldn't get the same volume that you could do if you just took some pictures of your male model, beautiful face and physique, and then post it on social media. Girls will be flying into your DMs. Post it on Tinder. You're over here talking about Tinder, and you're saying that, oh yeah, looks hasn't really improved. Are you kidding me? If you have male model looks, you will be running circles around all the average, mediocre, pickup dudes running around approaching 50 girls.
You're talking about two different things. Okay, you have to clarify your position. You're talking. I thought you were making it seem like looks is an absolute thing, like your looks in terms of its value. Like 20 years ago, a chick sees a guy who's 9 and doesn't really matter to her that much, and now it matters a lot more to her. You're talking about what you can use with your looks.
Yes,
right? Which is a different argument largely. And I wouldn't even necessarily disagree with that, but that is a different argument. So you have to clarify that.
Okay, sorry. I thought we understood what I meant. I meant the value, not in terms of the value in your ability to convert that variable into more dating options.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It makes sense. Yeah. Now I understand.
Okay, so I said what looks went up 500%, status went up 1,000%, and I'm saying that game, or as you guys put it, I just call it behavior, personality, plummeted in the last 20 years. Plummeted, 80% minimum.
See, this is one thing that I disagree with you on. I think if we're talking about from that definition, then they all went up because it has become more competitive. Because back in the day, 20 years ago, that chick, she was only exposed to options from her work her school and her social circle. She wasn't exposed, maybe her local area, she went to the bar, but she wasn't exposed to the whole country and the whole world. Versus now, the competition is much steeper because any hot chick is getting DMs from all across the world. So thus, she is going to be more picky in terms of game, in terms of looks, in terms of status. So I think they all have, in a way, gone up because the marketplace has become more competitive in the last 20 years. I wouldn't say that game has gone down. I think they're all more important because, again, it's more competitive now.
And here's another thing too, because the game part and the looks part can be related in a way. Because if we say game is strategy, right?
It's your behavior.
Sure, fine. It's your behavior expressed through your strategy with your dating profile.
But
fine.
Your looks is not your behavior. It's how you look. It's when I'm looking at your body.
Okay, so can somebody take a bad picture and a good picture? Yes or no?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, okay, so that definitely factors into the game part, for sure. And look, Wheat Waffles called Alex out on this. Hold on. Yeah, maximizing looks. I mean, what is that? Is that part of the look stop or is that part of the game stop? Well, which stock is it part of? Based on your stock analogy, which if it has to be one, which one is it going to be?
What, getting the best looking pictures you can?
Yeah, because that's going to be realized by what you said before. It's going to be realized. Yeah, it's going to be realized through your dating life. So which stock
that would
do you have
fall
to put
under
that
the
in,
stock of looks.
What? No, well, because you look the way you look. You just said yourself, your looks isn't your behavior. Your behavior of changing your perception of your looks. Where is that going to be put? In the stocks that you said. You have four options. The answer is obvious. You can just say it.
Wait. Can you ask that question again?
Okay, two identical twins. They're both objectively 8s, two identical twins. One of them doesn't have a good strategy. He just posts a bunch of selfies on Instagram on his Tinder profile. One of them is really smart. He understands game, and he uses good angles, good lighting. He takes action shots. He goes to cool locations. They're both equal looks, but one of them has a much better strategy, and thus will get better results. I would put that in the game category for sure.
I would put that in the looks category because you could also make the same argument. Okay, all right, fine. You have two identical twins. One grows out a big beard and looks like a homeless person and walks around. The other is fit and then is well groomed and well dressed.
In this one, that's the same exact way. Hold on. They look this. We acknowledge the fact that online dating is way more important nowadays. There are two people that look exactly the same. They have a different online dating strategy, online profile dating strategy. One person doesn't know how to they take pictures like freaking this, right? You can't even tell what their looks are. And you think that's actually common, right? I'm sure
that's actually very common.
There's a lot of that don't know how to take a fucking picture, right? And then there's another guy that has a professional photo shoot. So his perception of how he looks is going to how when girls are perceiving him on Tinder, whatever dating apps, one guy's going to be perceived as a 9. So let's say that they're both an 8, right? One guy's going to be perceived as a 9 because he has a professional photo shoot. Another guy, his twin brother, who looks exactly the same, is going to be presented and look like a 5, right? Because his photos are whack. And you're saying that the strategy that they implement there, based on your analogy of the stocks, is going to be put in the looks category? It's in the game category. It's in the game category. Admit it. Okay. Admit it. It's in the game category, right?
Okay.
So that's why I'm saying game is still important. No, we're not going to move on. This is the whole point of contention, right? It's in the game category, right?
When I think about game, I think about when you're talking to somebody, when you're interacting, your behavior, your dialogue, your wittiness, your ability to, what is it called? Cocky, funny, your ability to nag, all that stupid shit. That is what I think about game. I don't think about taking the right strategy from the right angle with the right lighting. Fine, okay.
That's a key part of game. That's a key part of game nowadays. I think people have
a part of game. One more thing, Alex. I'm so sorry to interrupt. One more thing. You just said it yourself. One person could have like a beard, whatever, and then the other person be clean shaven. It's like, okay, it's also the way that you present yourself, your style, right? If you dress like a bum, even if you look exactly the same, there's going to be a different thing. So there's strategy in the way of.
Yeah, your grooming and your style is part of looks.
I mean, David, you did say game is behavior, looks is just your looks, like you have it or you don't. So I mean, again, I don't want to get stuck on semantics, but I mean, if you admit that this is part of game, you don't lose the debate. It's just like a very small point.
Okay, fine. Let's say that's a type of game is you maximize. And the thing about that, we want to talk about the online pictures and angles and stuff. Plenty of girls already do that. Fat
I
girls
know.
get the best angles in the world, and you know what happens when you see them? You go, fuck, I got catfished. And then it's a failed date. So if you have your guys, if a client comes to you and he's really a 5 in person, and he does all these crazy angles and little shadow and lighting and touching up, and then he looks like a 7.5 on his pictures, he's going to have a lot of failed dates.
No, you missed what I was talking about earlier. I don't know if you tuned in like a lot earlier or just came in later. I was talking about is the degree of the exaggeration. So, for example, you have a guy who's 5'11", he says 6 feet, he's going to be fine every time. You have a guy who's 5'5" or 5'6" and says he's 6 feet, yeah, he's going to get called out. So it's the same thing here. No one's talking about crazy, Photoshop, blah, blah, blah. We're talking about basic things. So make a guy who's 6 look like a 7. Make a guy who's a 5 look like a 6. With me personally, Wheat Waffle said, "Oh, dude, in your pictures you look like a 7. In real life you look like a 5.5." I might disagree with that a little bit, but I do look better in my pictures. Never once had an issue, right? Because it's not significant exaggeration. So we're
Well,
not
the girls
talking
aren't going to say it. They're not going to say in your face, "You look way worse than your pictures." They'll never say that.
But
Unless
I
it's
still
like
wait,
dramatic.
but doesn't
they keep banging me like what? Like 1 year.
Every last one, every last date you went on that you banged.
No,
That's
but most
impressive.
of them.
No one said every last day. I talk about this at like 60.
That's what I'm saying. How do you know that some of the girls don't look at you and say he's not as good looking as pictures, and they leave, or they not leave, but they know that they're not going to do it.
Yeah, but some will, but most haven't. And doesn't that
I
lend?
don't think that's really.
Doesn't
I
hold
don't,
on? Doesn't
I don't
that
even think
lend?
that's the reason that I don't bang like the 23rd. I think it more has to do with the fact that they're looking for a relationship. They're more conservative. That maybe they're going through something with their boyfriend. That's really, if I had to realistically analyze my like non-hookup encounters, that's what I would attribute it to, not like the fact that they felt like I catfished them or something.
So unless let's just give Alex the benefit of the doubt that he's telling the truth here, that he ends up banging most of the girls, despite the fact that he looks slightly different in person than he does in his pictures. Doesn't that lend legitimacy to the idea that there's something going on there rather than just looks? There's something about Alex when they meet him, regardless of the fact that he looks a little bit different than his pictures, they still end up having sex with him. Okay, maybe there's something there. Hold on. Let me finish my point. Maybe there's something there that's more than just looks that leads them to having sex with him. That's what we like to call that is game.
Okay, can I respond?
Yeah, go ahead.
Nobody, even the most mentally disabled black pillar, isn't going to say a girl that matched with you, conversed with you, and went on a date with you, of course she's open to hooking up with you. It's the point. It's the guys, a huge chunk of these dudes, they go online and they don't match with anything.
Sure.
What about
what
those
does that
guys?
have to do with anything?
No, I'm saying that's why the importance of
wait,
looks.
so is it should they just give up then?
No, there are some things you could do, okay, but it's not what you guys are talking about.
Like taking better pictures? I mean, what else?
Okay, so let's get specific with it. What exactly is it that I talk about that you think isn't going to work? I want specifics. What do you think that you see me teach that you think isn't going to help or isn't going to work?
Okay, so because I've just watched it fairly recently. So, but there's a few things that, one, you don't talk about, and two, that you talk about that I think is wrong. But we'll wind up.
Those are different. Hang on, those are different points than me talking about something that's not going to work. So if you think that there's stuff that I talk about that's ethically wrong, that's a different argument than you saying there's things that I talk about that doesn't work. So then you have to rephrase your argument.
No, I didn't say ethically wrong. I said that I think is incorrect. I disagree with.
Okay, so you disagree with on an ethical perspective, or you disagree with because you don't think it's going to work?
I disagree because I think it's flawed logic. I think you're wrong.
Okay, so what are these things that you think I'm wrong about? As long as we're not arguing ethics, because ethics is very subjective.
I'm not arguing ethics at all.
Okay, so then what are these things specifically?
All right, so I remember one time you mentioned, so this is the analogy I use, is that, like, let's say you're approaching a girl, to chat her up, get her number and all that stuff. There's basically 3 types of women you have. I use the red light, yellow light, green light analogy. Some girls are green lights. They respond really well. They light up like, a deer in the headlights. They're smiling. They're, you could tell there's interest from the start. Then you have the red lights, the ones that, they ignore you. They give you a one-word answer. There's like zero attraction. They just want you to leave. And then there's the yellow lights, the girls that are like kind of undecided. They're kind of they're on the fence, if you will.
Yeah, very
We
similar.
agree with that.
Basically what I talk about. So what do I say specifically? I agree with that, but what do I say?
So what you say is that you basically suggest, like, I'm getting into the numbers. You basically suggest, it's 50-50. 50% of the girls are going to be about, the green lights. They're going to be interested, and half the girls aren't going to be. I'm like saying, absolutely not. It's going to be for if you're just a regular average dude approaching, inopportuning a bunch of women. The
Where
vast
exactly
majority
do I
of them.
say that? Because I'm very clear about the fact that your success rate for advanced guys is about 10%. That maybe if I approach 3 girls, I'll get one of their numbers. So where exactly do I say that it's about 50%? I want you to pinpoint that.
It was one of your videos. I can't pull it up right now.
It never happened. I never said that you will get 50%.
I didn't say 50%, but you said that some of the girls are going to do this, some of the girls are going to do that. You implied it. You don't have to specifically say a number. There's a lot of stuff you could do, to imply certain things.
I'm like super explicit on my channel that you're going to fail way more than you're going to succeed no matter who the fuck you are. I've said that time and time again.
And I agree.
In videos and streams. So I think on that point, I've been extremely clear that this is mostly you're going to get way more failures. And I've admitted myself, I showed failure clips. So I think you're miscategorizing me in that.
So the majority of the guys that are going to come to you are not above average dudes. They're probably not even average dudes. They're probably
David. I want to hear specific points because you said something. I want to hear specific points that I am wrong about. So let's not move this to like a theory type of thing. So that one I just debunked based on just like
I think did you or did you not say that you believe that a lot of guys could have success with online dating?
Okay, so what I said on that is a lot of guys have the potential to have success with online dating. Now, success is vague. What is success for one person? Some level of results with online dating if they take the right kind of action. Yes, I have said that.
That you're right. That is very vague. Some level of results. That almost doesn't mean anything. It can mean that you look nothing like your pictures and you're getting matches and dates. Okay, great. And then they're all failed.
No one is talking about catfishing girls. No one is talking about catfishing girls. We're talking about a guy who has nothing in his life. Maybe he's like a 4, and then he does the work. He goes to the gym. He fixes his facial hair, fixes his fashion. He turns himself into a 5.5. Maybe in his photos he looks like a 6, and he gets laid twice a month, and then eventually gets himself a girlfriend. Right?
I don't think the vast majority of guys are going to be getting laid twice a month off of Tinder, regardless of what they do.
They could. A lot of, depends on where they live.
We can agree to disagree.
Okay. Again, it's very rare that I have a client who I can't get them at least a somewhat reasonable amount of results for their status. Like, again, sometimes I have guys who are like 55 years old and they're like, bro, I want to fuck 18-year-olds. And I'm like, yeah, we got to lower your expectations a little bit. Or a guy who's like, very unattractive. He's like, bro, I want to fuck like 3 chicks a day. I'm like, yeah, we're gonna have to lower your expectations. But
yeah,
I
that's extreme.
A lot of guys,
the average dude.
The average dude has the potential. As long as he doesn't live in like Saudi Arabia or something like that, or he lives in a super tiny town, assuming he lives in a medium to large size city, in a non-super conservative country, has the potential, if he does the work, to have a somewhat decent level of results without lying or catfishing girls. And I will stand by that statement.
Well, of course you get decent level of results. What does that mean? That literally doesn't mean anything. That could mean, you went on dates, you're never getting laid. That could
it is very subjective.
It's not measurable.
It is measurable. But what could be high level of results for one guy? For some of my clients, getting laid twice a month is a high level of results. For me, that is extremely low level results for me personally. So it just depends where you're coming from. For someone who's a multimillionaire, for someone who's poor, making $10,000 a month is a fucking insane victory. For someone who's rich, making $10,000 a month is a bad month. So it does really depend on where you're coming from. That is highly subjective. But let's just say twice a month, I don't know, as a benchmark.
Okay, yeah, I would say that. I have a friend that he's probably the most average looking dude ever, average height, average everything. And I do not see anybody being able to get him to go on Tinder and get laid twice a month.
Is he on Tinder?
Well, now he's not. He winded up marrying some overweight woman. But
I mean, there's nothing I can do to help the guy then if he chose to marry some fatty.
well, this
like,
was a while ago, but I'm just saying, I just the reason why I use him as a reference is because
it's
he's
like such
so
an extreme
average.
hypothetical. A guy who's no longer in the game, who's no longer on Tinder. I just can't imagine someone getting him results. Chances are this guy has never once watched my content or applied my strategies. But this hypothetical person who's no longer in the game, I just can't imagine him getting results. That's like such an extreme hypothetical.
No, I agree that it's definitely there's going to be a subjectivity here. We're going to say, now you may claim that you took all these average and below average dudes and you're getting them laid left and right. And of
I'm
course,
not claiming
we'll never
that.
be
No
able
one
to
is
prove
claiming that. Again, don't strawman me. I'm saying that the vast majority of my clients, I can get them a decent level of success that they're happy with. I'm not claiming that I'm taking all these average dudes and getting them laid left and right.
Well, we use
No.
we use two different women a month as kind of a benchmark in terms
I
of
don't
what
consider that left and right, and I'm just putting a number on it because, like, basically,
Well, for an
you know,
average guy, that for an average dude, that is very impressive. From online, keep in mind that's from online. That's not approaching 50 women a day. That's from online Tinder.
yeah, I mean, we also have to take quality into account. I generally align.
I
with
assume at
assumption-
least average.
Yeah, at
I'm
least
assuming at
average.
least
That's the assumption this is predicated on. Because if you
Yes.
want to bend your quality, then you can go way higher than that. But yeah, I do think that is reasonable for the average guy who doesn't live in a super conservative country, who lives in a mid to large size city, who's willing to do the work, get the photo shoots, practice good text game, learn the shit. I do think it is reasonable within a reasonable time frame to get to 2 a month. I don't think that's an extreme goal.
Okay, well, you're free to believe that, and people.
But like your only counterpoint is one guy who married a fatty who's no longer in the game.
My counterpoint, you could make 20 counterpoints, but there's no proof of that. You could conjure up all sorts of examples that may or may not be real. So there's no way I can't prove unequivocally that what you're saying is wrong, and you can't prove that what I believe is wrong.
Right. I can't unequivocally prove it, but I think I have a significantly more proof than you do, because you can make the argument that this is why I hate sometimes debating black pillars, because they all just say everything is fake. But that I've never once faked a testimonial. There's more than enough people who have the product that you can talk to. There's enough comments. So there's more than enough testimonials of guys on their own free will without me even asking them, or writing, their results. So again, you could try to argue that's fake. I mean, I don't know. We can hire some kind of IT company to try to
There's plenty
that.
of data, and I'm not even saying what you said is fake, but there's maybe what you're saying is 100% true. But there's countless examples of dating coaches faking countless things, from their infields to their girlfriends to their clients, to hiring hookers for their clients, all sorts of, just so they can get.
There's a lot of. I've never disagreed with that.
So
there's
you are in an industry that's an absolute cesspool, and you're saying, "Oh, I'm perfectly clean and have the highest standards." So it's like, yes,
think about how Alex and I,
almost every industry, the fitness industry, is literally exactly the same thing. Most fitness coaches are lying. They're on steroids. They pretend to be natty, but that's not to say that you can't get fitness advice. That's like making the argument, because a lot of these guys are pretending to be natty when they're really on steroids. A lot of them are full of shit. Then you can't argue that. Well, that means that you can't get the average person results with fitness, right? Because these guys are lying. That's not, those two things don't line up.
Yeah, why are you grouping us together with them? Like, okay, Alex and I are one of the few people who, hold on. Yeah, we're in this industry, and we're also the only ones in the industry that are willing to talk to guys like you in a public forum. So shouldn't that lend some legitimacy at the fact that we believe in our ideas enough, we believe in our integrity enough, that we're willing to put it out there? So if anything, that actually lends legitimacy to the fact that Alex and I are different from the rest of the dating pool, the dating cesspool of scammy dating coaches, which we agree with. We agree with you. The vast majority are, but we're different. And how are we different? We show it through our actions. We show it through Alex with his testimonials, Coach Whitepill, who I work with his testimonials, and the fact that we are willing to actually have these discussions. So we agree with you, but it's unfair for you. Hold on. It's unfair for you to group all of the rest of the bad people with us, and say we're the same. Similarly, it would be awful for us to say that you are a nihilistic black pillar who's illogical and doesn't believe game exists just because Scribe said that, even though you're part of the black pill community as well.
I literally said game exists.
Yeah, I know, but
exactly. So my point is, you are saying that dating coaches are all these scammers, and we're part of this industry.
No.
Therefore, we're scammers. Hold on, let me talk. And also, it would be just as much as that is a disingenuous, unfair way to frame things. It would be unfair for me to say that you think game doesn't exist because another black pillar thinks game doesn't exist.
The difference is that you have a financial incentive to say all the stuff that you're saying. I have zero incentive to say what I'm saying. I'm without either. So all I'm saying
so your argument is, oh, you guys have a business, therefore bad.
Yeah,
money equals bad. Is that your argument? Money equals bad
the
argument?
Industry. You're in an industry that's an absolute cesspool, right?
Like literally almost every
and we're
industry.
trying to set ourselves apart.
That
you
doesn't
agree
mean
that
you're
in
right.
every
That doesn't
industry
mean
there's
your
going to be
belief
some
systems are
shitty
right.
people and there's going to be some people who do things right?
It's like arguing that in the financial, like someone's a financial analyst or financial advisor, and they're like, oh, you must be a scammer because take a look at what you guys did to cause the economic crash. You guys are all a bunch of scammers. Yeah, there's a bunch of shitty people on Wall Street, but it doesn't mean that all financial advisors are shitty people.
Yeah, it's like
It's
saying
not the
look,
same.
lawyers
you can
tend to
argue
be
that about literally every single industry.
exactly.
Pretty much,
You can say like lawyers tend to be,
with the exception of certain ones that are like more altruistic, but like pretty much
you can
every
say, like,
industry you could argue that for.
You can say like lawyers tend to be shitty, bad people. Therefore, if you're a lawyer,
all you
you're a
guys care
shitty,
about
bad
is
person.
taking
Like,
money from your clients. All you
Yeah.
guys care about is getting innocent people off. All you guys care about is putting people back in jail. But there are some good lawyers, just like there's some good. So that's like,
and how it's unfair to say that a good lawyer who's in it for the right reasons, is inherently a bad person because most lawyers are bad. That's the argument you're making right now.
No, this is the argument I'm making. If you hear somebody who they have a financial incentive to embellish and overinflate the truth by saying, hey, I can take an average dude that's average in every way, looks, money, status, and everything, and get him laid multiple times a month by different, even average looking women through Tinder, through online dating, the most shallowest dating platform where the average guy gets completely ignored. But I'm able to do it because I have these secret strategies and techniques.
No one's saying there's anything secret.
This guy just keeps strawmanning you, Alex. It's hilarious.
There's no secret strategy. I don't believe in like secret like one-liners. This is what was funny when we were debating Scrap. He's like, bro, like you're talking about game, but I'm waiting for you to give me that like one magic line. I was like, bro, that's not how game works. There is no magic line that I teach. He's like, oh, well, I thought you were gonna give me a magic line. Dude, like you can literally make that argument for any industry, any business has a financial incentive. So what, you're going to argue that a bakery down the street that their food isn't good because they're going to lie to you because
what I'm saying.
Any business has a financial incentive to promote their product.
No.
Any business.
You didn't hear what I was saying. I said that when you say something that completely flies against everything that I've ever seen, if someone's watching this and it sounds completely ridiculous that an average dude could hop on Tinder and get laid multiple times a month by different average women because they have this
what is your set of data points? Okay, so we have the one guy who married the fatty. What are your other data points? What about you? Have you been on Tinder?
Other friends?
Have you personally been on Tinder?
Yes.
Okay, how would you describe your looks?
Well, first of all, I'm not trying to dox myself on this platform, but
nobody's interested in who you are, bro. No offense.
Just your looks, like 5, 6, 7.
I mean, I could say whatever. I'm above average. I'm tall, well above average.
Okay, all right. So that's how you honestly describe yourself. Okay, and then how long did you spend on Tinder?
I actually don't do Tinder anymore. I just do Hinge. Okay. I haven't done Tinder in years.
Okay, what kind of results do you get on Hinge?
Good. I get multiple dates. Well, now I'm in a relationship, but I was getting multiple dates and I was getting laid.
So how does that? So that's you are the counterpoint. Like you are actually getting good results. So like I don't understand how like all my experiences suggest otherwise, but you are the exception to that if you're getting good results.
So you must be specific strategies. I just pull pictures off of my social media, throw it on the profile.
Right, but your argument was that, oh, dude, it's so crazy that just the average guy can just go on these dating apps and get like results. But then you're like, oh, well, I went on these dating apps and I got results. I'm only on Hinge and I'm getting results.
I'm a very niche product. Let's just put it that way. I have a very distinct look. If you walked around, you wouldn't see anybody that looks like me. I'm very tall, etc. Okay.
I mean, you didn't when we asked you to describe who you are, you really thought about it. You're like, I guess I'm above average. You weren't like, dude, I'm like fucking.
No, but because
actually-
if I were to describe it, it doesn't matter. I could say I'm 7 feet tall and I'm, you know, a freaking superstar.
Right, but we're
It
trying to
doesn't
have
mean anything.
like an honest debate. Like, I mean, that would make no sense if you lied. That would be like super dumb. That'd be like intellectually disgenuine. So I mean, like that's one data point. So far you brought up 2 data points. One is the friend who married a fatty.
Several friends. I have several friends. Okay, and a lot of them they try it. I look at their profile and I give up on it. Plus, I've done actually experiments. I've actually done experiments with other dating coaches that would say, hey, this is my profile. You could just take it, you know, if you want to do an experiment with that, take their pictures, run your own, use exactly their description, all that, see what kind of results you get. And you get trash. You get nothing, practically.
Okay,
Yeah,
I mean,
so
yeah,
our
again,
arguments is that
like
their
these
pictures
are
probably
these
suck.
are extreme. Yeah, like these are extreme. Like, what's the term? I'm forgetting because we've been going for 3.5 hours. But like again, like I just brought up a counterpoint to, which is you. I mean, you're now making arguments because you're like very unique looking. But I'm curious. I want to go back to what are the things, because you said there's things that you say that I think you're wrong about. So what are these things? I want to keep going with this.
Oh, the implicate. Didn't I already say one of them? I forgot the one that I mentioned before.
Well, the first one we very quickly debunked because I don't say that.
Okay, the 50-50. Okay.
Yeah. So I want to hear some specific things.
I haven't watched every single video, but I could say what there are things that you guys do not say.
Okay, I'm curious.
What
are the things that I do not say?
Okay, great. You guys don't talk about cosmetic surgery. There are plenty of guys I know that they have very specific things wrong with their looks that they could greatly improve if they got cosmetic surgery for whatever reason. And this is why I think the Black Pill does offer some value to young men, is because they're the only ones talking about cosmetic surgery, improving stuff, basically a way to make yourself look more genetically appealing.
So I'm not. There's the reason why I don't talk about it, because I'm not a big fan of that. I think maybe in some circumstances it's okay. Because one, I had cosmetic surgery on myself because I broke my nose when I was 16, and I got about a year worth of breathing problems, and it was fucking miserable. And I don't wish that on other people. So I'm very weary to give medical advice to people, which cosmetic surgery is medical. So I think that quite often that soft looks maxing, quite often these guys who are contemplating hard looks maxing haven't even maxed out the soft looks maxing. They haven't maxed out their gym and style and whatnot, and they're already jumping on the hard looks maxing. So I think that the only time that I would even consider it is, one, if you've maxed out all the soft looks maxing, and two, you have a very specific type of disability. Maybe you were in an accident, maybe just something was way off. But for the guy whose nose is a little too big, it's not something I would advocate. That's why I don't talk about it.
Okay.
So what else? What else do we not?
But you don't have anything against it if a guy, for example, a good one would be a hair transplant. A lot of guys, instead of just shave it off, bro.
No, I have no problem with hair. I don't think of hair transplant. I guess you could argue that it is. I don't really think of it as cosmetic. I think of more like plastic surgery type of stuff. I have zero problem with hair transplants. I might even get one myself. I think of that. I just put that mentally in a different caatory. But yeah, I have no problem.
Hey, bro,
I
don't. What was your name, David? Do you know what a straw man is? Could you explain that to us, please? Do you know what it is?
Yes.
Okay, can you explain that to us?
It's basically when you make an argument saying, "Oh, you believe this," and it's not true.
Yeah.
You're basically
okay.
What are you doing right now, man? That's exactly what you're doing. You're just assuming that we're against cosmetic surgery off of no evidence at all.
No, I just said
I have no problem with cosmetic surgery.
I just said the stuff that you don't talk about. These are things you do not talk about. I literally said that there are things that you omit. And he said, "Oh, what do I omit?" And I just explained that.
Let's go ahead. So, okay, moving on from cosmetic surgery.
I didn't say you hate it. I'm saying you omit it. You don't talk about it.
I talk about
so let's move on from that one. What other things?
I'm talking about Alex.
Yeah. So go ahead. So what are the things that I omit, David?
You also omit what's it called? Going basically leaving the country, going elsewhere, going to say Southeast Asia, going to a place where the average dude has options.
That's not really true. I have talked about that in several videos and articles. I've talked about how how I did an experiment where I put my Tinder all across the world, and I was like, wow, these countries are fucking epic. I talk about sexual arbitrage quite often. How if you go to Colombia, you can take advantage of sexual arbitrage. So I do talk about it. Maybe not all the time, but I've talked about it multiple times. So that one's not true.
Okay.
Also, here's another thing
I'm glad.
too.
I'm glad I'm wrong. I'm glad I'm wrong about that, because that's great advice. That's actually, I think, applicable advice. I don't think
I don't think it's possible for everybody, because some people have like 9-to-5 jobs where they can't leave. But for people who can do it, I think it's a decent option. Let me just quickly address this guy. How do I get laid with zero effort? If game exists, you should be able to do this. Dude, game implies effort. You have to talk to girls. You have to put in an effort. You will get like.
I think he's trolling. I think
he's got to be trolling. This is the most ridiculous.
Hey, how do I get laid by just standing there?
It would be more applicable to flip the argument. Hey, if looks exist, how do I get laid with zero effort? Because I should be getting laid just because of my looks. It is so funny. All right, go ahead. So what are some other things that we omit or that I omit?
That's basically the main two. There's probably a few others. Those are the main two things that I think the black pill brings up. Because keep in mind, I've just looked into this stuff over the last couple months. The black pill brings up that dating coaches such as yourself and red pill guys, they don't bring up. They talk about this other crap that has more, in my opinion, we can have different opinions, nothing wrong with that. But for the average guy, I think those taking it at a different angle and maximizing your pictures and all that stuff when you're 5'6" isn't going to do too much. But going to the Philippines, going to Thailand, that's going to do a lot. If you have certain specific issues with your facial features, or as you called it, hard looks maxing, cosmetic surgery.
Really quickly, have you been to those countries before?
What
Southeast Asian
Philippines
countries.
and
I think I know where you're going with this. I do feel like it's a different argument, Kevin. With some countries where it's easier.
I have not. No.
I've
been to several different countries, but not those.
So I'll tell you, because I have been there. I lived over there for.
I have friends that have been there, though.
Yeah. So here's the issue with over there. So look, there's going to be different sexual marketplaces. So like location maxing, I think is very legitimate. From what I hear, South America, it's a lot easier to get laid because the girls tend to be more promiscuous. I could be wrong. I don't know. Alex, is that true?
That is very true. Also, sexual arbitrage, that's the biggest factor.
Okay.
Is if you're like a 6 in America, you become like a 7.5 in Colombia.
Yeah. And look, that same thing exists in Southeast Asia as well. This is one thing that the black pillars need to account for, though. Okay. Because a lot of black pillars, they just hear stories. They just assume that like, oh, if I go to another country, then I'm going to get laid, and but they've never done it themselves, and they never will. Okay. Even if you go to these other countries, even if it might be technically easier, which a lot of times it's not as easy as you think. It's easier to pay for it. But let's just say in some cases it is easier. You still have to take the action of putting yourself out there. And let's think about this another thing too, because you think of like, oh, there's these like normal looking guys that go travel to, these countries and they get laid. So much of game comes down to courage and doing and experiencing new things. Most incel black pill guys do not leave their freaking basement. All right. It takes a lot of balls to actually leave your country, go halfway around the world to a country that nobody speaks the language, and then just YOLOing it. So these black pill guys think that like, oh, if I just move to this whatever country, more than likely they don't have the balls to do that shit anyway. So for the few guys who actually do, more power to you. But a lot of those guys are going to have a harsh. Exactly. A lot of those guys are going to have a harsh red pill when they arrive in that country. They just think like, oh, I'm here. Where's all the pussy? All the pussy's going to get flung at me. You still have to put in the work. You still have to at the very least have, because like, look, there's a lot of guys who actually, white guys especially, like when I was in Vietnam recently, like, okay, sure, it's an easier time with some Vietnamese girls that if you're a white guy, but at the same time, you're competing against other white guys still, right? So if all of these guys have this mindset of like, oh, I just have to travel over here to get laid, it's a sexual marketplace nowadays, kind of like the cat's out of the bag. So for example, one of my friends there, he said that like he's been in Vietnam for like 6 years. He said that when he first got there, it was a lot easier, and now it's tough as hell because now you have all these like Dutch Chads walking around being like, hey, I'm here for the pussy.
Those girls Dutch Chads.
Yeah, those girls do the Dutch. All of them travel, every single one of them. And they all travel to like Southeast Asia. They just travel everywhere. It's like in their culture. So you're now you're going there. Like you might have a point if it was like 10 years ago, right? But like anything, once a secret is out, it gets more competitive. So you have these Dutch Chads that you're competing against for the hottest girls. So you might be there. It might be easier for you to get a Southeast Asian girl, but don't expect it to be like some dime, because the dimes are going for the Dutch Chads.
Yeah, I will say, I want to say this point. I just don't understand why it's the optimizing your photos is like in the nonsense category, but then traveling to a different country is not in the nonsense category. If anything, I think that
which costs more.
Optimizing your photos costs less. Anyone can do it because you're not job restricted, and because it's like more accessible to the average guy. Like that's a lot easier than traveling and living in a country. Because if you just travel to the country for a weekend, that's like barely anything. You're gonna start building a pipeline. Second of all, those two work really well together. Like you optimize your photos and you go to Colombia, that's gonna give you better results than just going to Colombia. Right. So I don't see those as like one of those is like real game and or like whatever real strategy. One of them is nonsense. They're both good strategies that should be done. It sounds like, in addition to that, it sounds like really the only thing that I don't talk about that I admit is the plastic surgery stuff, which I've explained my reasoning on that. And I do think that the black pill community is a little too gun ho with that. I think quite often, like 90% of the time, I see guys who haven't soft looks maxed, even 50%, contemplating going down that rabbit hole. That's the first thing. The second, and also they don't understand what the side effects and the repercussions of doing plastic surgery is. Hair transplant, in my opinion, is a completely different story. I think that's totally fine. The second point I want to make is in terms of the things I say that could be potentially off according to you. Really, the only one that that you have an issue with is the one about the average guy being able to get some level of success. And in my opinion, that one is based on faulty data because, like you yourself, are getting decent results. I mean, we can say that it's because you're tall, blah, blah, blah. But I know plenty. I can show so many other examples of guys who are like average who are getting good results. So it's kind of my take on all that.
Yeah, no, I agree. If you're dealing with a top 10% attractive dude who doesn't know what the hell he's doing and he's, has a very weird personality, you guys might be able to provide a lot of value.
Okay. Do you think I'm a top 10% dude?
But who is coming to you? It's basically the bottom 50%.
Well, it's not true. Actually, I get clients from all across. Believe it or not, I get clients. Some of them are actually very good looking and very successful. I get clients from all across the board. I wouldn't really book it as like bottom percent. But okay, let me ask this question: would you consider me top 10% in terms of looks?
How tall are you? I don't know.
I'm
not good at rating guys. That's always a faulty thing. Guys are usually not that good. It's the women that decide. Yeah,
that's also another argument that MD and Wheat Waffles would disagree with. But fair enough,
Hold on. This is important. You just said that your friend a while ago is an average-looking guy that married a land whale, and you use that as an example. So you say that, but you don't believe that. So you do believe that your value judgment of somebody's looks matters and is relevant. But you just contradicted yourself.
Well, there's certain things that are mathematically average, like height, for example.
Okay.
So he's 5'9".
5'11".
There's going to be.
So your friend is what?
And it depends on where you live. If you live in Tulsa, Oklahoma,
I live in Miami.
You're probably a lot closer to the top 10-20%.
Okay, well, let me just give my assessment. I am probably slightly above average. I'm definitely not in the top 10% in terms of looks, especially not in Miami. I would be very interested if someone.
Yeah, in Miami, no.
My girlfriend might think so, but everyone else probably not. I'm not. I'm probably in the top 40%, not top 10%. So I'm probably slightly above average in terms of looks. I get pretty fucking good results with online dating. So, like right there, that's a counterpoint that I could speak of. A guy who's slightly above average, but gets significantly above average results. And I can name countless counter examples like that. So you have examples of guys who haven't had success. Now we'd have to look at their profile, try to control for other factors. But I guarantee you I have way more counter examples of guys because I've worked with it. And that's largely because I work with so many guys. So I have so many profiles. Now, granted, not everyone, but I do have a shitload of fucking examples of these around average-ish guys who got decent results. So.
All right. Well, that's fair enough. I could use all of my life experience and all the data that's out there in terms of who are the
But
guys
you wouldn't be able
getting
to use yourself in that data set.
No, I wouldn't be using myself. That wouldn't be there would be a bias there.
Well, not even a bias. It's just that you're getting, like, according to yourself, good results. So you can't use yourself because you're the exception to that rule.
Correct. What I'm talking about, I'm referring to the average dude. And in your case, in terms of your clients, it's probably going to tilt more towards the below average in SMV.
That's not really true. I would say I haven't seen that at all. I would say that I just get clients from all over the board. Some of them below average, some of them above average, some of them really good looking.
Well, you're not going to come on here and bash your clients and say, yeah, they're all ugly as sin and autistic.
Dude, I don't give a fuck. Like, if I thought they were below average, I would say it. I have no problem saying shit like that. I've said way worse things about, I wouldn't be calling them like fucking faggots or something. But if it was the case that my clients on average tilted below average, I don't see that as a bad thing. I would just say it. Like, I think I've said way worse things on stream and I don't really give a fuck. So that wouldn't be like a thing that would stop me at all. Like, oh yeah, my average client is a little bit below average in terms of looks. Like, that wouldn't affect me from a business place at all. It's just not the case. That's why I'm not saying it.
Fair enough. But I'm just saying the things that I think would help guys a lot more, like location, changing their location, maximizing.
Which is something I talk about.
Right?
Yes. The only one that,
well, then I haven't seen it. But if you do, fantastic. Then,
yeah, the only one that you can bring up, it sounds like the only point you have about
surgery
that I don't talk about is the hard looks maxing. That's the only one.
Like Ziz, for example, I would say Ziz probably did more for letting guys know how to transform from.
I don't know who Ziz is.
Ziz is he was like an aesthetics guy. It's all about muscle building and stuff. I mean, dude, we talk about that too. Like, my specialty, I know you're talking about Alex here, but I'm a personal trainer. So like my specialty is in what black pillars would consider soft looks maxing. And I know for a fact, for example, to go off of Alex's point of the hard looks maxing thing a while ago, dude, you cannot start looking into hard looks maxing unless you've done a few things. You need to have at least hit the benchmarks of strength, 225 bench, 315 squat, 405 deadlift. You need to have at least 16-inch arms, and you need to have at least done neck exercises to thicken your neck, which is very much important in terms of attractiveness physically from a woman, because it asserts dominance, right? And it actually helps with your face and stuff as well. You also need to make sure that you've at least gotten somewhat of a six-pack, and that's going to actually be reflected in the leanness in your face as well. So the vast majority of black pill guys have not even come close to that shit. And then they're talking about like hard looks maxing and stuff. I have a lot of these guys. I actually tell them to DM me, and any of you black pill guys, you can DM me if you want, or DM me or email me, kevinrowell@gmail.com. If you're thinking of getting surgery, just send me a picture of your face, honestly, because I could just tell your body fat most likely from that, and then maybe your abs or something. And then I'll just tell you, look, you're not even close to having to do that. The vast majority of guys, there's a lot of guys that say like, oh, I'm like, sub 10% body fat. And then you see their abs and they're like barely non-existent. They just get that based off of the scale and the electrical impedance, which is highly inaccurate. And then they think like, oh, I need to get hard looks. I need to get surgery. The vast majority of guys aren't even close to that.
Well, the two things. One, I would not consider what Ziz did is soft looks maxing. He did surgery and he did a lot of drugs, a lot of performance enhancing drugs, steroids. That is not soft looks maxing. That is very hard.
But Ziz wasn't that big. He was aesthetic. Like, I had more muscle than Ziz did.
But he wouldn't.
He was way more aesthetic than me because of his genetics. But he didn't. He
wouldn't have achieved that without the drugs. He would not have achieved that.
I was bigger and stronger than Ziz. But the issue is
not shredded.
Sure. Okay, that's a good point. And actually, no. When I was shredded, yeah, I guess when I was shredded, he was a little bit bigger than me. Okay, that's a good point. But regardless of that, he didn't need to take the excessive amounts of steroids to achieve.
Yeah, like that shit lowers your lifespan significantly. I'm not anti-steroids. I take TRT and HGH, but I do it in therapeutic doses. I don't do it in bodybuilder doses. I've been very public about that. It sounds like what he did was like hardcore steroids in bodybuilder doses. Those guys die usually at the age of 30, 40. Like
I died at like 20 something.
Oh shit! Did he?
Yeah.
I wouldn't feel good about.
Well, that wasn't from steroids. That was
at the very least.
No, it's from a heart condition, which the steroids definitely had contributed to and accelerated.
Yeah.
It was the steroids.
They're not good for your heart at all. So I wouldn't feel good about at least the content of my channel. At the worst, it might not work, but it's not going to kill anybody. So like to me, it's like it's such an extreme. Okay, fine. For some guys, it might be the right decision. I would argue that hardcore steroids are really only good for guys who are trying to compete in bodybuilding. For the average guy, I don't think that's a good idea. Yeah, maybe a little TRT and HGH and peptides, but not going into hardcore steroids. So we're gonna focus on that, but we're gonna completely ignore a guy, example, taking better pictures, a guy, learning game. Like, it's just so extreme to me. Let's focus on these two things, but completely ignore the other stuff. It's such the opposite of holistic. It's such a omnidirectional or unidirectional approach. Let's fucking focus on a guy who died early from a condition largely accelerated by the choices he made. Is that really worth it at the end of the day for his family and for him? So he get more pussy, but then he dies. I don't know. I would not feel good about making that kind of content at all. Fucking people watch my channel die. I'm not gonna feel comfortable with that. So what? So they don't have to learn game? Fuck that shit.
Well, when it comes to these hormones, it's obviously dose dependent. It's not that you're either on TRT or you're blasting, Mr. Olympia level cycle. You could just do, 3-4 times TRT to get, but you don't have to do that. As a matter of fact, with TRT, you're able to maintain a physique that you probably wouldn't be able to achieve naturally. So
yeah, I get that. And I personally do TRT and I do a therapeutic dose. But what I'm saying is a lot of these guys like Ziz, and to get to those levels of physique, you're not going to get that therapeutic doses. You have to blast and go into bodybuilding doses. You're not going to die at the age of 20 from a therapeutic dose. It's going to be from a bodybuilding dose. And I guarantee you he wasn't doing just TRT. He was probably doing DECA and all that fucking shit.
Yeah, probably. Well, yeah. Anyway, all I'm saying is that these things that actually are harder core, because first of all, you guys focus too much on the individuals. I'm not looking at some 19, 20-year-old saying, oh man, it's 100% looks, it's over. That's ridiculous. Okay. So that if you want to talk straw mans, that's a straw man. I don't care what some autistic 18-year-old thinks about. I look at the philosophy, and in a way,
who's the autistic 18-year-old that you keep talking about?
No, I'm saying a lot of these dudes that you're referring to, oh, they don't these black pillars. I don't care about the individual ones that talk on your show. I look at the philosophy. Is it right? Is it not right? I don't give a damn about who follows it, who believes it, all that stuff.
The philosophy.
Okay, fair enough. But if we're talking about what's right and what's not right, I think it's not right to heavily push and advocate again like surgery and hardcore steroid use and neglecting all the other stuff that could make a difference. I don't think that's right. I think steroid use is only really warranted if you're going to be a professional bodybuilder. Even that is a questionable decision. So if we're talking about what's right, what's wrong, I think that's wrong in my opinion.
Fair play, but I'm just saying that some get a bottom 50% dude. I don't think tweaking his pictures a little bit and then changing his description and his profile a little bit is going to get him multiple new women per month. I completely disagree with that example that you gave, but you could think otherwise. Fair enough. I think that a bottom 50% dude needs to take more drastic measures.
Alice can provide evidence, but you can't. So we're just supposed to go off of your opinion when actually Alex has evidence to back up his opinion, but you don't.
I'm not over here trying to make $1 off of it. My opinion is based off of all of my life experience and based off the data that I'm seeing and based off of data? Just. No, there's plenty. Data? Are you kidding me? There's countless amounts of data on online dating. Are you kidding me?
Of course.
What specifically? Because you're the exception to that data, so you wouldn't even fall in that data set.
I'm very familiar with the data, but I'm curious to know if you are. So which data?
You could do an experiment with women to see the ridiculous amount of abundance.
I have done those experiments.
An experiment that hasn't been done. So which data are you talking about?
Yeah, I've personally done that experiment.
Which data are you talking about?
For which dating app you could do? For Tinder, fine, we could do the dating. There's a website. I forgot what it's called. I have to look it up. But it shows you the woman and how many times she swipes and how many dates she went on and all that stuff. It shows you how insanely picky most of the women are and how insanely desperate and pretty much getting nothing the majority of the men are. That data is as old as time. We've known that for years.
Yeah, it's the 80% of the guys. So really, legitimate studies that are within the online dating space. There's new ones coming out here and there, but basically they do show an 80-20 disparity between men and women. What they don't show, and actually what some of these studies actually do show, by the way, is that what is it? There's the 20% or 80% of the women go to 20% of the men in terms of matches, but what they don't show is what the matches themselves look like. What they don't take into account is the quality of the pictures as well, the quality of the bio. They only have that raw data of 80% go to the 20%.
What I would need to see
because that's quantifiable. You can't say
it is quantifiable.
The thing you want to know what you can quantify? You can quantify height. You can quantify race. You can quantify.
So
age.
one thing you can quantify.
That's what you can quantify. You can't quantify.
And here's the game and the technique, buddy. Here's the game and the technique. Some guys who are tall will put their height in the bio. Other guys won't put it in there. That's where the strategy comes in. If you're over 6 feet tall, you bet your ass you should definitely. If you're over 6 feet tall, you bet your ass you should be putting that in the title or in the bio. And a lot of guys don't do that. That's where the strategy comes in.
Yeah, I would say I would need to see, if you want to convince me with data, you would have to show me some kind of controlled study that shows that surgery and steroid use is going to be more effective than optimizing your photos and game. And there's no such study like that.
I'm not saying it's for everyone. The surgery, you were right. There is a cost-benefit analysis you have to do if you're going to do any kind of surgery. They'll tell you, the surgeon will tell you that.
Right, but it just sounds like that's like your big thing. Like, for example, I don't want to bring up COVID because it's so fucking controversial, but like they push like vaccine only option. Like no one talks about high dose vitamin C, how diet, lifestyle, sleep, stress, blah blah blah, and it's just like it's kind of like the same thing. You're just like really focused on that one thing.
The reason why I'm focused on it, and I said this before, it's very simple. I'm over here just trying to say what the black pill presents. I'm looking at the philosophy, right? What it presents that I think is legitimate, that you guys, now obviously there's a bunch of ridiculous ideas there, but you just want to pick out the good stuff and say, all right, that's legit, that's not. Those are the things, that's some of the stuff that could help some guys actually have way better dating options that you guys don't cover, you guys don't care about.
I mean, the only one
my
of those
specialty is looks maxing.
The only one of those that you can name is the hard looks maxing. So it's not a lot of things. It's one. It's hard looks maxing plastic surgery. I mean, we're kind of going in circles here, but yeah, that's the only one. Unless you can name other ones that I don't cover. Everything else I do cover.
Fair enough.
Okay. Anyway,
I think you overvalue the importance of game and behavior and personality. I think there's a hard limit. I think that if you don't meet the minimum standards of looks, money, status, that all the game in the world isn't going to do much. Okay. And even
are you
if
saying it like are you saying in general, or are you saying as an absolute? So a guy who's like level 3 looks with all the money games, a guy who's level 3. 3 out of 10 looks, money, status, he's not gonna he will almost never, or if not ever, be able to get like chicks or whatever? Or are you saying as an absolute, or as a generality?
Well, first of all, absolutes are almost always wrong, so I'm going to have to say generality. So if you would say you're in the bottom quartile, right? Let's say you're in the quartile, in the 25th percentile. Yes. Then in that case, all the game in the world isn't going to change your approach to lay ratio from 1 in 3,000. It's not going to go up to 1 in 30. Okay. I don't think that there's going to be a huge improvement. There's limits to this because of such an efficient market, and because the market is it's massively different than it was 20 years ago. Maybe 20 years ago, game was very valuable, and you putting in the work could improve your odds, your dating options massively, even if you're a below average dude or an average dude. But in modern times, with this extremely efficient market and extremely, the hypergamy, the access, all that stuff, I think the value of game is grossly overestimated by dating coaches such as yourself.
It still exists whether you like it or not. There's still going to be better strategies whether you like it or not. So, for example, you say that, hey, one of the better options is to go do hard looks maxing, to go get surgery. So let's say you do go get surgery. Are there better ways and worse ways to present yourself on your Tinder profile that will either accelerate or inhibit the amount of matches that you have?
Of course there are.
Yeah, so that's part of game. It's the strategy. So the strategy exists whether you like it or not.
All the strategy isn't going to change a four. A four, okay,
I
maybe
mean,
make
I
it
would
look
just
like
be
a five.
curious to hear your explanation of why, for the first, I don't know, let's say 19 to 21 years of my life, I got close to 0 results with girls, and now I get really good results with girls. Like, what has changed during those time period? Because my looks have, I've lost some hair, I gained some muscle. I don't think my SMV has increased. What has changed during that time period? The only one I can think of is game. So I would be curious to hear how you would explain that.
I don't know. I haven't been following your entire life. You told me that you hop. When did you get on TRT?
Just
coincidentally.
Just assume that what I'm telling you is true. I would just be curious how you would explain that. When I got on TRT, I was 27. I was already getting laid a lot by that point. So I started kind of hit my stride around 24 or so. So I would just be very curious to hear why, for the first 19, 20 years of my life, I got 0 results with chicks. And for the last, I don't know, 5, 6 years, I've been getting really good results. What has changed during that time frame? Because I don't think it's my looks. Again, gained some muscle, lost some hair, still the same genetics. So pretty much more or less the same fashion. So what has changed during that time period?
A lot could change. Maybe before you weren't really even talking to too many women. Maybe now you're playing a numbers game. Maybe back then you didn't have dating apps that were popular now. You didn't have social media. I don't know how you leverage social media to get women. There's all sorts of different things that could have changed now. And you could say, that falls under.
There's some things that have changed. I mean, let's say 18, 19, I was going out in college parties. I was definitely doing way more cold approach, even though I didn't know what it was at the time. Back then, I was going up and chatting with chick after chick and getting rejected after rejected. I think my looks were largely the same. I wonder what changed during that time period.
Your strategy, aka
My
your
strategy.
game.
And did Tinder exist back then when you were 18, 19?
Tinder came out when I was about 21.
Okay, and then when did it become popular? When did it because it could come out and nobody's using it? When did it sort of reach a saturation point in the market?
It became popular when I was around 22, about a year after that.
So no, because it came out in 2012. It didn't really become popular until about 2014.
2013, 2014.
No, it was popular. I was using it.
I never even heard about it till 2015.
Okay, we're just arguing about scraps now. I mean, like 2013, 2014 makes no difference. All right, yeah. I think we got to wrap it up because we're going extreme circles here. Like, I don't think it matters if you get popular in 2012, 2013. All right, David, thank you for coming on. Any final words?
Yeah, no, thanks for talking to me, and yeah, no, this was interesting. I appreciate that.
Yeah,
I appreciate it. I knew that to some extent we're going to just agree to disagree, that I have certain life experience, you have certain life experience, and then that's that.
Okay, fair enough. All right,
thanks for coming on, man.
Appreciate you, brother. All right. My plan was to make this a quick live, and here we are, 4 hours and 50 minutes.
Oh, Jesus. I was like, why am I so tired? It's like, oh, shit. Well, that explains this like over 4
We got
hours.
a call. You know, the crazy thing is we've had a steady amount of good live viewers. It's been like 150 or so around the whole time.
Well, it's good to see that a lot of them are, they stuck around even though they see that like MD didn't show up. So.
Yeah, no, that is good. I mean, it is interesting. Like, just to very quickly just analyze the arguments. Like, he was like, yeah, there's a lot of stuff you guys leave out, but the only one that he could name was the hard looks maxing, and like some things that I get wrong, but there's only one. So there's really only
dude, there's so much straw manning there.
One point of contention for that category. I mean, yeah, when he was talking about the like, he's almost like glorifying that like as a better strategy of like the steroid use. Like that shit where it's like this guy literally died in this. I didn't even know this guy, but like when you describe, like he's died in his 20s largely using steroids. Hubert,
I think
no one fucking got you, dude. I asked you before, Hubert, are you ready? You weren't there, and now we're 4 hours and 15 minutes in, and we're gonna call it a night. Dude, I could care less. I'll fucking debate you anytime, bro. Just pop on the next stream and we'll do it.
He's the next Jack Dorsey. He was like talking himself up. He was like, "Oh, these guys are afraid to debate me." I'm like, dude, we don't even know who the fuck you are. Like,
yeah,
like,
we just literally went in chronological order. So yeah,
I love how these guys are like. So this is part of the problem with a lot of these incel guys, right? The incels are so in their heads because if you're like way too in your head, like you kind of by by extension believe like kind of the world revolves around you. So in his own head, he's like, oh, I want to debate these guys so badly. Why aren't they paying attention to me? It must be because they're afraid of debating me. It's like, dude, nobody's thinking that other than you. Like,
yeah. Yeah, guys, thanks for tuning in. This was interesting. But again, so I want to rephrase what I said earlier is that for MD or any of his friends, if you're watching this, the offer is still on the table. Like, if you want to come on and have an honest, respectful debate, the offer is still on the table. This is not like the end of the road for that. But I'm not going to go on your channel and do that shit again. And it's not because I'm afraid. It's because I already did that. It was not honest debate. You guys can watch it and see what happened. It was like a 10-on-1. Like, if we're going to have a debate, then it's going to be an honest debate with a 2-on-2. I'm not going to pull that shit, and I don't like. It's just no point in me doing it. So, I uphold. We made a verbal agreement. I go on yours, you go on mine. I uphold my end. You didn't do your end. I kind of went through the email. So again, nothing personal, man. I have nothing against you, but you did accuse me of being a drug addict, which was pretty lame. But other than that, it is what it is.
Yeah. Again, like I said before, I thought it was so odd because it's like our first debate with him, it was more Scribe that was being a total artard. Like, actually, MD was somewhat reasonable. There were even a few times, Alex, that you like got Scribe and like MD started laughing because you just got him in a corner. There's one time specifically I remember. I replayed it. I have to find it somewhere. But like, that's why it's so interesting that MD just doesn't want to do this. Maybe he's trying to defend Scribe from getting destroyed again. I have no idea. But anyway, regardless of that fact, dude, it's really telling that he's not showing up.
There's one of three things that's going to happen. One is we're never going to hear from him. Two is he's going to come up with a really preposterous excuse. I don't debate with drug addicts, or I know you guys are secretly jerking off during the stream, or this is some kind of conspiracy. Or three, he's not going to respond. He's just going to make a bunch of personal attacks. Or 4.1% chance he might actually come on for debate. And I hope it's that one, because that would be cool. I think it would be fun. But yeah.
Yeah, but then again, like, we have to schedule it in advance, obviously. And dude, if he just doesn't show up again, I don't know, man. Like, I just don't think it's gonna happen.
Listen, I don't think it's gonna happen. And dude, like, fucking give your phone number. Like, let's fucking. Oh my god, like,
weirdo.
It's just so funny to me because I'm like talking like, again, I'm not trying to like. I don't want to sound like I'm bragging or something, but I am talking to like people who have millions of subs, like Sarah J, what's his name, fucking Besus, like all these people who are like have significant clout. They have no problem like texting me back and forth, but someone who no one's ever really heard of who has like 5,000 subs, for him it's a big deal. It's like, it's just so laughable to me. It's like, I guess it would be like the equivalency of like if you're like an investment banker and you have all these billionaires who are like, are trusting you with all their money. And then like you have one guy who has $100 and he's like, bro, like, I don't want you touching my money. It's like, dude, like, it's so laughable. But yeah, anyway, it is what it is.
Well, I think it's quite clear he just wants to stay cozily nestled in his echo chamber where nobody can question him, which is why he doesn't want to leave. It's like the classic, how like incels
Almost
don't want to
like
leave their basement. Yeah. Like incels don't want to leave their basement. Like, it's the same thing with MD just not wanting to leave his YouTube channel. He's just like, I'm just going to sit here in my cozy little YouTube channel and not go outside and see the sun and possibly have my ideas challenged. It's like, man.
Ultra lame. All right, guys, check out Kevin's channel. He has a lot of good stuff on there. He just hit 10K. So let's give him a little round of applause. It's funny, dude, because, we started talking when you were around like 4,000 subs. So it's good to see you come up.
Appreciate it, man. That's how I know you're one of the real ones and not one of those. Because look, when people say like the clout chaser thing, that's a real thing. Like I hate it because it's most channels your size would have just been like, oh, I don't give a fuck about this channel. But you saw potential in my channel, and also more importantly, you liked the things I was saying, and you agreed with the things I was saying, and that's what it's all about. So.
Yeah, I've never been like, they keep accusing me of being a clout chaser, but I'm probably the least like clout focused out of all of them. Yeah, I take it into account, but I've had people on who don't have YouTube channels. Like, I don't really care that much. If I feel like they have value to offer, I'll have them on. To me, it doesn't have to be like when people say, oh, but Rolo has 130,000 subs and you have 80,000 subs. I'm like, so fucking what? It doesn't have to be this perfect like element of clout. Like, who gives a fuck? Like, it's such middle school shit.
Yeah.
But Johnny's a little bit more popular than you, so you can't sit on his table. But you can sit at Jenny's table because she has the same level of popularity as you.
Yeah.
But she's a girl, so you have to sit at Davey's table. What the fuck? Like, shut the fuck up with that.
Classic bandwagon fallacy. That's how you know you've won an argument. When they start strawmanning you, they start using the bandwagon fallacy, and then they use these red herrings that have nothing to do with the argument. As soon as people start just throwing freaking logical fallacies left and right your way, you know you're doing something right in terms of winning the argument. But anyway, yeah, my channel's Kevin Ray Wilder.
Check us out.
Just type it and you'll find it. So
yeah, guys, thanks for tuning in. This was a very interesting stream. Yeah, guys, we'll probably have a podcast tomorrow night with John Anthony Lifestyle. So he's gonna come on the channel. So stay tuned for that. We're almost at 80,000 subs, so hit that subscribe button, guys. Thank you. Until next time.
there you go.